the 266th Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, a humble reformer who sought to make the Catholic Church more inclusive and clashed with world leaders over the rights of immigrants, who was a profound advocate for the livelihood and the lives of all of those who were slain unjustifiably in the genocide in Gaza, has unfortunately passed away at the age of 88. Now, I am not a Catholic, not a particularly religious person at all, but he was a very woke pope, a socialist, perhaps one of the most redeeming individuals for the nation state of Argentina, an irredeemable country with some notable exceptions. We're going to be talking about that in a little bit, but I just wanted to get started on that by saying we like the woke pope here. We are a fan of the woke pope here. Or at least I am, and I mourn his passing. It's one of the few instances where I've actually felt kind of bad about like a super old man dying. In any case, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about his background and all of that in a minute. But before I do that, folks, boys, girls, MBs, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. So help me God, I will do that for all the parasocialists out there who want to know. It is Monday, 4/21, 2025, 11:08 a.m. It's Monday Newsday, and of course, we're going to get to the news. But before we get to the news, hold on. I'm fixing up a little Band-Aid for my fingy to make sure I cover up, patch up my finger. Patch up my finger just like I'm Dr. Mike Rabinowitz. All right, so personal news-wise, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I hope everyone's having a fantastic Monday regardless of the somber loss that we are all feeling with the loss of the 266th Pope. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and start the streaming button. So help me God. Let's get right into it. Ended the broadcast yesterday and immediately dove headfirst into the pit. And there's a lot I need to talk about on that front. It is an amazing show. It was 9 out of 10, I said. Kaya looks sad that Papa Francisco died. Yeah, Kaya is sad too. Kaya is actually a big fan of the Pope. But Catholic. Kaya is Catholic. Kaya is an ecumenical Marxist. So everybody calm down. She's an ecumenical Marxist. All right. So what was I going to say? Oh yeah. Personal news wise. I dove into the pit. I had the Hasanabi gaming team here. They actually have a wonderful surprise for you guys. I'm just going to tease it for a second. They brought something very cool. The camera's fixed now. And the bleeping noise that was coming from the PC, that's fixed as well. But the gaming team also gave a big surprise. Do you know what this is? Do you know what kind of controller this is? They brought a Nintendo GameCube. And the reason why they brought a Nintendo GameCube, you might be wondering. You might be thinking to yourself, why did they bring a Nintendo GameCube? And that's because I've never had a Nintendo GameCube, and therefore I never was able to play a very important game. Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes. Do you see this? The absolute holy grail of all grails. Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. Now this is Metal Gear Solid 1. I've played Metal Gear Solid 1. I played it on an emulator on my PSP at the time. I think I played it on a PSP. One of my proudest gaming achievements was being able to beat Psy without actually ever flicking the controller over, because the PSP doesn't have a second controller port, as you guys know. Very important gaming accomplishment. A lot of people don't even know that you can technically beat that boss without flipping your controller over. Having said that, I was able to do that on the PSP emulator. Now, one of the greatest games of all time, and I will hopefully be able to work on it. Yeah, Psycho Mantis. How's your finger? It's fine. I worked out this morning. I'll get to that in a second. But so that's all fine and dandy. Watched numerous episodes of The Pit. I believe I was on like episode 8. And ironically enough, I started off on episode 8 thinking that there was only 2 more episodes left. But my mom and I were locked in. Straight up locked in on this freaking show. Okay? We could not keep our eyes off of The Pit. It was 14 episodes or 15 episodes, didn't even realize, and we just kept watching over it and over and over again. We're like, and we stayed up till 2, and at a certain point I turned to my mom. I looked at the time, I was like, it's 1:30, and I looked at my mom and I was like, I know this is a good show because you're not asleep right now, because she normally 20 minutes into any show falls asleep. But on this show, she did not. I said, I finished The Pit last night, was locked in till 2 a.m. Amazing show, touched on everything. Labor issues, hospitals running like a business, medical racism, incels, mass shootings. They even talk about doctors experiencing fat phobia. It's an incredible show. It is an incredible show. They talk about basically every aspect of ethics in medicine. And they don't even, serve it to you. They basically abide by the principle of show don't tell, where they very rarely try to make a serious lesson out of it. It's more so just in the backdrop where, like, if you know, you know, if you understand, you understand. And it is amazing. It is amazing. It is incredibly, incredibly graphic. If you have no tolerance for that sort of thing, you can't watch it. But if you do have a tolerance for that sort of thing, I highly recommend it. From all of the emergency room nurses and doctors I've talked to, at least, like, they have said that this is closely resembles what happens in an emergency room. It's on Max, it's on HBO Max, and they don't overdo it. The gore, they definitely overdo it. They definitely overdo it. I mean, it's a lot. There's a full frontal birth. There's everything. Everything is in it. It is incredibly, incredibly realistic. And I loved it. I loved it so much. It's also, much like 24, shot primarily with track shots that greatly increases the tension, and also is shot in real time. So every episode is actually an hour. So it shows basically a 15-hour shift in a Pittsburgh hospital, in the emergency room of a Pittsburgh hospital. I gave it a 9 out of 10. It is an amazing show. I highly recommend it. They don't overdo the woke, yeah, they don't. They just, like, it's not annoying. It's not annoying. It's not like I'm teaching you a lesson right now. It's more so polite conversations happening amongst medical specialists and the common pitfalls, like the common shortfalls that medical, like even experienced doctors fall into. It's not preachy at all. It's fantastic. Yeah, they cover Dr. PTSD from the COVID era as well. There's a lot. There's so much going on in it. Who's your favorite character? Mine is the geeky blonde and the boss's daughter. Oh, it's not even a freaking question, dude. I forget her name, but it's the Indian lady. Not the doctor's daughter. Not the young doctor. I mean, aside from, I love, Mohan. I think Dr. Mohan, she is my queen. Dr. Samira Mohan is my fucking queen, okay? She is the best. She's the best. I would love to have a doctor like her. Cares about the patients, sits there with you, hears from you. Obviously, I would love to have a doctor like Dr. Robbie as well. I mean, he's the GOAT, Dr. Mike Rabinowitz. But I like all of them. I even end up, by the end of it, I even developed an appreciation for the annoying one. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Santos. Yeah, even Santos is like a pretty interesting character. They're all interesting. They're all great. That's just most family doctors here in Canada. You can have a Canadian doctor. I can't because I'm not in Canada. Anyway, great show. Fantastic. I know the Bethesda Oblivion remake is shadow dropping tomorrow. I'm actually kind of stoked on it. I'm not going to lie to you. I'll be fucking honest. I'll be straight up. I'll be honest with you. Okay. It is. My mic is peaking. Is it? Is it actually? Am I too loud? But I'll be no. Okay, good. I heard that the Oblivion Shadow Drop remake is actually going to completely rework its combat system. That it's going to have what do you call it? It's going to have like Dark Souls style fight mechanics. That's what I've heard, like, which I think is crazy. Would another chatter let me know if he's already covered the Pope? Yeah, this is your doctor. Okay, bro. Why are you posting sexy photos of my doctor? That's messed up. I like her character. It's not like that. But yeah. Are you doing the Metal Gear Marathon until the release of the third one? I mean, I'm going to try to tailor it around the release of the third one. Okay, so, folks, we're going to be talking about the Pope in a second. But yeah, anyway, I've been eating like shit. Okay. Let me also explain something to you. Here's my moment of confessing my sin. Okay. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I have been engaging in carbicide. Okay. I have been engaging in faticide. I've been eating too much. I've been eating like shit for the past 3 weeks. Yeah, because my dad's here. Okay. That's it. I don't like to put the blame on others in a situation like this because ultimately it is my lack of self-control. But because I know my limitations in terms of my lack of self-control, I usually am able to design my life in a way where I can avoid certain traps. Well, when my dad is here, it's fucking impossible. It's virtually impossible to do that because they make he makes a lot of great food in general. My mom also makes like treats for my dad, and then I eat the treats that she makes for my dad. It's annoying. But yeah. I had Sun and Dung last night. I have no personal responsibility. The woke pope passes after. But, the other side of the story, of course, is that despite the fact that I'm pigging out, okay, despite the fact that I'm kind of pigging out, it's also improving my workouts. So there's that side of it as well. I mean, I'm pumping, dude. I'm pumping. Look at this. Look at this. This is 245 pounds, bro. This is craziness. Look at how I put this up. It's not even a thing for me, dude. I'm dropping it. I'm pumping it. Look at how you cheap bouncing on the bar. Okay, calm down, dude. Calm down. What's your cardio right now like, King? Yeah, I had more in me, but anyway, listen. That's the one benefit. That's the one benefit of it, of eating a lot. It allows me to also lift a lot more. Like, but the treats I'm converting into gains basically. But having said that, I got to get better at basketball again. Despite everything you talk about, this is easily the gayest part of your stream. Oh, 100%. I just have to get better at basketball again. I have to get better at cardio again. I have to lock in on my diet again. These are all major issues for me. I need to fix all of these issues, let me tell you. Because summer is around the corner and I've been gaining some weight. I'm like 235 right now. I'm like fucking packing it on. I'm about to be chubby by the time I get to summer. What is this?
Hasan's stream just died. Freaking idiot.
What?
My stream would never. Okay, who's ready? Here, this is the list. Tell me which one you get excited about. Chocolate chip cupcake.
Come on, man. Why you gotta do me like this? Anyway, sparking. All right, nothing wrong with packing on some weight and muscle. Just recon with basketball and cardio all summer. Been built for the fall and the holidays. I might actually. Do you find Dr. Abbott attractive? Which one is Dr. Abbott? This is what Austin was doing instead of the pod, by the way.
Different mother. Well, no, because you get the egg. All right, you get the eggs from somebody. Like, okay, hold on. Hear me out. I'm cooking. Let me cook. All right. You get the eggs from one woman. Okay, so it makes them siblings. You inject the eggs into two separate women. God, this sounds so fucked up.
Oh, I love him. He's sick too. He's cool as fuck. Yeah, Dr. Abbott is sick too. Pokimane comes out with the most tone deaf take in a while. Lol at Hasanabi. Rich people need to shut the fuck up sometimes. What happened? Ava level us all. What happened now? Let me guess. Pokimane says something that if your favorite content creator said, you would probably celebrate, but because she said it and everybody fucking hates her, it's becoming a big deal because all the most annoying people despise her. Is that what it is? Is that what happened? And then now I will throw my hat in the ring by making a take about it, and then everyone will fucking yell at me too and call me a simp or whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit. Okay. She said Bezos is bad, the monster. Certain celebrities trying to claim you're a secret Nazi now. Okay, brother. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. What is this? What is the Pokemon take?
Someday we'll have a revolution like that in America. Right? It's getting there, right?
We already have one.
Pokemon calls out rich people while being a multimillionaire. She gets corrected and then says about the ultra giga rich, not her.
What's going on?
The wealth disparity is getting bad.
The wage gap, I hate that shit.
No, wealth disparity.
Wealth disparity.
Wage gap is like between men and women. Men and women, we love each other.
Facts.
And we hate the rich. Anyways. Too much.
Aren't you the rich?
No! Like the ultra rich. The ultra giga rich.
Wow. I'm very mad. I'm very mad at this. No, by my estimation, Pokemon is the wealthiest person on the planet. Why the fuck would she ever say that? I mean, yeah, she is rich. She misspoke. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pokemon is lower middle class? No, the fuck she isn't. Shut up. Also, this class dynamic is idiotic anyway. The only class dynamic that you need to fucking focus on is capital ownership versus wage labor. Oh my god. Bro, you can't deny it's tone deaf. It's exactly the type of shit I would have fucking said, and then it would have gotten ethered, which it probably will. If Asmus said this, and he would, Chuds would call him based. Yeah, of course Pokemon is fucking rich. Of course. The irony here is that she is not responsible for the fucking disparity of wealth. She's talking about systemic inequality born out of all of the super wealthy billionaires and corporate executives that have designed society in a way where you get fucked over. And then you literally lose your shit at like a Twitch streamer saying that. You lose your shit at a Twitch streamer saying that. A Twitch streamer that does not have an issue, does not have any issue whatsoever with restoring some semblance of wealth equality. I don't know. I don't know why people do this. I mean, they do this to me all the fucking time too. It's so stupid. Streamers themselves are not, they're not victims in any case. So it doesn't really matter. We are profoundly privileged. We are incredibly fucking rich. We're incredibly lucky. And we certainly are in the bracket of like very fortunate people. But I think it's because of the closeness that most streamers have to being normal people at a certain point in their lives, as opposed to like a guy who's been a multi-billionaire for the past decade or so. Most streamers have a much nicer and much better understanding of what it used to be like when they didn't have fucking money, and therefore have takes like this. You want rich people to have takes like this. It's very fucking annoying that people yell at rich people that have takes like this.
The unnecessarily
You have to clarify.
rich.
They're gonna clip that, and it's gonna make you look bad.
Oh,
You
the
gotta
ultra
say
giga rich.
the billionaires.
The billionaires.
you are rich.
The Bezos.
You can't be.
I mean, he was right, and they did clip it regardless. This is literally her being less dumb than everyone else in the room, explaining the difference between millionaires and the ultra rich who control the country even out of office is so stupid. No, you don't understand, brother. You don't understand. It's actually Pokemon that is responsible for the disparity of wealth in this country. Actually, I prefer if she loved being rich and defended Jeff Bezos, because then I could be mad at her for that instead. Yeah, I wonder how that would work. Would that cause all the incels to be like revolutionary Marxists for a moment? I guess they LARP like that all the time. Yeah. Do you like Pokemon's content? My friend Isaac loves it, but she stole the rubber bands. Look. What is the stealing of the rubber bands? Isaac stole the rubber bands from Pokemon. Isaac Lima stole. What is this person saying, bro? Get out of here, dude. My cutoff or ridge is private jet money. If you have private jet money, then you can survive potential life-threatening medical emergencies such as breast cancer without going entirely bankrupt or losing your house. There's like 10 streamers. Most of us are, wait, what? No, there are way more than 10 streamers who can potentially survive a potentially life-threatening medical emergency such as breast cancer without getting entirely bankrupt, for the record. That's a lot. Private jet money and surviving fucking medical bankruptcy are entirely different brackets. Just so you understand. That's like... that is a very different bracket of wealth. Anyway, let's blast off. Have you considered going live with the Houthis? Do you think they would eat up your identity politics like the rest of these morally bankrupted rejects? What? Hey, have you considered going to live with the Houthis? Do you think they would eat up your identity politics? I like that you're hitting like numerous angles here. You're like, oh, you fucking dumbass. You love doing woke identity politics, but also part of being woke and doing identity politics is also loving the Houthis, which I hate. But also I like that they don't do identity politics. Like, you're so fucking confused, man. Where are you in the world, dude? Figure out your worldview first before coming at me like this, okay? Do you like the fact that Houthis don't do identity politics? Is that what it is? No, you love their violence, question mark? Don't you love the violence? You seemingly love the violence too. You're like, oh, I love when the American government blows them up. You know? No, you don't. Wait, you don't? Who do you think is a more violent force? A country that is on the edge of the Red Sea that is actively trying to thwart a much more powerful nation from committing a genocide against a population that they are the belligerent occupier of? Or the most powerful country on the planet that is literally punishing them with unlimited bombs for the crime of trying to do something about the other country that's doing a genocide? No. It's who is capable of more violence. What do you mean? Who do you think is more capable of violence? The fucking Houthis or the American military, dumbass? What are you talking about? Yes, in terms of morality, in terms of the morality here, the Houthis are absolutely, regardless of their domestic politics or whatever, the Houthis are absolutely on a higher moral playing field than the country doing a genocide and the country defending said genocide. That's it. Address the point that I'm making rather than pointing at how these guys are scary brown terrorists or whatever. Yeah, by attacking people that didn't attack them. This does not make any sense. A random fucking Palestinian baby did not attack Israel. Okay? And yet Israel is doing a genocide on a random Palestinian baby. You will never be able to comprehend what I'm talking about, I think. Do you believe Israel never brought race into this? You did? What? Okay. Listen to my words. Do you think Israel is doing a genocide or not? Do you think Israel is doing a live stream baby murder or not? Every day, every week. Israel is engaging in death, destruction, and carnage in the Gaza Strip. Yes or no? Will you deny reality or will you recognize it? Yeah, and so is Hamas. Okay, no. Don't do the so is Hamas bullshit, okay? Israel is doing multiple October 7s on a weekly basis to the entire Palestinian population as the belligerent occupier, which is completely fucking illegal. So, obvious liar rat. You got really fucking mad about some basic facts here. What are you talking about? 800 to 400, okay? 800 to 400. 1,200 total. 1,200 total. That's the number, the death toll of October 7. Israel kills 1,200 people with a much higher civilian per enemy combatant rate than Hamas ever did. This means that Israel is far, far, far greater of an evil than Hamas is. Right? So if you believe that Israel, if you recognize the truth that just say you hate the Jews, but I don't. You want me to lie to you so that you can feel more comfortable about your position. Because deep down inside, you understand that you're immoral, that your perspective is incorrect. So you have to fantasize about a thing that I don't believe to make it feel like that's the reason why I'm saying the things that I'm saying. Because if you recognize that we are both operating on the same moral playing field, then all of a sudden it becomes problematic for you to try and engage in this kind of silly ass defense of Israel while simultaneously maintaining the position that Israel is still doing bad things. Okay? Stay eyes on the prize. Stay locked in. So you recognize that Israel is committing a genocide. If you recognize that Israel is committing a genocide, then it's understandable that countries around the region should do something about that, right? To the best of their ability. Like during the Holocaust in Nazi Germany, when the Nazis were overtaking the entirety of Eastern Europe, for example, there were people that were also trying to cut off the supply lines of the Nazi military. Do you feel like those people were in the wrong? Do you feel like those people did not have any right to cut off supply lines to Nazi Germany? Or do you feel like that was an appropriate action to take? I personally think that that was an appropriate action to take. And that's precisely why I think that the Houthis trying to block shipping lanes into Israel to try and force some kind of economic penalty to the state of Israel that is currently doing a genocide to the Palestinian population is perfectly moral and perfectly just. This is the assessment. You either agree with that or you don't agree with that. Anything beyond the conversation, keep scrolling down. Why aren't you showing my messages? Because I don't give a shit about all of these other goalpost moving ass takes that you're trying to engage in. Super, super simple question that I asked you. Is 9/11 good? Of course not. Shut the fuck up. Now listen to what I have to say. If you want to have an honest conversation, I will have an honest conversation with you. But it doesn't seem like you want to have an honest conversation. That's why you're fucking vomiting out as many takes as you possibly can about other people now. Not even just about my takes or my perspective that you misunderstand, but now you're just trying to fucking blast as many random takes as you possibly can because you got that moment of attention. So listen to what I'm saying. If you recognize that Israel is committing a genocide, which it is, okay, then you have to understand that countries that are trying to stop Israel from continuing this genocide are actually on the right side of history. They're actually doing something that is moral. Stopping shipping into Israel or into the region to incur economic penalties to Israel, to force economic penalties on top of Israel for the crime of doing a genocide is perfectly valid and perfectly moral. This is precisely the reason why it is appropriate. It is appropriate for me to say what I say about the Ansar Allah movement. This is not about their domestic politics. This is not about like tribal affairs. This is not about, the mistreatment of women or whatever the fuck. These are all completely irrelevant in this conversation. That's it. Do you agree with the resistance movements that tried to cut off supply lines into the Nazi military or not during the Holocaust? If you agree with that, then you agree with what the Houthis are doing. Wrong. Killing people is never moral. Don't act like you aren't doing the same thing. Yes, you are supporting them. Wait, what do you mean? Yes, I am. I am saying that. I'm saying why I'm supporting the actions that the Ansar Allah movement has taken in the Red Sea. Do you think that I'm hiding this? Do you think that this is a secret? It is a big part of my commentary on this process. Yes, I am. The idea that killing people is never moral is a silly take to make here. I agree with that as well. Killing people is never moral. Okay, so why act like I'm the only one changing the subject? Wait, what? Okay, well, I'm sorry. I think you're a little too stupid to have a conversation with. I've charitably tried to describe something to you, and I think you're too stupid to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, especially considering that I'm not changing the subject. I'm staying on subject. The subject started off with the Houthis. I explained it to you. I explained my position on the matter, and I asked you what your worldview is in this process. That's it. Okay, you dense motherfucker. Some of you guys are so rude. It's pretty funny how rude like random chatters think they can get. Because I entertained what they had to say for a brief moment. Like that's so crazy how rude that guy got. Am I wild? You called him stupid is fair game? No. Yeah, I called him stupid after he demonstrated his stupidity. He came in with a bait post, right? He came in with a bait post. I still tried to walk him through the steps. I still tried to walk him through, what my worldview was in this process. And he refused. He wasn't interested in it at all. And instead, he turned around and kept vomiting out other fucking bad faith talking points. I still tried to get him to focus on the initial point of contention. He was insulting me from the start. I think I was pretty fair. You punch, you get to be punched back, man. Don't call him stupid and just close the chat and move on next time. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw what just took place. Am I crazy? Did I not? Did I not just experience what I experienced? Do you think it's appropriate for someone to come in here and be like, I bet you could, why don't you go live with the Houthis, dude? Fucking, why don't you go live with the Houthis? I bet they would hate your identity politics. Like, think about the politics of the person that you're defending in this process. I know some of you are also equally dense and you immediately engage in chatter's rights as takes, but like, just really reconsider what the politics of the person that you're defending are. Nah, he was stupid. I'm not disagreeing, but if someone calls me stupid, I'm not going to react nicely. Yeah, he did not come in initially. Think about this. I did not call him stupid off the jump. I said he was stupid after he was behaving in a stupid manner. I didn't start off with, oh, you're a dumb motherfucker. I start off, despite the fact that he was very clearly uncharitable, I started off by trying to walk him through the steps. Okay? Yes, I'm a human being, and at a certain point, I'm just going to call someone being stupid, a stupid person. Be more effective than using insults. Minus 1,000 aura. I think we've started off on the wrong foot on this Monday. I'm gonna bring us back on the appropriate trajectory now. Did you blast off yet, or did these rats steal that from you? No, I forgot to blast off. The woke pope passes after meeting JD Vance, sparking demonic rumors. Who said 3-guide Lamau? By the way, Asmongold took a week off, so be prepared for the worst takes imaginable to hit the chat. Oh, that's what's going on. Wait, why did Asmongold take the week off? Yeah. Chatter's rights, baby. Chatter lives matter. That's how a lot of people approach the subject matter. They don't even consider it. He called you a terrorist. You called him dense. If I was you, I'd say many other things. I know. We already know. Do not perpetuate the rumors of. We need to perpetuate the rumors of JD Vance being demonic. Perpetuate the rumors? You mean the fucking truth, chatter? What rumors? JD Vance visited the Pope. The Pope immediately died after JD Vance visited him. I'm sorry. That's demonic. That's not a rumor at that point. Okay. That's just what happened, what took place. You should take a week off too. So many people with nowhere to go. I will never take a week off. Unless I die. So. Okay. Let me blast off, ladies and gentlemen. Signal Gate 2.0 hits the Pentagon. Tariff convos were a massive failure. The admin has no defense of deportations and more. Get in it now. We'll, of course, talk about Israel also giving a light penalty to the people that engaged in a assassination and cover-up of the healthcare workers in Gaza. So, yeah. Jorkin the Peanuts Vance, dude. Just kill the Pope Vance. Market is tanking. What the fuck, man? Chatter, that is every day. Community notes agree with you. I just learned of the passing of Pope Francis. My heart goes out to the millions of Christians all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, but though he was obviously very ill, but I'll always remember him for the below homily he gave in the very early days of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul. The Pope died shortly after touching JD Vance's demonic hand. He might be the Antichrist. It's true. He is. He is. He is. He is the Antichrist. He is literally from the Antichrist administration. He was the envoy, a servant of the devil. He was a servant of the devil. Dude, there is nothing funnier to me than how much right-wing administrations in general, but specifically the Trump administration, plays the role of like biblical Satan so perfectly, okay? 4 horsemen of the apocalypse type shit on a regular basis. Measles cases are popping off. There's mass disease, death and destruction everywhere. You have your second in command, the shadow president, who is literally a lizard person, can't even fucking behave normally, Elon Musk. Not only is he a lizard person, but he's trying to put microchips in people's brains. They're doing black bagging operations for the state of Israel for the crime of saying mean things about the apartheid state, doing a genocide. Okay? Mass disease everywhere. Very clearly, these guys are trying to nuke everything. These are the end of times, and virtually all of the people that are supposed to believe in angels and Jesus Christ coming back to fucking earth or whatever unironically love this guy. How is this possible? If you are hallucinating on a daily fucking basis that the end times are near, well, these guys are bringing it. They're bringing it to you. And you still are just like, hell yeah, nah, you don't understand. It's actually them goddamn lipdars that are bringing the end of times, not my president. It's like, what do you want? What more can you see from this administration that will cause you to go, you know what? Maybe these guys are not the good guys here. It doesn't make any sense. Everything that these guys complained about, 1984, free speech is falling apart, they're doing. Your guys are doing it, and you don't see it. What are we doing here? It blows my fucking mind. Dude, the guy, the servant of Satan, went and shook the hand of the holiest holy man of Catholicism and killed him. And you're still going, I don't care. There are massive tornadoes and earthquakes ripping up the land on a daily fucking basis. The end times are near. It makes me so mad because I don't believe in any of that shit, okay? I don't believe in any of that shit, but you do. You believe it. So why don't you see the things that you believe? It's unfolding in front of your eyes. It makes me so mad. It makes me so fucking mad. These guys are fake. They're phony rapture enjoyers. The real rapture is happening, and these motherfuckers don't see it. Oh. Luca Big Pants. My theory so far, evil gas, invisible laser beam. No, my favorite is that this actually separates, this actually will cause anti-Semitic infighting. Okay, are you ready for this? Here's why it's going to cause anti-Semitic infighting. For the real anti-Semitism enjoyers, the real heads know that one of the oldest anti-Semitic conspiracies is that the Pope is secretly controlled by the Jews. Okay? They think that, you know, the entire Catholic Church, the entirety of the Vatican is controlled by Jews, right? So this is going to cause a separation between the different anti-Semites, because some of them are going to say, well, the Pope is controlled by the Jews, and that's why J.D. Vance assassinated him, because, you know, I don't know, he's just, he's based. He's my based Omega Groiper-pilled secret neo-Nazi who has is hiding their secret base levels or whatever. But then the other people are also going to be mad because they're going to say J.D. Vance actually killed him because the Pope has been too critical of Israel. J.D. Vance used the new secret Israeli poison to kill the Pope. Now, of course, the reality is the Pope was fucking 88 years old, okay? Just let's make no mistake here. This is not like he died so young type situation. Like, oh, how could this have happened? Like, he was very sick and he was very much 88 fucking years old. I'm pretty sure that part of the reason why he was part of the reason why they allowed this woke ass Pope to be Pope to begin with was because he was already living on borrowed time, when they were like, oh yeah, we'll just slot this guy in. Maybe we'll tweak the fucking Catholic Church's maybe we'll tweak the Catholic Church's like PR a little bit, okay? Because we've been getting kind of a bad rap with all the pedophilia and also all the Nazi stuff. You know what I mean? So then he just fucking survived. He just stayed alive for a lot longer than the expectation was. And in the process, he actually rebuilt the covenant too. I'm going to get into this because, like, this has been a quiet fascination of mine. Okay? Given the Pope's background, I've talked about this before. I have quietly been fascinated with all of the inner machinations of the Catholic Church, especially when I found out that they just have pieces of bones of saints that they just ship off to every fucking church around the planet. I think that's the most metal thing you can do. Okay. When I found that out, I was like, this is kind of cool. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's freaky, but it's also kind of sick. Anyway, but this Pope is woke, okay? He is significantly more woke than any other pope that has ever fucking existed. And that was unexpected. Certainly. That was definitely unexpected. Okay. He is a pope that followed, ironically enough, the socialist tradition, which is hilarious to think because, that's kind of what Christianity is supposed to fucking be about, Like, think about it. What is heaven but a utopian communist, classless, moneyless, borderless, stateless fucking society? That's what heaven is. That's the prize. Jesus himself, kind of a brown socialist when you think about it. Anyway, so, yeah, first non-European pope in 1,300 years, first Latin American pope. And he was definitely, I think, the best pope. I don't know, like, all the, I don't know the 265 others. But in terms of, like, the latest popes, I would say that this guy was so far above, so much better. Okay? First of all, he wasn't a fucking Nazi. So that's like, immediately, you're like, you have elevated above many of the previous popes. Like, the fact that the only like conservative perspectives that he had was that no women still, and also no abortion, is crazy. He was fucking pro-trans, dude. He was goddamn pro-trans. Like, that is psychotic. You can't have a pope. You can't have the leader of Catholicism be more woke than a fucking beloved child's book author, J.K. Rowling. Do you understand? He wasn't pro-trans. Dog. He invited trans people to the Vatican, dude. What are you talking about? That is the most pro-trans you will get as the fucking Pope. Like, we're talking about the Pope. When we talk about the Pope being progressive, it's not going to look like the sweaty anarchists in your fucking commune. Yes, the Pope wasn't abiding by Z-Zir pronouns. I know. He was 88 years old. Please, adjust your expectations. I know. It's so funny because, like, I think this caused a major rift within the different Catholic, like the different the different Catholic churches in like America too, because the American one is like freakish. I'm putting my vote for the Swagapino Pope, by the way. Just Pinoy gang. Much respect. Hopefully he'll be the one. I was looking into the background of all the other popes as well. There's a really funny list out there of all of the different like positions of all of the other like top contenders. And obviously we'll look into that as well. Who are the favorites to succeed Pope Francis? Now, one of the things that Pope Francis did, by the way, I'm going to get to his background in a second. But one of the things that Pope Francis did while he was alive, all the way up until the very last moment, because he knew he was living on borrowed time, was to basically bring in a bunch of super fucking progressive popes. I mean, progressive popes, sorry. Super progressive priests into the covenant. Like, he packed the courts, or cardinals, not priests, sorry. He packed the fucking he packed the courts the internal machinations of voting for the next pope is, I'm sure you guys have watched Conclave, so you're like somewhat familiar with it. But he added a bunch of cardinals that were woke as fuck with the hopes that he could continue his legacy of moving the Catholic Church in a progressive direction. I don't want this list. There's a much better. There's a better list than this one out there. There's the one that like looks like a Hearts of Iron 4 list. Yeah, please read the clear confusion. He welcomed trans people and even trans sex workers, but was against gender affirming surgeries and the idea that gender was fluid. Yes. What is this? Oh, this is from Colin Bodale. So they were all Bible quotes, and the students guessed that every single one was Marx. Lecturing on liberation theology today from my PowerPoint. Yeah, he's a philosophy professor, Colin Bodale. I wanted to use this back in the day. I guess we could do that as well. Oh, this is the one. No, not this one. Not this is not this. Yes, this. This is amazing. I love the way that they structured this, by the way. What website is this? Need to see a clearer pic? You can right click and open image in the new tab for a clear review. There's no website. I made the pic, but derped on the font size. I love this. I love this image. I love this fucking graphic. Let's have a conclave. Oh, inside the conclave. All right. Lamat actually looks like Hearts of Iron 4, man. How did you even make that connection, though? What do you mean, dude? What, like, this is a pro-trans community. Like, obviously, as soon as I saw this, I was like, this literally is lined up like a paradox game, dude. Anyway. You're on Pop Crave Twitter. If there's an American Pope, I will kill myself. Dude, the American Pope is one of the worst. Okay? The American Pope sucks. He is dog shit. I cannot stress this enough. Shocking absolutely nobody. I must repeat. The American Pope is a fucking awful. Awful. Awful choice. The German one, I think, is the Pope that I saw that was talking about how Muslims are actually invading Europe. That's another demon. I think we're due for another Nazi Pope. Okay. Like, the Catholic Church could not maintain this like woke outlook for as long as it did. I'm telling you. Cardinal, not Pope yet. Yes, the German cardinal. I'm saying like if the German one becomes a pope, it's gonna be fucking devastating.
About 14.
Here, let's look at the process of how the new pope is decided. Okay, here. And no, I'm not going to do the CGP Grey video because he hates when people watch his shit.
Days after the death or resignation of a pope, a conclave is called. Okay, Jack, so who's next?
Well, there's about a dozen frontrunners, but I think that the main one at the moment, Pietro Parolin. Now, he's the Vatican's Secretary of State, and so he knows all the secrets for some significant amount of time, all the skeletons. And There's a reason that he's a front runner, because he's considered to be a steady hand.
Pietro Parolin is Pope Francis's chief advisor, and he's been his emissary advocating for climate change mitigation around the world.
The destruction of the environment is an offense against God, a sin that is not only personal but also structural.
And there's also the Philippines Cardinal, Luis Antonio Tagle. He's also fairly moderate.
Children, what do you see in your parents? A gift or an ATM card? Parents, what do you see in your children? A gift or a burden?
We've got Cardinal Peter Erdo from Hungary. Now, he was a very close friend of Cardinal George Pell. He's very popular amongst all of the cardinals. And then you've got people like, will the church go and elect someone who's from the Congo? Fridolin Ambongo is somebody who...
Okay, I thought that they were going to actually show the process instead of just like who the top contenders are. Yeah, here, this is the important part of it. 108 out of the 135 cardinals who are going to be eligible to vote in the next papal conclave were consecrated by Francis. Like, I'll concede that this doesn't necessarily mean Tagle is a lock to win or anything, but the chance that the next pope is going to suddenly be antithetical to Francis is very low. He was a kind and humble guy. He did know how to play palace politics. He stacked the odds. I've seen most of the frontrunners listed as conservative, though. Francis seemed to prioritize cardinals for diversity of the Master Church's global presence, which makes a lot of sense. But from what I've read, it doesn't seem like he was selecting for ideological alignment. It's 110, not 108. But yeah, god damn, you guys are so locked in on Catholicism. It's crazy. And no, the black pope is not, the black cardinal is not a good contender either. I'm pretty sure he's like very conservative too. The one from Ghana, at least, I think, is a conservative one. Here, let's watch the conclave process.
The customs of the Catholic Church are clear and carefully orchestrated.
Dude, this is kind of sick. Like, look. I'll say it like this. In this day and age where everything is McDonald's, everything is burger, everything is gun burger, it is kind of cool to see these guys like do something so silly, okay? Do something so insane where they just like still dress like this. They go to the same fucking institution that has been around for, thousands, 1,000+ years. Like, it's cool. It's cool when everything's computer, but the Pope is not computer. I like that. I like that. That's like kind of cool. I think it's dope. This is why so many ex-Catholics love Warhammer 40K. Yeah. Catholicism is low-key goth and metal as shit while also being mean girls in red robes. Yeah.
Once the period of mourning is done, the centuries-old tradition to elect a new pope known as the conclave.
I love the aesthetic of the Catholic Church, but despise the molesting of kids. Yeah, no shit. Dude, that's so funny. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I agree.
And shrouded in secrecy, gets underway. Over the next 2 weeks, cardinals under the age of 80 from across the globe will descend on Vatican City, holding a series of formal meetings known as general congregations, and more informal, direct conversations too.
And keep in mind that cardinals are human beings, they're
thank you for
political animals.
5 gifted subs.
As well, who will be meeting in various places. Cardinal X will say to Cardinal Y, I've been...
Like, this, in my opinion, is way cooler than, the British monarchy. Like, I don't know why, but I think this is... I don't know why, but I find this to be like way cooler than I don't know, the shit that like the British monarchy does and all of the bells and whistles associated with it.
Talking about this to Cardinal Zed.
You would have been a hilarious Catholic.
Let's go have a pizza.
It all comes down to the voting. A process so fascinating, so mysterious, it's been recreated in the blockbuster hit Conclave.
We're about to choose the most famous man in the world.
And 1.25 billion souls watching.
The word conclave comes from Latin, meaning lock.
You've never been in a Mormon temple? Say what you will about the church as a whole, but the rituals are pretty neat. Yeah, but the Mormons made that shit up too recently for me to take it seriously. That's the difference. Do you not understand? My point is, this shit has been around for a lot longer than the Mormon church has. Like, I'm sorry, if your fucking rituals were rewritten in like 1987, it's gonna be very difficult for me to take it seriously. Like, Mormonism across the board like has very cool churches and yada yada. I know it's great, whatever. But like, this the same fucking halls in the same space they're occupying for the past 2,000 fucking years, dude. Are you kidding me? That's huge.
Locked with a key. The cardinals are sealed inside the Sistine Chapel, as Michelangelo's frescoes bear witness. No phones, no electronics of any kind, not even any notes. After day one, there are 4 rounds of secret ballots every day, until one name receives a 2/3 majority. Back in 2013, Francis was elected after just 2 days. And this year, the list swirling of likely contenders who may be pontiff material spans the globe from Asia to Africa to the Holy Land to Europe and Canada. Will the next pope be someone close to Francis, set to continue his legacy? Or a more conservative voice set on pulling back Francis's progressive agenda?
No.
Also, age is very important. The Vatican is a very strange place because someone who is 65 or 70 is considered too young. Very few cardinals want another papacy that lasts another 30 years.
As the secret voting continues, the cardinals burn the ballots twice a day, and the masses outside await.
And once they get the 2/3 majority vote, the one that they burn is burned with like a chemical that turns white.
The smoke. Black smoke means no pope yet, and white smoke
Habemus Papam
announces a pope has been chosen.
Okay, that was a fascinating look at what comes next. Let's talk a little bit more about the timeline. The funeral, of course, later this week. Preparations for the conclave already getting underway today, is that right?
Yeah, it's already beginning, Craig.
Yeah, look, even the adopted name of Francis comes from, I think, like the humble aesthetics of the Pope. Like he said he wanted not like a crazy funeral, but a normal one, which probably is not going to happen, obviously, because he's the fucking Pope. Chad is Catholic on this day. We are all Catholic today. We are all in support of our Catholic brothers and sisters on this beautiful day. Yeah, amen. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed by thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Amen. Anyway, if the Philippine got a pope, we are never getting abortion and divorce. That's so funny. All right. Conclave, 15 to 20 days after death, usually 2 to 3 days long.
Just getting news of the laying of the Pope's body in the coffin happening tonight at 8 p.m. Local time in Rome. As you've mentioned, Craig, there are now 9 days of mourning. While, of course, cardinals from around the world will be getting on planes as we speak, heading for the funeral and the conclave. Lots of decisions need to be made. These events will all be watched by billions around the world, not only Catholics, Craig, an important moment for the church. Craig.
Indeed. Our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, for us. Keir, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget.
So I will say that I will say that I think ultimately it doesn't really fucking matter. If the Pope is woke, clearly it doesn't necessarily change a lot of the global Catholic opinion on these issues. Or maybe I'm wrong and maybe I'm cynical and you guys will tell me that your Catholic parents have actually been convinced not to be as like hateful because of how woke this fucking Pope is, you know? Maybe. I don't know. Not cynical, just naive. I think that, Pope Francis was a champion of so many progressive causes. And it's not like the Catholic world magically overnight turned into a ecumenical Marxist position, you know? They didn't fucking turn around and behave like liberation theologists. Maybe it's because my perspective is a little bit busted by looking at the most reactionary people on the planet, which is Americans. And American Catholics, albeit much nicer than American Protestants, evangelical Protestants, are still obviously incredibly reactionary in comparison to the fucking Pope. So that part is what is guiding me to assume that not a lot of people were listening to the Pope, at least in the United States of America. Okay? I would argue it did a lot of good on the LGBT side of things. They have a lot of power, but aren't going to be making any huge changes in the world order. Christianity is about 50-50 rep dem. It's the Protestants that are the real hogs. I have found that my American Catholic family members denied this Pope because he was too woke. If you're a liberal Catholic, check out Dorothy Day and the Catholic Worker. You agreed with him. If you were conservative, then you didn't like him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of American Catholics who are incredibly fucking reactionary in comparison to, especially this Pope. We're just like, this Pope is a fake Pope. I'm just gonna not listen to the things that he's saying. And then if you listen to the Protestants, he's a heretic anyway, because Protestants are fucking mentally ill for the most part. You know who I'm talking about, okay? You know who I'm talking about. Don't take offense to what I'm saying, but American evangelical Protestantism, I think, is like singularly associated with severe, crippling mental illness, okay? It is fucking crazy. Evangelicals are so psychotic, so insane. Like, they think the Catholicism is like heretical or whatever, right? They'll be like, the Pope is a symbol of the devil. That's one thing. They also literally are the first people that would lynch Jesus Christ if he were to return to earth. Okay, no Megiddo, no fighting the fucking devil's forces, none of that. Why? Because a fucking evangelical Protestant hog would literally get out of a Dallas megachurch, go to his fucking F-150 pickup truck that's lifted, grab his AR-15 and spray him, okay? If Jesus Christ came back on earth, he would get fucking lynched by Sunday. In the aftermath of a church gathering on Sunday, if he were to ever arrive at a fucking Dallas megachurch parking lot, it wouldn't even get to like ICE deporting him. They would literally melt him on the spot. Anyway, Pope Francis championed historically progressive stances. Let's take a look at some of those stances, okay? First, why it matters. His advocacy often clashed with the church's more conservative wing, particularly after the pontiff criticized conservative theologians' suicidal attitude towards social change. Francis aimed to give women more leadership roles in church governance. In January, he named the first woman to head a major Vatican office. On climate change, Francis was outspoken against climate change and casted blame on wealthy countries for global warming. Unfortunately, we've gotten to a point of no return, he said in a 2024 CBS News interview. It's sad, but that's what it is. Global warming is a serious problem. Climate change at this moment is a road to death. Francis in 2015 called pollution a sin and cited a moral obligation for international agreements to combat the effects of global warming, per the Washington Post. On LGBTQ plus people, Francis expanded the church's acceptance of same-sex couples and transgender people. In 2023, Francis granted priests the ability to bless same-sex couples under certain circumstances. This rule change didn't alter the church's doctrine concerning same-sex marriage, holding that the blessings cannot be given at the same time as a civil union and can't resemble weddings in any way. He said laws that criminalize homosexuality were unjust. He also decided transgender people could be baptized within the Catholic Church and serve as godparents. But in May, he apologized after reports resurfaced that he used a slur to refer to gay men in a closed-door meeting, which, by the way, canonically, he used a term that Austin and I and many others believe is exclusive to gay men. And I think that he used the F slur in a very gay way and not in a way where he was being homophobic. He did it in a very funny way. He did it twice, not once, but twice. It was so firmly a part of his lexicon that he just could not stop using it. So all the gays loved him for it. So I think it's fine, right? If the gays weren't if the gays weren't on board with it, that would be something different. But the gays seemingly were very much on board with it. Okay. Immigration and world issues. Francis criticized the Trump administration in January and February for its plans to carry out mass deportation of migrants. He condemned deporting people who, in many cases, have left their own land for reasons of extreme poverty, insecurity, exploitation, persecution, or serious deterioration of the environment. He called for an investigation into whether Israel's military actions in Gaza legally constituted genocide. He criticized Israel's attacks on Palestinians and kept in regular touch with the parish priest of Gaza. He called them pretty much every day, by the way, the Gazan church. Like he was incredibly outspoken on Israel's genocide in Gaza. So there are a lot of things that the Pope did that put him in the crosshairs of some of the fucking worst demons within the Catholic Church and its structure, specifically Americans. He was very cool. He comes from a socialist background, a liberation theologist background. You know, some might criticize his actions in Argentina, initially claiming that he collaborated with the regime and allowed socialists to be fucking slain in the process. This is something that I've actually covered in the past, a couple of years prior. But overall, he was Hamas. The Pope was Hamas.
Buonasera, Santo Padre.
Buonasera, come stai?
Sto bene, grazie a Dio. Mi scusa, è stato con la Santa Messa.
Ah, con la messa. E dimmi,
sì.
Cosa avete mangiato oggi?
Del pollo, le ali. El resto del pollo? El resto del pollo, la salita che sta, Santo Padre. Lo che quedò del pollo de ayer. Quasi tutti il compound qua ha mangiato pollo. Casi todos los refugiados acá comieron pollo ayer.
Ieri hanno mangiato pollo.
Anche il doctor Atallah. E también el doctor. Calti brache النهارده دكتور.
Dottore.
Salam alaikum.
Anyway, it's sad. It's sad that it's sad. He was chill. He was better than. He was much better than what the expectation is from a fucking pope in general. Does anybody actually care what the Pope says? Does it matter having a woke Pope versus a conservative Pope at all? I think that a conservative Pope has the capacity to ruin people's lives way harder, whereas a woke Pope at the very least can like move the Catholic Church in a more positive direction, even if people don't want to listen to him. That's the way I see it. It's like much easier to fucking push things in the rightward direction than it is in a leftward direction. That's the way I see it. Bro, Pope speaks to 1.2 billion people. Of course it has weight. If a Twitch streamer has weight, then the Pope has too. First of all, I don't think a Twitch streamer has that much weight. Okay, that's my, I don't believe that the Twitch streamer has that kind of weight, that kind of motion. Yeah. But he considered what was going on in Gaza to be unconscionable and routinely checked in. And, what more can you expect? Why are you acting as if it matters to the cardinal who's chosen as a Nazi when you know damn well that St. Peter will descend into their body and speak as God's emissary? It's not that the church has become more woke. God has. I like the hog Catholic saying that God is bad now. God is too woke. Yeah, I mean, this is a very famous pic. Here's Pope Francis cheerfully receiving a replica gift of hammer and sickle crucifix made by Luis Espinal, a human rights activist who was killed by a paramilitary death squad in 1980. A remembrance that we once had a pope who saw Jesus the carpenter, Christ the worker. Yep. Like he was very much in the Jesus Christ was a socialist and that heaven is a communist utopia camp, which is true. It literally is true. Under normal circumstances, Catholicism is supposed to be a firm part of the dialectics that constantly works to undermine capitalist dogma. And look how much motion the Pope had in that regard. Not a lot is what I'm saying. Like that's my point. Yes, it's Evo Morales. In this day and age, capitalism is so strong. Crazy you haven't mentioned that he was an open communist yet? No, I did. My point is, and I remember this. I remember this tweet. I remember covering this on the stream, I think. But our societies are too enslaved to market logic, and everything risks being subject to self-interest in the quest for profit. Volunteering is prophecy and a sign of hope because it bears witness to the primacy of gratuitousness, solidarity, and service to those most in need. Capitalism in and of itself is such a corruptive force that and is so successful, and capitalist dogmatic thought is so popular that even the goddamn Catholic Church can't undermine it. It is the true religion of the masses, in my opinion. Social justice is the core of the faith. Part of why I left the church is due to the people not following what they preach is the doctrine to be SJWs. Exactly. Where is this? Hold on. Yeah. Also, Jay Schlatt said, all I'm saying is April will be an interesting month for Pope Francis, and now Pope Francis is dead. What did Jay Schlatt know? All right. Let's get to the news report, the special report from American News on the Pope.
12 years through a series of crises and challenges. He traveled the world and reached out to everyone he met, in particular, people who had often been overlooked or demeaned throughout the church's long history. CBS News senior correspondent Nora O'Donnell interviewed the Pope last year. She joins us now from Washington. Nora, good morning to you. A lot of people waking up just the way I did, with the news that the Pope had passed away. When did you first hear about it? I saw you posted early this morning.
I know. I was up early and saw that news from our team in Rome, learning that the Pope had passed away, and clearly a huge surprise on this Easter Monday. It was just about a year ago when we sat down with Pope Francis, and he gave CBS News the first ever one-on-one interview by a pope to a U.S. broadcast network. And that conversation was about an hour long. We found him to be warm, smart, giving with his time. And it was an extraordinary moment for him. And it was one more way that he stood out from his predecessors during a papacy that was known for great change and great compassion.
The Holy Father set the tone with his first official act as Pope, reversing a centuries-old tradition. I want to ask you a favor, he said. Before the bishop blesses the people, I ask that you would pray to the Lord to bless me. He named himself after Francis of Assisi, a saint known for his simplicity and humility. The first pope to hail from the Americas, the first Jesuit pope said he wanted a poorer church, one that would include the excluded, rather than living in the lavish papal apartments where popes have lived for hundreds of years. He set an example by choosing to live at the Santa Marta, a simple guest house on Vatican grounds. That's where we met him in April 2024. His desire to reach out to ordinary people sent the bulletproof Pope-mobiles into storage. I cannot greet people from inside a sardine can, Francis famously explained, even if it is made of glass. He'd become one of the most popular public figures in the world, regularly speaking up for
that kind of comes with the territory of being the Pope. You know? I don't think that was specific to this Pope. I feel like when you become the Pope, that's automatic. It's like it's kind of in the job title. You are technically supposed to command influence over 1 billion people. I don't know how many people are still like, what's the number of Catholics around the planet? Yeah, 1.4 billion. The global Catholic population increased by 1.15% between 2022 and 2023, rising from approximately 1.39 billion to 1.4 billion.
the voiceless and leading by example, whether dining with the homeless, washing prisoners' feet, or providing a home in Italy for migrants and refugees fleeing lands torn by war or economic instability. He was a tireless advocate for the rights of migrants, even taking the rare step of delving into a nation's politics when he criticized the Trump administration's plans to deport millions, saying it violated human dignity. The Holy Father pushed for progress in combating climate change, projecting imagery of the crisis on the front of St. Peter's Basilica, and becoming the first pope to issue official Vatican documents on the topic. He reformed the Curia, the central administration of the Church, appointing lay men and women to run Vatican offices.
All this time, I just figured the Pope was a final boss of child molesters. How did I not know how base this dude was? You're not wrong to think that. This guy is different. Like, the previous popes literally were. So I'm gonna be honest, like, you're not wrong to think that at all. You're historically on the money. Oddly, no mention of Palestine. Yeah, it's interesting that the Pope basically used his last year on this planet consistently advocating for the emancipation of Palestinians and routinely yelling at the Trump administration and yelling at like the rest of the world on the inevitability of climate collapse and also migration and how horrible we were behaving to people from the global south. And oddly enough, they just kind of mention it from the perspective of like, he hated Trump. He said, orange man bad.
positions historically reserved for cardinals and bishops. During the coronavirus lockdown, he continued to give his public prayers, the People's Pope in St. Peter's Square with no people. Francis made a daring first-ever papal trip to Iraq, despite immense security risks. In the last years of his life,
he also, dude, what the fuck is, dude, this is sick. Look at this. That is metal as hell, dude. Okay, listen. He also was like, his last picks in Cardinals was crazy. He brought in an Iranian Cardinal, and I think like one from Afghanistan, maybe? Was it Afghanistan? I think he brought a guy from Iran, one from Ukraine. Like he did some cool shit. Palestinian one too, yeah.
Nearly every appearance included prayers for peace in both Gaza and Ukraine. Can you help negotiate peace?
Rezo mucho por la paz. What I can do is pray. I pray a lot for peace, and also to suggest, please stop, negotiate. A bad deal is always better than an ugly defeat, is it not?
Over time, his papacy.
Oh, the reason why they also, I think he was like pro-peace in Ukraine as well, and I think that's part of the reason why people are saying he had bad takes on Ukraine or whatever.
Began to be defined by a topic he did not choose, the wave of clerical sex abuse scandals that stretched to the very highest levels of the church. He was accused at first of being tone deaf in his slow response to the crisis. But then in 2019, the Pope made sweeping changes to allow for greater accountability and transparency. Francis abolished the top level.
Didn't he do Cuba with Obungler? Yeah, he went to Cuba. He went to Mexico and he went to Cuba, but he never actually returned, from what I understand, to like Argentina.
Level confidentiality of pontifical secret. You have said zero tolerance.
No hay que tolerar. It cannot be tolerated. When there is a case of a religious man or woman who abused.
Yeah, chatter saying why they didn't know this guy was based is exactly because he was based. Many didn't like his takes. It's funny because I've talked about this. I've talked about the woke Pope a little bit in the past, every now and then. But yes, the reason why there isn't like broad media coverage on how woke this fucking Pope was until he died is because he was woke.
Abuses. The full force of the law falls upon them.
Nobody likes to hear. Nobody likes to be constantly reminded of their own inherent hypocrisy. Okay.
In this, there has been a great deal of progress.
A few weeks after we interviewed Francis, it was reported that he used a homophobic slur in 2 private meetings. But in his more than a decade as Pope, he voiced support for bringing the LGBTQ community into the church. That push started.
Yeah. Bringing the LGBT community into the church just now. The joke is the fucking Vatican has always been up to gay shit. And I don't mean like, I'm not even talking about like pedophilia, okay? I'm talking like straightforwardly. So much of this structure down to like, don't they have to make the Pope sit on a fucking chair with a hole underneath it and then fondle his balls to make sure that it's a man? Like, there's so much gay shit. I mean, you're dressed around in fucking robes all day, every day. You're getting the finest. You're getting the you're always wearing the finest fabrics. His main tailor is the gayest man in Italy, and that's saying something because most Italians are very gay.
started aboard a papal flight just months into his tenure. Who am I to judge, he said. While he may have received widespread credit for changing the tune of the church, as one Vatican reporter puts it, the lyrics remain the same. Despite drawing fire from church conservatives for being too liberal, he reaffirmed church doctrine opposing gay marriage, but allowed those in a same-sex union to be blessed.
The chair ball fondling thing might be a myth. Yeah, the myth of the papal toilet chair. Legend holds that the newly elected popes in the Middle Ages had to present their genitals for inspection to confirm that they were male. However fictitious of a figure Pope Joan may have been, just the mere possibility of her existence was supposed to be enough to frighten the church. Blame for this, the ritual can be laid at the skirts of Pope Joan, who may or may not have existed in the Middle Ages. As the story goes, Pope Joan was a convincing crossdresser and a great academic who managed to rise all the way to the pontificate. She served as a pope for 2 years and invited no suspicions of her true identity until, during a procession from St. Peter's to St. John Lateran, she went into early labor and gave birth. Religious scholar Thomas F.X's noble study of Pope Joan notes that historians can't seem to agree on anything about her, including the date and place of her birth or the timeline of her tenure as pope. Some claim she lived in the 11th century, while others place her as far back as the 9th. However fictitious of a figure Pope Joan may have been, just the mere possibility of her existence was supposed to be enough to frighten the church into cutting a hole in a chair and subjecting all future popes to an embarrassing ordeal. Allegedly, the elected was made to strip from the waist down in front of an audience and then lower himself onto the chair so a medical practitioner could examine his genitals. Historian Ferdinand Leroy adds to the story, writing that after the examination, the physician would announce to the crowd, "Duos habetet bene pendentes." He has 2 testicles and they dangle nicely. This may have been enough to perhaps make the new pope wish that he just stayed a bishop or a cardinal instead. Noble writes that the myth of the papal toilet chair is just that, a myth. He argues that it's the invention of imaginative historians adding some fun to stodgy Vatican history. In my headcanon, it's real. It's another one about a 2 meatball, and they dangle quite nice. Look at my pope. Mamma mia.
The Catholic rules for pretty much everything from birth control to ordaining women were unchanged. Hailing from South America, Pope Francis's simple style was a product of his humble beginnings. Jorge Mario Bergoglio was born in 1936 in Buenos Aires to an immigrant Italian railway worker and a housewife.
Search for on the top 3 candidates for the new pope, Pier Battista Pizzaballa. Hey, from Ukraine, 20 miles from the front line. Yeah, no, I know. I remember when he was appointed. I thought it was fucking crazy, the name.
As a young man, he lost part of a lung to an infection.
Mamma mia! It's a Mr. Pissaballs. Yeah, that's right.
Worked at menial jobs and studied chemistry. Ordained at the late age of 32, he made visiting slums and caring for the poor of Buenos Aires a fixture of his ministry. Francis claimed he only brought a small bag to the conclave that elected him because he expected to be going back home to Argentina. Instead, he became one of the oldest popes in history, having traveled to more than 60 countries and keeping a busy schedule until the final days of his life. But he wasn't immune to health issues, using a wheelchair since 2022 and spending weeks in the hospital in 2023. The toll of the papacy, raising persistent questions of retirement after his predecessor, Pope Benedict XVI, resigned, the first pope to do so in almost 600 years.
So you have no plans to resign or retire? I know you don't like this question.
Yeah, and then fucking JD Vance just assassinated him, dude. Gone so young. Rest in peace. R.I.P. Taken from us far too soon, far before his time. JD Vance, the agent of Satan, the Catholic convert, the adult Catholic convert, JD Vance. That also makes it funnier, by the way. JD Vance literally is an adult Catholic convert, chat.
No, la diga, sí. Not at all. Ask all you want. It has never occurred to me.
When you look at the world, what gives you hope?
Everything. You see tragedies, but you also see so many beautiful things. You see heroic mothers, heroic men, men who have hopes and dreams, women who look to the future. That gives me a lot of hope. People want to live, people forge ahead, and people are fundamentally good.
Fundamentally good. I believe that too. Nora, I loved his expression when you asked him about retirement. I thought that was priceless. As you said in your piece, he was a pope who made big changes to the papacy. So do you think that made him controversial? Because a lot of people thought that he was more inclusive than many of his predecessors.
That is true, Gail. I mean, Pope Francis was a lightning rod on a number of these issues, but he was also trying to make the Catholic Church more inclusive. You know, there are about 1.4 billion people around the world that say they are Catholic. About 20% of Americans associate with the Catholic faith. But yes, on many of these issues, it caused controversy. But I think at the end of the day, as scholars and those who have studied this church will say, you know, he changed the tune of the Catholic Church, but not the lyrics. But there's still much to say about his legacy, because many of the cardinals that will gather soon in this conclave were appointed by Pope Francis, and they are to, in his model and in his image in some ways, embrace many of the same things. So they are to carry on his legacy, and we'll see how much of the church continues to open its heart, as Pope Francis told me.
You know, Nora, I can't get over some of the decisions he made as Pope, in particular his decision to not live in the apostolic palace, that 12-room apartment, and instead take the 2-room guest house in the hostel, eat his meals with others. It's a lifestyle choice that goes all the way back to his time in Buenos Aires, where he when he was Archbishop, would cook at home, simple life. He drove a Ford Focus, compact car around, none of these big, you know, every aspect of his life, from what he wore to what he ate to where he lived, was humble. Could you talk about that for a bit?
Yeah, I mean, look at what he's wearing. I mean, not the red regal robes that normal popes wear. Instead, the plain white cassock, that silver cross, not a gold cross that we might usually see on cardinals. And that's in part because he was the first in so many ways, not only the first pope from the Americas, but the first Jesuit pope. And I covered that conclave, some 12 years ago. And I had a guess that he might call himself Francis. He's the first pope to be called Francis after St. Francis of Assisi, who is known for his humility.
The Pope is dead, and you're coming in the chat. Stop coming.
And modesty. And that has really been the hallmark of his papacy. And that's in part why the Holy Father spent so much time talking about migrants during his papacy, because he talked about the globalization of indifference. He asked people to think about why migrants leave their home. They are fleeing war.
Bro, we got a fucking commie pope, and there's literally still hitting the most like libtarded lines when describing his positions. He was basically running around being like, market forces are the forces of Satan, and these guys are like, he wanted everyone to be nice to one another. He wanted everyone to be nice to one another. Every day he was like, Israel's doing a genocide. I think we need to stop this. What is happening? They're doing fucking unlimited baby murder. And they're like, oh, he just wanted everyone. He wanted people to be nice. He wanted the Israel and Palestinians to fucking hold hands together. All that reaction from you is going in the next CNN intro reel. Average hog parent responds, I just saw the Pope died. I am glad. We need a good Pope. He was a communist. I think he went to purgatory. Dude, American Catholics are going to hell. If hell is real, I'm sorry, like 90% of American Catholics are fucking there, all right? It is just being an American across the board, automatically you're just Your Hitlerian particles are so fucking prominent, dude. Holy shit. The average American's position is Adolf Hitler on so many fucking issues.
War, injustice, poverty. And so that is why it's led him to clash with the current administration, but also I think will be one of his defining moments.
If you're a Christian, thanking God that the Pope died, you're going to hell. You don't abide by any principles. What the fuck? It's crazy. Anyway, in brief Easter appearance at the Vatican before he died, Pope Francis urged yet again for a Gaza ceasefire. As the most Irish Catholic motherfucker in the U.S., I'm making a new rule. I don't practice, but I grew up Catholic, so I have 10 siblings, and I went to daily mass and served on the altar, etc. But adult converts like J.D. Vance have gotten so annoying, they should make it like Zoroastrianism, where you have to be born into it. Yes, I'm gatekeeping. You phonies didn't endure 3 hours of midnight mass or guilt everyone, or the guilt, or everyone being drunks or creepy priests. Yeah. The zealotry of a convert is very real, but it's particularly annoying when it comes to the new wave of adult Catholic converts. They're so goddamn annoying. They are the ones who are also the most they're the ones who are also the most anti-woke Pope out there.
The Pope, who only weeks ago was dangerously ill in hospital, surprised and delighted the crowd by taking an extended tour of St. Peter's Square in his Pope-mobile. The 88-year-old had been suffering from double pneumonia, and at one point his doctors feared he was about to die. Earlier he blessed the crowd. He still struggles with his speech.
Cari fratelli e sorelle, buona Pasqua.
Happy Easter, he said. His full Easter message was read out by a senior cardinal, and there was a particular focus on the war on Gaza.
I think of the people of Gaza and its Christian community in particular, where the terrible conflict continues to cause death and destruction and to create a dramatic and deplorable humanitarian situation.
Hello. Earlier in the day, the Pope met with J.D. Vance, the U.S.
In my experience, Catholic converts are the most insufferable. I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of reverts that freak me out as well with how excited they are. You know, I don't want to say it, but I think adult converts, adult reverts, like there's a reason why it's a cliche. They are so overzealous about this new identity that they've adopted, you know? In that way, I totally understand what Andrew's saying here, right? Because it's like when you grow up in a Muslim country, okay, you have a very different attitude in general, especially in a country like Turkey that's like also initially forcibly secular as well. And my views on religion have evolved over time. First, in a very annoying atheist direction, and then back to a more moderate position of let people believe things that they want to believe, you know? But all I will say is a lot of when you come up as an adult and you find yourself as a born-again Christian or an adult Catholic convert or a Muslim revert, you oftentimes have maybe not the best takes, maybe not the best approach, okay?
U.S. Vice President and a devout Catholic. Despite that, they have very different views on one issue, and that's migration. The Pope, throughout his term of office, has been a champion for the rights of migrants.
God bless you. How come we never hear about Jewish converts like Catholic or Muslim ones? Ironically enough, it's because, one, converting to Judaism is much more difficult. There's a lot of studying that you need to do. And two, there is one very famous Jewish convert that we talk about quite a bit, Tony Double Circ. Okay? Yep, Tony Two-Tone, baby. Two-Snip Tony. Tony two-time, baby. Snipped up twice. Yeah. CBS's very own Tony Double Cirque.
Ahead of this meeting, the Vice President on Saturday saw the Pope's top official, the Secretary of State. The Vatican statement said there was an...
Also, Judaism is gatekept for sure. Like, it is the most hipster of the Abrahamic religions, and that there is conversion that exists within the religion. The different sects of Judaism will try to convert other Jews into their sect, but that's like super unique to one specific sect anyway. But outside of that, there is no like missionary goal here. There's no missionary role here. There's no like Jews don't like run around and try to get people to convert. You can make the argument that the Red Scare is directly responsible for the Pope's demise. Yes. There's a colloquial distinction in Catholicism between converts and Catholics baptized at birth. Catholics baptized at birth are called cradle Catholics and are usually more relaxed in their beliefs while still fairly conservative. They aren't insufferable to converts, tend to be honest. I am still a Catholic, lol.
Exchange of opinions, diplomatic code for they didn't entirely agree.
My friend's mom is Catholic to Jewish, and now she LARPs as a settler, dresses and all, in North Carolina, lol. That's funny. That's funny.
The crowd in St. Peter's Square, what mattered was seeing the pontiff in the flesh, still frail but recovering.
It's a relief on one part because we are seeing him again after so long. On the second part, you see that he's frail and he's really fighting a lot to try and make every word count.
I don't know why it's so goddamn loud, the video.
But we appreciate a lot his struggle.
I don't know why the video's so loud. I'm sorry, chat.
When he was released from hospital nearly a month ago, doctors prescribed 2 months of convalescence and rest. But it is clear Pope Francis is determined to remain visible and vocal despite his health problems. James Bays, Al Jazeera, Vatican City.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
The Pope condemns Israeli terrorism in Gaza. I'm going to read what he's saying. I'm going to translate what the Pope is saying. Okay, rest in power to the Pope. I continue to receive from Gaza very serious and painful news. Unarmed civilians are the target of bombings and gunfire. This has even happened within the compound of the Holy Family Parish. Wait, this is from literally 2023. Where there are no terrorists, only families, children, people who are sick and have disabilities, and nuns. A mother and her daughter, Mrs. Nahida Khalil Anton, and her daughter Samar Kamal Anton, were killed and injured, and others were injured by snipers as they walked to the bathroom. The house of the sisters of Mother Teresa was damaged, and their generator was hit. Some say this is terrorism, this is war. Yes, it is war. It is terrorism. Here's some more takes. This is from 3 months ago, from December 2024, or longer than I guess. With pain, I think of Gaza, of so much cruelty, of children being machine gunned, of the bombings of schools and hospitals. What cruelty. Al Jazeera did an entire piece on Pope Francis in Palestine. The pontiff spoke out in support of Gaza during the war.
When it came to the Palestinians,
he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, no, the Pope is Hamas. Yes, I've said this before. Yes, he is. The Pope is, of course, anti-Semitic and Hamas. Obviously. Duh.
Pope Francis was arguably the most supportive pope in modern times. In the aftermath of October 2023, a little more than a month into the war in Gaza, he said what Israel was doing was terrorism, and the humanitarian crisis there could be considered a genocide.
This morning I received two delegations, one of Israelis who have relatives held hostage in the Gaza Strip, and another of Palestinians who have relatives imprisoned in Israel. They suffer so much, and I heard how both sides suffer. Wars do this, but we have gone beyond wars. This is not war. This is terrorism.
For an institution that for centuries used papal decrees to legitimize territorial expansion and European colonialism, and in modern times remained neutral on the Israel-Palestine conflict, Pope Francis's comments were a radical departure from the Church's legacy and its usual stance, but consistent with his reformist papacy and commitment to social justice.
Yesterday, children were bombed. This is cruelty. This is not war.
Pope Francis did not stop at words. He reached out.
Yeah, he put the Christmas nativity scene and had baby Jesus in a keffiyeh. That was also another thing that pissed off Israel supporters. Yeah. Pope Francis has now unveiled the Vatican's annual nativity scene, and this year it is featuring baby Jesus cradled in a Palestinian keffiyeh.
Out directly to those suffering in Gaza with frequent video calls. Nearly every night since Israel's bombing campaign began, he called the Holy Family Church in Gaza, which sheltered hundreds of Christians and Muslims.
Salam alaikum.
The brief calls were a small but powerful gesture, the Vatican said, offering connection and hope amidst isolation.
Yesterday I called, as I do every day, the parish in Gaza. They told me, today we ate lentils with chicken. It's important because these days they weren't used to it and only made some vegetables. They were happy, but let us pray for Gaza, for peace.
In his final days, even in critical condition, he stayed in touch with the Gaza parish.
Yeah, the nativity scene was also constructed out of Palestinian olive wood and was donated from Bethlehem. Very powerful imagery.
We rejoice to hear his voice. This is
part of the reason why I felt like normally I would do a R.I.P. Bozo, you know, smoking on that pack or whatever. This is Dylan Saba, who was with you in D.C., has family in Gaza who the Pope called every night. Oh, I didn't know that. What I was gonna say is like this is one of the reasons why I was like it's kind of sad, you know. I mean, he lived a long life. He was quite impactful, and I think try to do his very best in that process. But you know, it's not like this is a sad moment for sure.
Comforting, knowing that despite his delicate state of health, he continues to think and pray for everyone.
By the way, if you notice the buzzing sound in the background, that's the sound of a drone.
For peace in Gaza, and thanking us at the same time for our constant prayers give us great joy even in the midst of so many trials.
And months before his passing, Pope Francis appointed the first new cardinal of Palestinian origin to the College of Cardinals. When the world's most powerful leaders failed to act, many offering unquestioning support to Israel or remaining silent in the face of massacre after massacre, people in Gaza will remember Pope Francis for seeing their suffering clearly and speaking of it plainly. A rare moral voice rising above political calculation. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera.
Well, for more on this, we're joined now by Javier Abu Eid, who is a political analyst and a former PLO advisor. He joins us from Ramallah. Thanks again for being with us here on Al Jazeera. First of all, can you just give us a sense of how his death will be viewed in the region, especially as such a strong ally of Palestinian people?
Thank you, Tom. As we've been saying this morning, it's a very sad day for Palestinians in general. And he was someone who, not just with Palestine, but also with the rest of the region, he tried his best to create bridges, to build bridges with the Arab and Muslim worlds. I don't remember any other pope who visited Arab countries as much as he did during his mandate. And there were several gestures that he made, not just from the religious perspective, where
2014 on the separation wall, I think, right? What does it say here? Warsaw Ghetto. Interesting. But that's in 2014, and from what I understand, history started on October 7th, 2023. No? I thought... That's interesting. That comparison has been made? Someone needs to take down this anti-Semitic graffiti.
During his mandate, and there were several gestures that he made, not just from the religious perspective, where remember that he is the one who canonized the last two Palestinian saints, Maria Alfonsine Ghattas and Mariam al-Bawardi, but also he's the Pope who recognized the state of Palestine. He's someone who tried to make use of the moral power of the Holy See to advance a political agenda where, under his own words, there was no possibility to have peace without justice. He always called for a just peace and for the state of Palestine that he, as I just said, recognized.
As you've been talking, we've been watching pictures from his 2014 visit to Bethlehem and the stance he took next to the separation wall. I understand you were there at the time and saw that unfold. That must have been incredibly powerful. Can you just give us a sense of the impact, the vast impact that had at the time?
Tom, I think it was extremely powerful because even though the International Court of Justice had referred to the wall back in 2004 as illegal and that it had to be destroyed, I don't remember any world leader, particularly any Western leader, that took time to go to the wall itself and to have a picture there. I know that even though he was there to pray, there was a very clear political message that the Holy See was delivering. I myself, I was there, as you just said, and I exchanged a few words in Spanish with Pope Francis, and Pope Francis was very clear to me. For me, that was the top of the story when he told me, "My dear son, I know very well what's going on here." Those words were back in 2014. We should not forget that the Holy...
Someone has just said, is Bibi going to persuade the cardinals to vote for a pro-Israel pope? That is the funniest fucking take. If you think that any sort of outside influence, specifically coming from America or Israel, is going to motivate the Catholic Church, you are wrong. It will have the exact opposite influence, okay? That is so funny to think. I mean, dude, come on. Nope. Nope. It will have the opposite impact. Yeah, my mom is hammering something upstairs. Guys, this is the Catholic Church we're talking about. Let's be real. I feel like I feel as though this is definitely an institution that has how do I put this in gentle terms? Calcified and quite outdated views on Jews that are not so fond of Jewish people. Like, definitely not saying this Pope is like that at all, but you know. throughout history, they haven't done nice things to Jewish people in general. Yeah. They only recently said Jews didn't kill Jesus.
Is not a pro-Palestinian institution. There are different positions within the Holy See. And even though it's true that initially, if we are talking 100 years ago, 80 years ago, the Holy See opposed the Zionist project in Palestine, opposed the Balfour Declaration. At the end, it started to take a position which was more kind of neutral. And some popes, for example, Pope John Paul II, when he appointed the first Palestinian patriarch to Jerusalem during the beginning of the First Intifada, Patriarch Michel Sabah, that gave a very strong gesture, just like Pope Francis tried to do. And yeah, it's true that he also appointed the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Pier Battista Pizzaballa, who's not a Palestinian, he's an Italian, but who's someone who has been here for many years and who understands very well the realities on the ground. This was also, I think, a gesture for the whole region.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there, Javier, but thank you so much for talking us through all of that, Javier Abu Eid, for us in Ramallah.
Thank you, Tom.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
So now that we've like covered the background of the Pope and how woke he is, before we get to like you know, who the next in line is, and before we get to how he was assassinated by J.D. Vance, who is an agent of Satan, not even on some blue and on shit. This is truly what I believe in my headcanon. Okay, two things that I believe about the papacy. You got J.D. Vance assassinating the Pope because he's a direct agent of Satan himself, and that they do ball fondling in that fucking papal toilet structure. Those are the two things in my headcanon that exist, that happened within the Vatican. But before we get to all of that, I wanted to show you, now that you know a little bit more about the woke Pope and what his attitude was and what his background was, let's take a look at the rabid sociopaths in the United States of America. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Pope Francis died this morning. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene's response. Today, there were major shifts in global leaderships. Evil is being defeated by the hand of God. To which this guy responds, I like her response. Francis was a joke of a Christian. He is definitely not in heaven. Holy shit, dude. The Pope, dude, I'm sorry. If you don't, okay, look at this guy. Yo, what up, Abu? Why stay in the USA? Go to Yemen or Afghanistan. Support the most peaceful religion there. Or go to Cuba. Golden privileged boy living on his family's money. Are you okay, dude? What up, Abu? Okay. Nice one, dude. I will be going to Cuba soon, though. But that's not my point. Let's get back to the point at hand here. If you believe in any form of Christianity, okay, and you say the Pope is going to hell, where are you going? Where would you be going? If the Pope is going to hell, you're going to super hell. The fuck? Saying that the Pope was a fake Christian is so funny. God damn. I thought I've seen all the Islamophobias. No, sometimes we get a rare Pokemon style Islamophobia, and I appreciate it. The ego of America is so big that they think they're bigger than the fucking Pope and his teachings. Yeah. No, and American Catholics straight up hate, like, there are a lot of American Catholics that hated the Pope, okay? Which doesn't make any sense. It literally does not make sense. Isn't it in the book? Isn't it in the rule book That you can't hate the Pope? That you have to listen to his command? He's God's voice? He's God's own fucking envoy? Like, what? How? How does that make sense? Yes, saying the Pope is a demon is a pretty standard Protestant take. I'm just talking about American Catholics as well. And the irony, of course, is that the reason why these dumb fuck Americans despise the Pope is because he followed closely, you know, shit that you are supposed to take away from the Bible. Okay? That's why they hate him. Because he was like, we should be empathetic to those who have less than us. And they were like, fuck you, you're gay and woke, libtard, I'll fucking kill you, Pope. I hope you die, devil worshiper. The Pope was like, I just want to wash the feet of some of the poorest people on the planet. They're like, how dare you do that? You're virtue signaling. I'm an American, and I say the Pope was virtue signaling when he washed the feet. How dare you commit the sin of empathy? How dare you, demon? How dare you commit the sin of empathy? How dare you? You want... How dare you try to treat the lepers? They're outside of your area of coverage. They only got a HMO, not a PPO. All right. Jesus Christ. Ay, ay, ay. What a time. What a time to be alive, man. What a time to be alive. Okay. So let's look at some of the candidates that are most likely to be the new Pope. Okay. Also, trade unions have been an essential force for social change without which a semblance of a decent and humane society is impossible under capitalism, said the Pope, Pope Francis. A woke Pope. He is a woke at the Pope. But in any case, let's look at these top papabili. Those with the real power beyond the church. Cardinals poised to shape the church's future as potential successors of Pope Francis with deep theological divides and global challenges facing Catholicism. This upcoming conclave could ignite the most dramatic power shift in modern church history. There are 3 different brackets. You have the establishment, the Vatican insiders and power brokers, candidates who are deeply embedded in the Curia, have strong Roman networks and could maintain stability. You have the reformers, the progressive and a globalist wing, those aligned with the Francis reforms, decentralization, and social justice priorities. And you have the traditionalists, who are the anti-Francis coalition. Also, thank you, Hibbity Hubla, for the 10 gifted sub. Para the 10 gifted sub. Thank you, grazie. Thank you, my friend. A conclave with real balls will give us a Pope Luigi Mangione. I know, that'd be sick. Yes, there is a Pinoy. There is a Swagapino cardinal that could be the next Pope, which I think would be fucking awesome. Anyway. Thank you for the blessing of a gifted subs. If you would also like to bless others in the community, you can too gift a sub. But also, if you do not have a $6, you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime to your Twitch Prime account. And use it on your favorite streamer. Right. E Twitch primo. It's a free. Ciao, bella. All right, let's get back at the new Poppy. The top Papa Billy. All right. Can we watch Conclave? Can we watch a Conclave clip?
Tell them I stand
Tucci is the
for
GOAT? Sure.
Common sense approach to such issues as gays and divorce. Tell them I stand for never returning to the days of the Latin liturgy or families of 10 children because Mama and Papa didn't know any better. That was an ugly and repressive time, and I'm glad that it's over. Tell them I stand for respecting other faiths.
Mitochondria! Thank you for the 5 community gift subs.
For tolerating other views within our own church. And tell them that I believe women should play more of a role in the Curia.
Let's not mention women.
Why? Brother, I have no intention of concealing my views or pretending to be anything other than I am in order to sway any of our number who are undecided. So, if you want to canvass on my behalf, then make sure that my message is clear. I stand for everything that Tedesco does not. Okay, if you'll excuse me.
All right. Rocco, you talk to the Americans. Villanueva, I leave the South Americans to you. Gianmarco, you take the Africans.
Aldo doesn't want it. Any of it. You know that, don't you?
Of course I do. That's why I support him. The men who are dangerous are the ones who do want it.
Hold on, I'm tweeting something. It's a Stanley Tucci. Mamma mia.
And so
here, this is also important. Palestinians are expressing their sadness, and they say they've lost another leader that was defending them. Here's Hind reporting from
this
Gaza.
stage,
Hind
all they
Hudari.
need is someone to stand by them, and also need someone to defend and support them. And also, it's very important for Palestinians to be felt and also heard and supported. The Pope was one of the leaders that have been always supporting Palestinians, and Palestinians have been really connected to him, talking to him every day and expressing how they feel the situation across the Gaza Strip, and especially the community where Christians are residing right now and seeking refuge is in a church in the Gaza city, and they have been always trying to stay surrounding each other and supporting each other, and there has been a lot of cause for them to evacuate. Let me also remind you that the Christian community did not evacuate to the southern parts of the Gaza Strip and chose to stay in the northern Gaza Strip, and also to protect the churches where they're currently seeking shelter. Palestinians now are expressing their sadness, and they said that they lost another leader that was defending the Palestinians and also has been always vocal about the Palestinians and defending the Palestinians.
Baba geldi. Yalnız galiba geldi. Kapıda. Evet. Yok, delivery. It's a woke popa.
The first time Jorge Mario Bergoglio left Rome as Pope Francis, it was to visit the tiny Mediterranean island of Lampedusa, close to North Africa. Tens of thousands of refugees and migrants enter Europe through Lampedusa from Libya and Tunisia, including Hamdi Ben Ali. He arrived as a teenager in 2020 and was guided to a migrant-focused charity called Baobab.
I arrived 3 or 4 years ago. I came by sea and I ended up here at Baobab, the first day that I arrived in Rome.
Baobab is based in Italy's capital and provides migrants like Hamdi with meals. But also, he says, much more than that.
For me, Baobab is a second family, and so I have had a lot of support from them. For legal issues, with my documents, or also help with my needs. Food, rent, a place to sleep, support, you could say. It's very important.
Ciao! Among the longest-serving volunteers here is Maria Letizia Santarelli. She says the group's become a family for her too, and that Pope Francis made working with refugees and migrants much easier than before.
Compared to the Church's previous stances, he has created some openings, and this is important. We have excellent relations within the Church, especially with the Pope's head of charity.
Night after night, come rain or shine, some of Rome's neediest people come here to eat for free. It's part of a program encouraged by Pope Francis, and organizers hope that this kind of meaningful support for the city's homeless and its refugees will continue long after his passing.
Pope Francis represented something that we had never had. He said, we have to support migrants. We have to help migrants, and migration is an issue we have to deal with.
Andrea Costa founded Baobab in 2015, at a time when Italy's right-wing parties were often demonizing migrants. He's faced not just criticism, but even criminal charges for his work supporting them in Rome. But after Pope Francis publicly backed his work and that of other migrant support groups, Costa was acquitted.
In that situation, if the Pope speaks in Italy, he still has, his words are still heard by, for example, by judges.
Francis frequently used his symbolic pulpit, often on the world stage, to preach a message of tolerance and support for refugees and migrants on their journeys, as he did in August 2024.
Fondata sulla giustizia, sulla fratellanza, sulla solidarietà.
Justice, brotherhood and solidarity will save migrants from deadly seas and desert crossings, he told the crowds outside St. Peter's Church in Rome. And throughout his time as Pope, Francis used both words and deeds to express that solidarity himself, famously washing the feet of refugees in Rome as a symbol of his support. Willem Marx, Al Jazeera, Rome.
But let's get back to the top of Papavilli, okay? Pietro Parolin of Italy, okay? So you have the establishment candidates who are deeply embedded in the Curia, have strong Roman networks and could maintain stability. You have the reformers, those along with Francis' reforms, decentralization, and social justice priorities. And then you have the traditionalists who are the anti-Francis contingency and are conservative. Those favored by Benedict Vigano wing, anti-progressive defenders of the old church. You have Robert Sara, strong voice for Catholic traditionalists, known for his critiques of Western secularism. Huge support from conservative cardinals, but resisted by progressives, backed by ultra-traditionalist factions who believe in restoring the pre-Vatican II Catholicism. His influence extends to African political elites, where the church has a long history of involvement in both peace and war. You have, of course, unsurprisingly, Raymond Leo Burke, the American hog, a well-known conservative figure within the Catholic Church, having served as the prefect of the Apostolic Signatura and now as cardinal patron of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta. Burke is a controversial figure, especially for his vocal opposition to certain Vatican reforms, stripped of his Vatican influence, but still a rallying figure. Rallying figure for conservative Catholics, holds backing from some powerful American donors. You have Willem Jacobus Ejik, the one of the most traditionalist candidates, a Benedict-style individual, a Benedict 16th-style individual, supported by conservatives but seen as too rigid for post-Francis church. The Netherlands has been a battleground between progressive and conservative Catholic forces. While he seems like a purist, some traditionalist movements have secretive tendencies that could be linked to him. And Carlo Maria Polvani, one of Vatican's most connected candidates, with a strong career in church diplomacy and governance, nephew of Carlo Maria Vigano, although not openly supporting his views, his family's influence stretches back decades. He has quietly operated in the Vatican's intelligence networks, dealing with the information, security, and the classified communications. If there are secrets about the internal Vatican power struggles, Polvani likely knows them. And then going back to the dark horse, the wild card within the current existing Top of Papabili, those with the real power, the establishment. You have Pietro Parolin from Italy, the Vatican's Secretary of State, making him the most powerful non-pope in the church. A deep diplomatic experience. Well connected in the Roman Curia and appeals to both moderates and conservatives. He's the Vatican's top diplomat, which means he deals with governments, intelligence agencies, and secret deals. If there's a modern interpretation for Black Pope, he fits the bill. You have Matteo Maria Zuppi, Archbishop of Bologna, and a rising star who represents the more pastoral and social justice-focused wing of the church, similar to Francis, linked to San Egidio community, a major Catholic peace and a humanitarian group, sometimes referred to as the Vatican CIA. This organization has at times worked in negotiations where intelligence agencies and underground forces intersect, especially in war zones. Peter Erdo of Hungary, strong intellectual and theological background, former head of the European Bishops' Conference, appeals to conservatives without being too radical. Canon law expert, previously seen as the potential Benedict successor. Erdogan is linked to the old Catholic aristocracy of Eastern Europe. Hungary's historical connection to the Habsburgs and the Holy Roman Empire means he has deep ties to monarchist movements. Mario Grech, the wild card, least likely candidate. As the Secretary General of the Synod of Bishops, Grech is a key architect in Francis' vision of a listening church. While he is not considered a frontrunner, his position allows him to control the synodal process, making him a power behind the throne. Vast Maltese network, which includes high-ranking Vatican diplomats and secretive Catholic organizations. And then you have the woke guys, the wokes, the quadruple wokes, aligned with Francis' reforms, decentralization, and social justice priorities. You have my favorite pick here, the Swagapino, Luis Antonio Tagli, the face of the growing Asian Catholic Church, former Manila Archbishop, now heads the dicastery for evangelization of Francis' favorite, warm, charismatic, and pastoral, has Jesuit backing despite not being one, has links to Asian power structures, especially in China, and the growing underground church give him influence that the average cardinal lacks, except Xi famously just banned missionary work in China. You have Jean-Marc Avelin, current Archbishop of Marseille, key voice in the Catholic-Muslim dialogue, born in Algeria, has deeply involved in interfaith work, has a missionary mindset, represents the Catholic intellectual elite in France. His connections to French esotericism and philosophy give him an unusual type of influence. His intellectual circles likely intersect with these ideas. Wilton D. Gregory, first African-American cardinal, Archbishop of Washington, D.C., would be a historic choice, some influence in American Catholicism, but the U.S. Church is divided and often distrusted in Rome. American Catholicism has its own share of scandals. Gregory has stayed clean, but his position in D.C. puts him close to power structures that overlap with intelligence and political agencies. And Fridolin Ambongo, strong voice for Africa, a Francis-style social justice leader, Archbishop of Kinshasa, strong ties with African bishops and Latin American liberation theology circles. He has stood against corruption, but in a region where the church has been involved in both revolutionary and shadowy dealings, hidden connections are likely. I don't know which one of these guys is the one that said Muslims are invading. Cardinals likely to become Pope, a much more simplistic version of this. Pietro Parolin, considered moderate against surrogacy and gender ideology. Peter Erdo, we already talked about conservative tendencies against conservative with stance against refugee. The German one. There's one that, there's one that's like fucking crazy. Gerhard Ludwig Müller, I think that's the one. Pre-Vatican II means Catholics who believe the Jews are responsible for Jesus' death, anti-Semite faction. There's no way they pick Raymond Burke. That dude is crazy, anti-vax if I'm not mistaken, and nearly died of COVID as a result. Yeah, the Sri Lankan one is also kind of a Nazi is what I heard. But yeah, the Sri Lankan Cardinal Malcolm Ranjit is a fucking genocidal demon of the highest order. All the war crimes Israel's committing in Gaza, Sri Lanka has done to the Tamils until 2009. And the Sri Lankan Cardinals supported every bit of those war crimes. Tamil priests were writing to the Pope as they were being bombed while he supported it. He's a real piece of shit. Raymond Leo Burke is insanely anti-Islam guy. There's a video of him. Or no, not Raymond Leo Burke. There's also a video of the German one. Does anyone have the video readily available of the German one? When I watched it, I was shocked. I saw a bunch of freaks on the timeline being like, this should be the next pope. And I was like, oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Okay. Oh, boy. Oh, buddy. It is fucking nutty, this guy. Here's the yeah. Wait, what? The influx of migrants from Syria as an Arab invasion, Pope Francis said, before adding that it will make Europe stronger. The pontiff was speaking to a group of French Christians. No, this is not what I'm talking about. No, this is not what I'm talking about. There's another one. Also, his position has evolved on this, clearly. I don't think they will pick a U.S. Cardinal. No, I think it was. I think it was the German one that was talking about how, like, yeah, he said it was a he said the influx of migrants from Syria as an Arab invasion, before adding that it will make Europe stronger. The pontiff was speaking to a group of French Christians Thursday when he said that Europe has seen many invasions over the course of history. How many invasions has Europe experienced in the course of its history? It has always been able to overcome them, moving forward and finding itself better through the exchange between cultures. Today, we can talk about an Arab invasion. He said, it is a social fact. According to Vatican newspaper, L'Osservatore Romano, the Pope said that Europe has always been able to go forward and find itself enhanced by the exchange among cultures, adding that Europe is the only continent that can bring about a certain unity to the world. Saying that like the Arabs coming is not a bad thing, but instead a good thing. But goddamn, why is it so difficult? Is straight up the thing I'm looking for with the German one. Let me see if I actually liked it on Twitter so that I could bring it up when I was streaming. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Maybe my bookmarks. I might have bookmarked it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I did bookmark it. Okay. This guy, also posted by Radio Genoa initially. This fucking guy. Look at this.
Yes, this is very serious. Now we are witnessing an invasion. They are not refugees. No, this is an invasion of mass Islamization of Europe, which already went on for at minimum 50, 60 years, Islamization in Europe. But now it is in mass. It is very evident. And so this is a global political agenda by the powerful of the world to destroy Europe culturally and religiously. I mean, to destroy Christianity ultimately in Europe. with the help of the massive Islamic population. And I was reading recently an article of a sociologist who made a calculation that maybe in 30 or 40 years, when it's now going on, so the majority of the population of Europe will be Islamic. Europe will be Islamic when this will go on, because the European people have almost no children, 1 or 2. The Muslims there, they have 5, 6 to 10 children. And so it is, you can only make mathematics, and then you can...
Dude, isn't that just a great replacement theory? Yeah, it is, because he's a fucking Nazi. Yes. Also, not that surprising that a bunch of people in the Catholic Church would be Nazis. Hello? I mean, Pope Benedict literally was a part of the Hitler Youth.
See that they will be in the majority. And so maybe it is a permission of God that then the church, being surrounded by an Islamic society which is not tolerant and which will not be tolerant, and then the Christianity, the church will be maybe purified with this, and the purification is good also.
Tricaster, especially anti-Semitic as hell. Yeah. No, it's the fucking Jews killed Jesus crowd. The Vatican is full of Nazi gold from World War II, and the Pope at the time collaborated with Mussolini. Yeah. And they're, yeah, I saw like Radio Genoa and a bunch of fucking groiped up freaks. Yeah, I pray this would be true. A most holy man would make for a most holy Pope. I pray for the Holy Spirit. So sick. We got to go back to the Hitlerian attitude that we had before this last gay woke Pope.
Buonasera.
A simple good evening from the newly elected Cardinal Jorge Mario Bergoglio from Argentina, the first Pope ever from the Americas. His choice of the name Francis, after the saint known for his poverty and love of nature, had never been used before by a Pope, set the tone for a pontificate marked by attention to the poor and a simple way of life. This Pope's home would no longer be the historic apartments, but a simple set of rooms in a guest house on the Vatican grounds. Elaborate papal robes and jewellery remained in the closet, as Francis wore only his white cassock, black orthopaedic shoes with a simple pectoral cross. And when he needed his glasses fixed, he hopped in a car and went himself to the optician in Rome. A down-to-earth style learned on the streets of Buenos Aires. The one-time nightclub bouncer took public transportation and always remained a fan of Argentina's San Lorenzo soccer team. His simple words, too, had a way of getting to the heart of divisive issues.
Se una persona è gay e cerca il Signore.
If a person is gay and accepts the Lord and has goodwill, well, who am I to judge?
It didn't change the Catholic Church's opposition to gay marriage, but convinced many that he was a pope open to change. He was a champion of the environment, issuing an encyclical, the highest papal teaching document, to warn of the dangers of global warming and a throwaway consumer culture in the West that damages our climate and the livelihood of the poor.
The misuse and destruction of the environment are also accompanied by a relentless process of exclusion. In effect, a selfish and boundless thirst for power and material prosperity leads both to the misuse of available natural resources and to the exclusion of the weak.
He drove home the point travelling to the United States, home of gas-guzzling SUVs, in a tiny Fiat. Equally at home with the poor and powerful, on the lawn of the White House, he made a plea for immigrants.
As the son of an immigrant family, I'm happy to be a guest in this country which was largely built by such families.
And at a time marked by a dramatic refugee crisis in Europe, Francis tirelessly called on governments and people to not close their eyes or their borders. And he walked his talk, bringing back 12 Syrian refugees on his plane following a trip to the Greek island of Lesbos. In the difficult terrain of the Holy Land, Pope Francis prayed at the wall dividing Palestinian West Bank from Jerusalem and embraced his Jewish friends in front of the Wailing Wall. The Pope focused much of his attention to those on the peripheries, as he called it, the outsiders, excluded from society.
The hungry, the thirsty, the stranger, the naked, the sick, those in prison.
He sought to support the churches on those peripheries and far from Rome. The longest foreign trip of his pontificate saw him travel across Southeast Asia and the Pacific, highlighting the importance of this region for the future of the Catholic Church. Going to those on the margins was something Francis himself practiced during many moments of his pontificate. Embracing the disabled, washing the feet of prisoners, installing shower rooms for the homeless around the Vatican.
There's no such thing as a good pope? Nah, this one's pretty close, dude. I love how we've convinced ourselves that Tushimers are the main proponents of anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, the Catholic Church did Nazism, and then separate from that did also mass child rape. That being said, Pope Francis seemed chill as fuck. Yeah. Pope Francis is the closest you can get to like an actual religious figure that was a decent person, you know?
One of his characteristics, a characteristic of his entire life, was humility.
A humility that attracted the world, with politicians and stars lining up to meet him at the Vatican. He was not so popular at times inside the Vatican and among powerful Catholic groups in the United States. There was a backlash from conservatives upset about his insistence that church teaching must develop, along with his biting critiques of clerical culture. His financial reforms seeking greater transparency faced significant difficulties, and the scandal of sex abuse continuing to be the Catholic Church's biggest struggle. In the case of Chile, Francis admitted in a letter that he too was part of the problem when every bishop in the country offered to resign in the wake of sexual abuse scandals there. Also accused of being part of the problem by his ex-ambassador to the United States, who claimed he told Francis about sexual abuse allegations against former Washington, D.C. Cardinal Theodore McCarrick 5 years before, and Francis allowed him to continue serving.
I will not say one more word on this.
Francis eventually defrocked the US cardinal and held an unprecedented global meeting of bishops to address the issue. A Vatican investigation later called into question the claims made by the former ambassador, who was then barred from receiving communion and put into exile by the Church after he rejected the authority of the Pope and some key Catholic teachings. Nevertheless, questions remained about Francis's handling of the abuse crisis.
There is no doubt that the child sexual abuse scandals are the central stain on his legacy. I mean, over and over again, Pope Francis said the right things. He met with victims. He expressed heartfelt sorrow. He expressed resolve to get this right. But, you know, most critics, many victims, would say that that wasn't matched with a policy follow-through.
When the coronavirus pandemic hit in 2020, the image of the Pope blessing the world from an empty St. Peter's Square became a symbol for that desolate time.
What's your take on the Pope being a foot guy? I feel like if you're a foot fetishist as the Pope, it's kind of like it's got to be good for your job, right? Like, no disrespect, but like there is not another man that sees as many feet from all around the planet. Straight up.
Francis urged nations to share their vaccines with poorer countries and vaccinated hundreds of homeless and underprivileged at the Vatican. The following year, during an historic trip to Iraq, the first pope ever to visit the country, Francis stood on top of the rubble in Mosul, once an ISIS stronghold, and furthered his outreach to the Muslim world by an unprecedented meeting.
His washing the feet of people who face struggles is a sign of respect? No, I know. It's a sign of humility and a sign of respect. Yeah, it's Jesus too. Like, Why say that though? I'm just saying it would be like a little treat for you on top of that.
With top Shia Muslim cleric, the reclusive Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani. From the beginning of the war in Ukraine in 2022, Francis was an outspoken advocate for peace. He avoided outright condemnation of Vladimir Putin, but publicly appealed to the Russian president, begging him to stop for the love of his people, the Pope said. Francis spoke several times by phone with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky during 2022, asking him to be open to serious peace proposals.
By the way, this is part of the reason why a lot of people in the chat were saying that he was bad on Ukraine, even though Zelensky himself literally glazed the Pope today. Like this is the reason why some of the chatters, some of the NATO heads in here were saying this Pope is bad on Ukraine, because he was saying give peace a chance, and also he was kind of anti-NATO as well. Yeah, libtards and Ukrainian flag in the bio, canceled Pope on Twitter. That's such a funny sequence of words that should never be heard by anyone, you know? Like, I should not know. Like, those words should not be strung behind one another.
Before the pair met face-to-face at the Vatican in May of 2023 and October 2024. He made similar appeals for peace during the conflict in the Middle East, saying that the Israel-Hamas war had descended into terrorism. He insisted that war is always a defeat and said self-defense that is not proportional is immoral. Francis' most important message was one of fraternity, that we are all brothers and sisters, despite our differences. Take care of the earth and each other, he said, and don't forget to pray for me.
Imagine
I'm Paul Sandoval in New York, following the breaking
priest,
news where the Vatican now confirming the death of Pope Francis at 88. For the latest now, let's go to CNN Vatican correspondent Christopher Lamb joining us live with more. Christopher, you just laid out such a legacy right now in that piece. I'm curious if you could just bring our viewers up to speed about what we know.
Well, Paula, we were told this morning that there would be a brief broadcast from the Santa Marta, the residence of Pope Francis, and then a few moments later, Cardinal Kevin Farrell, who is the Carmelengo, the man in charge with overseeing the protocols around the death of the Pope, announced that Pope Francis had died at 7:35 a.m. local time this morning. Now, he was also joined by Cardinal Pietro Parolin and Archbishop Peña-Parra, the two senior Vatican officials. They made that announcement from the Santa Marta residence. Now, yesterday, Pope Francis was out in the crowds of St. Peter's, greeting people. He made an effort to get onto the balcony.
Oh, yeah, the empty hell quote is the most succinct example of his character. This isn't dogma, just my thought. I like to think of hell as being empty. I hope it is.
To give the Easter Sunday blessing. Of course, he hasn't been well enough to lead services in the way that he would normally. But it was characteristic of Pope Francis to come out into the square at St. Peter's, clearly not feeling himself. I mean, there were those of us who followed it closely who saw him yesterday and did feel afterwards that he was not in a good condition in terms of he's normally greeting the crowds, he's normally very engaged, he's a pope who loves to be amongst the people. But yesterday he seemed less engaged. He's clearly been through, he was going through the very profound health crisis. He had
the bishop you showed for the video is based in Kazakhstan and is not considered for the Pope position.
Pneumonia in both of his lungs. He was in hospital for 38 days. He almost died on two occasions, but he came through that and was recovering.
Yeah, the Pope is definitely more woke than me on that issue. I absolutely hope that there are some motherfuckers burning down there. You know what I mean? Like, where's Ronald Reagan supposed to go? I don't think he should go. I don't think Ronald Reagan, Adolf Hitler should enjoy the bounties of heaven. What are we talking about? Henry Kissinger. I guess I'm not woke enough, you know?
In the Vatican, but obviously it was very difficult for him health-wise, and he showed, though, determination to keep going until the very end. There was speculation he might resign, but he never did that. He decided he would go on right until the end. I think that's also the ethic and person of Francis, is to serve right until the last moment. He was someone who gave himself totally to the role of Pope. He was a Pope who wanted to be amongst the people, to serve. He wanted the Catholic Church to do more, to go out to the margins of society, to serve migrants and refugees, the poorest. He said after his election, I want a poor church for the poor. And that was the kind of, that.
All right,
Pope Francis, the 260.
All right, well, let's hear what Jedediah Vance had to say. Also known as the assassin of the Pope, Satan's own. Satan's very own servant of Satan, J.D. Vance, who may or may not have been responsible for the assassination of the young Pope at the early age of 88. He had some thoughts. The papal assassin had some thoughts. Assassin's Creed Ezio, but not cool.
Fox and Friends co-host Brian Kilmeade. Brian, good morning to you. Thank you so much for hopping on set with us. This isn't the first time you've covered the passing of a pope, so what are your reflections right now?
I mean, John Paul II was the most titanic. I mean, this guy was iconic. He was the first to travel. He added so much personality in life, combined to take down communism. You talk about a guy that transcended politics and the papacy. I think it was him. And then the extraordinary moment when Pope Benedict says, hey, I'm alive, I'm okay, but I think it's time for me to step aside. And when he steps aside, you think about how conservative he was and how traditional he was. He was the biblical scholar. He was the one to go back in history. He was the one to what he thought would be even less mainstream, more mainstream than Pope Paul II. But when he steps aside, he's replaced by this Pope, Pope Benedict, who really wanted to change things. He didn't like the opulence.
It's kind of funny because, like, they have to have some reverence for the Pope, partially because he just died and partially because he's the fucking Pope. But, like, they can't hide their contempt. You know what I mean? Like, it's impossible because, like, he stands for everything that they despise. His very figure, his actions as the Pope, directly put all of these supposed good Christians at odds with the church itself. It's kind of like the anger and animosity that you see from the Democratic Party towards someone like Bernie Sanders, because Bernie Sanders, by his actions, by his statements, reveal the depraved nature of the rest of the Democratic Party, who simply want, bare minimum platitudes towards marginal improvement. And it's kind of similar to that. When you got American Catholics, American Christians in general, having to confront the indecent nature of their existence by looking at a religious figure that actually walks the walk and talks the talk. And they fucking hate that. I've talked about this before. This is the reason why I think there was so much anger and resentment towards the Pope from a lot of American Christians, because it showcased their own personal, their own personal lack of understanding of religious scripture.
He didn't like the gold. He didn't like the fine dining that comes along with that role. And then you think about what he was able to do and really focus what he says is on the poor. And he was a big critic of President Trump. He has been in the past. He was extremely critical of our immigration policy. He had less than a 5-minute meeting with J.D. Vance less than 24 hours ago. He thought when it comes to climate change, that was something that he really wanted to focus on. And obviously, that's never been a priority here. But you can't think about anything but in the terms of a human being. he's as good as it gets. He gave his whole life for other people. He gave his sole focus to the poor. When he got to this job, he didn't use it to consolidate power. He used it to disperse it. And I was just speaking to Father Jonathan over here, and he just reminded me, too, of some of the things that he brought out was, hey, when it comes to same-sex marriage, well, let's think about that. When it comes to having people get divorced and have their second marriage in church, let's consider that. And when it comes to even priests marrying, maybe that's something we should debate. There wasn't necessarily a plan how to do it, but it was, let's think about these things. But many traditional Catholics thought,
as a third worldist Catholic here, to believe that there is no hell was the first step to become an atheist, so be careful. Okay, I'll be careful about my journey towards atheism, chatter. Thank you.
Including your previous guest, I'm not sure I'm not sure that's where the Catholic Church should be heading, which leads us to the next 2 weeks. We're going to decide which way the Catholic Church will head. When half the College of Cardinals were appointed by this Pope, yes, you wonder if they think like him.
That's right. And less than an hour ago, Vice President J.D. Vance posted on X, I just learned of the passing of Pope
Hasan will stay Catholic, don't
Francis.
worry.
My heart goes out to the millions of Christians, of which he is one, all over the world who loved him. I was happy to see him yesterday, though he was obviously very ill. But I'll always remember him for the this homily he gave in the very early days of COVID. It was really quite beautiful. May God rest his soul, and God certainly is doing just that. But it must be very interesting to be J.D. Vance right now and thinking I was the last public official of the level that he reached to meet Pope Francis yesterday. And at that time, during that meeting, he had no idea that we would be sitting here talking about this today.
Absolutely. And he just became a Catholic recently. So he's oftentimes, I find just personally, anecdotally, when someone converts to Catholicism, they become the scholars. Almost like new immigrants. When they come to America, they know history better than people that were born here. So he really dove in hard on it. And of course, he gave, he's sparred with other people in the past, and he always speaks his mind. He's over in India now. But I think it's going to be very interesting over the next 2-3 weeks, because at 88 years old, after spending weeks in the hospital, where we thought this sadly was going to come to fruition earlier than this, there's sadness of his passing, but there's really billions of Catholics around the world wondering what direction are we heading. And I'm just wondering, do you go into the United States? Because now finding out the rules, and I'm reminding myself, if you're over 80 as a cardinal, you don't vote in this.
I know, there are age
It's so interesting, right?
Yeah.
So is it smart to put a 70-year-old in that spot, or should they be contending? Because if you talk about a personality, somebody that really understands the church and loves all people, that would transcend the position. I know I'm biased, but Cardinal Dolan, a few blocks from here.
That, yes.
I mean, he says, maybe his last time would have been the perfect time, but Benedict would have been the perfect age when Benedict got named. I'm not sure if there's bias against America with the College of Cardinals. But if anybody really wants to put a face and a personality behind the #1 religion in the world, most populous, it would be Cardinal Dolan.
The process for picking a new pope to lead more than 1 billion Catholics around the world comes down to an ancient voting ritual cloaked in secrecy. It's called conclave, and here's how it works. After a pope dies or resigns, there's a period called sede vacante, roughly time of the empty throne in Latin. As the faithful gather in St. Peter's Square to say goodbye to the previous pope, top-ranking clergymen, known collectively as the College of Cardinals, descend on Vatican City from around the world. They're the ones who get to decide the new pope when conclave begins, usually 2 to 3 weeks after the start of sede vacante. Conclave dates back to the 1200s. 1492 was the first time it was held in the Sistine Chapel, the site of all conclaves since 1878. The cardinals voting under the famous ceilings painted by Michelangelo. The chapel is located just beside St. Peter's Basilica, where the Pope leads the Catholic Church. There's an intense security operation to prepare. The chapel swept for any illicit recording or listening devices before the cardinals arrive. Once inside, they must all swear an oath of secrecy. Any leaks risk excommunication from the church. And this is where conclave gets its name. It comes from the Latin for with a key, referring to a locked room. The cardinals are locked behind the doors of the chapel with no contact with the outside world. They can only leave the chapel at night to sleep at their Vatican accommodation before it all starts again each morning. For centuries, the church's new leader has been chosen from the pool of cardinals, and there's usually a few rumored favorites going into conclave. But the cardinals can vote for whoever they want, as long as they're a baptized Catholic man. And here are the
Luigi Mangione.
rules. Only cardinals under the age of 80 are allowed to participate in the vote. The cardinals vote once on the first day. On following days, there are 4 rounds of voting each, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, until a new pope is chosen by a 2/3 majority. It took just 5 rounds to elect Pope Francis. Pope Benedict even shorter with just 4 rounds. And Pope John Paul II was elected in 2 days after 8 rounds of voting. The ballot papers are anonymous and look something like this: small rectangles that say in Latin, "I elect as Supreme Pontiff," with a spot for a name to be written in. The cardinals put their ballots in an urn, the votes are counted and read aloud. Then this comes in. After a count, the ballots are burned in a stove connected to a chimney on the roof of the chapel. Those famous smoke signals are the world's
It's like a gender reveal.
only way of knowing what happened. Black smoke
Only 2 genders, Pope or not Pope.
means no new pope yet. The voting and the uncertainty for Catholics continues. But if there's white smoke, Catholics in St. Peter's Square and around the world celebrate as a new pope has been chosen. This was the joyful reaction to the election of Pope Francis in 2013.
We are so happy and so enjoyed that we are here now.
It usually takes less than an hour after the white smoke before this announcement. Habemus Papam. Habemus Papam, or we have a pope. And after all that, the world hears from the new leader of the Catholic Church for the first time.
Buonasera.
He blesses the crowd,
Et Spiritu Sancto.
and a new papal reign begins.
I just signed an executive order putting the flags of our country, all of them, all federal flags and state flags, at half-mast in honor of Pope Francis. So he was a good man, worked hard.
He fucking hated me because he was woke and gay.
He loved the world, and it's an honor to do that. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is some band. I've heard this band actually indirectly for 4 years and very directly now for 4.5. And I like the direct method even better. But the Marine Corps band is very, very special. Thank you very much. What a great job. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to thank the National Park Service, the job they do in making everything so beautiful and spiffy. And I'm very difficult when it comes to that. I will tell you, very, very difficult. And I say they have done an incredible job. You just have to look around and see. And I just want to give a special thank you to our great First Lady who organized this entire event. She worked very, very hard on it. She worked very hard. I said, "What are you doing?" She said, "I'm working on the egg roll." I said, "That sounds like a lot of fun." And we're going to have a lot of fun in just a couple of minutes. But again, our country is doing very well. We had the highest number of recruits, enlistments that we've had in, I think, 28 or 29 years. And I'm sure we're going to actually...
There's the president speaking at the White House on this Easter Monday, saying his first words about the passing of Pope Francis. I want to bring in ABC News papal contributor and consultant to the Vatican, Father James Martin, for more. Father, we just heard the president saying that he has now ordered all federal and state flags at half-staff, and he said that Pope Francis is a good man worked hard, loved the world, and that it's an honor to do that, meaning an honor to ask the flags be flown at half-staff. What do you make of the president's words and how world leaders in general are remembering the Pope today?
Well, it's a very gracious thing. It's also very accurate. He was a good man. He did work very hard. And, you know, the Pope, of course, having been in office for 13 years or so, would have met with so many world leaders. And so they knew him personally as well. And I think President Trump had met him in his first term. So this is someone they were able to take the measure of. No matter who you were, even if you were someone he disagreed with, he always treated you with respect and dignity.
Domani ci sarà l'insediamento del presidente Trump, il quale ha già fatto sapere che fra 2 giorni vuole cominciare il suo programma di espulsione degli immigrati irregolari dagli Stati Uniti. Ecco, volevo chiedere se vi siete già sentiti, se ne avete parlato.
No, non ci abbiamo sentito. Lui è venuto una volta qui, quando era presidente l'altra volta, ma non ci siamo sentiti. Ma questo, se è vero, sarà una disgrazia, perché fa pagare ai poveri disgraziati che non hanno nulla il conto dello squilibrio. Non va. Così non si risolvono le cose. Così non si risolvono.
That was his take on Trump. A disgrace. Anyway, part of the reason why he said that is because of this fucking demon. A prominent fixture of the administration, someone that we reluctantly have to see all the time in front of cameras, Tom Homan. And the anti-immigrant white nativist agenda from the deportation regime that they've designed. Thomas Harkonnen Homan.
Morning, Mr. Homan. How you doing?
I look at how this works for the Pope. Pope wants to fix the Catholic Church. I'm saying this as a lifelong Catholic. I was baptized Catholic. I was First Communion as a Catholic. Confirmation as a Catholic. He ought to fix the Catholic Church and concentrate on his work and leave border enforcement to us. He wants to attack us from securing our border. He's got a wall around the Vatican, does he not? So he's got a wall around to protect his.
If you want to understand the sacrilegious nature of the average American right-wing conservative Catholic, he's like, yeah, I just owned the Pope in the marketplace of ideas by pointing to the fact that the Vatican has walls.
People and himself, but we can't have a wall around the United States. So I wish he'd stick to the Catholic Church and fix that and leave border enforcement to us.
Sir.
Bye, everybody.
I need you to stop a picture. Mr. President. Mr. President.
I think they're going very well. We're going to make a lot of money. We're already at 25% on cars and aluminum and steel, taking in a lot of money, more money than this country's seen. And that's just the beginning. I I don't know yet. We're going to be briefed on it right now. In fact, I'm going to the Oval Office. Say it? Would you like to go? Well, I don't know. I just have to look at the timing. We just lowered the flags throughout the country. It's part of Russia. So I will be giving you a full detail over the next 3 days. But we had very good meetings on Ukraine, Russia. We had very good meetings actually on Iran too. We'll see how that works out. Yeah. Next step is we need a little time, but we had very good meetings on Iran. We had very good, and the tariffs are going very well, as you know. Everybody.
It's really funny because the Japanese envoys that came in to do trade talks returned back to Japan and said, in the conversation that took place, where basically they came in and they said, what are your demands? And apparently the Trump administration had no coherent demand to make of the Japanese the Japanese envoys that came in. So they just left with no deal being made. Breaking. Japanese negotiators are complaining that the problem with the trade negotiations with the White House, what's delaying concrete progress and a real deal, is that U.S. keeps changing its ask in terms of exactly what it wants, said one financial CEO who speaks regularly to the country officials. Maybe it's a negotiation tactic, but the lack of publicly announced deal progress is depressing the dollar, spiking bond yields, and leading to a flight to quality, to gold, and now Bitcoin developing. Art of the deal, baby. Japan won't keep conceding to U.S. demands to reach a deal over tariffs, Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba says. Now, understand something. This is the Japanese Prime Minister. This country, we wrote the Constitution of. This country that has been basically led by one singular party of our choosing in perpetuity post-World War II. Like, these guys aren't just allies. This is a vassal state. And you have the vassal state leadership saying, we can't do anything. Like, what do you expect of us? You don't have a good, you don't even have any like normal expectations. We don't even know what to expect. It's fucking crazy. Have you seen the domestic hotel price for the summer? Google showing like 70% off rack rates compared to deep compared to last summer. What do you mean? And this is Japan, for the record. This is Japan. This is supposed to be the easiest deal. This is a country whose economy we single-handedly crippled in the 90s because they listened to our demands. The problem here, according to the veteran diplomat that spoke on these matters, is that they have not made any asks to begin with. Here it is.
We have the White House claims that there are direct talks going on somehow with the Chinese. I don't believe it. I think what is happening is what I described earlier. The Chinese are maintaining contact with us, routine contact. There is no negotiation going on. The Japanese have just been in Washington, and their experience apparently was they went to talk to the American leadership on this matter, and the American leadership said, "What are you offering?" And the Japanese said, "Well, what is it that you want?" And the Americans could not explain what they wanted. This is a cockamamie approach to negotiation. And I think the Chinese having observed the United States break virtually every agreement it has agreed to in recent years, including the replacement for NAFTA with proposed tariffs on Canada and Mexico, that was negotiated by Mr. Trump in his first term, and yet he felt free to abandon it and repudiate it. What's the incentive to negotiate with the United States when the United States has no stated objectives that make sense and no record of compliance with its own agreements? So I don't think there is. I think the Chinese have decided they will wait us out and see how Americans like Walmart and Amazon denude of products. 60% of Walmart's products originate in China. They're all tariffed.
Excellent 5D chess move, sir. Thank you very much. You've did it again, sir. You've done it again. Explain your DPRK take because people are eating for it. What? Eating for it? What do you mean? Oh, do you mean people are mad at me for once again misunderstanding something that I laid out fairly clearly? Mad at me for an accurate reflection of historical fact? Oh, how shocking. I saw this tweet go viral on the timeline last night, and I quote retweeted it. I'm actually so tired of white people, this person says. Why? Because there's this TikTok. North Korea is actually a beautiful socialist country with free housing and healthcare that's been battling U.S. imperialism for decades and not the horrible dictatorship the West has told you it is. Now, do I agree with this statement? No, I don't agree with this statement. As I've said time and time again. Having said that, however, here was my statement on it. Ironic since DPRK is, as a matter of historical fact, a direct victim of U.S. imperialism. So while this person has a rose-colored view in terms of, being a beautiful socialist country with free housing and healthcare and, all this stuff, she is still closer to reality on that acknowledgement alone than every single American who thinks they pull trains and eat rat shit for breakfast. There is literally nothing wrong with this statement. There's nothing wrong with this statement. The statement is, while she is wrong on the fucking, wrong on how she views the living conditions, living standards, or the current governance of North Korea, and has this rose-colored view of what it's like to exist within the DPRK, she's right on one fundamental here, and that is the historic historic events that unfolded in the Korean War. And therefore, she's closer to the truth, at least on that fundamental alone, than the average American who knows nothing. Rosy take on DPRK, but pretending like DPRK and ROK to an extent, not to an extent, Republic of Korea as well. Korea, across the board, are victims of U.S. empire. In two different outcomes as a result of how we treated them is objectively factual. My response to these morons is always to remember they're internet idiots and my information is from scholars in Korea. Yeah. I said, I'm not saying shit is sweet in Pyongyang, but let's not forget, if it wasn't America doing it, the bombing campaign in the forgotten war would likely amount to genocide. Then I said, listen to Blowback Season 3. Notice how you never explain why in cases like this. Just saying things doesn't make them true Lamau. Please open a fucking book. Please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, in honor of the late, great Pope Francis, open a goddamn book for once. Okay? It's so sad. Like, like there's two ways to go about it. Where you can say what America did had to be done, and that it was, you say it's imperialism, I say it's liberation, right? But you can't deny the truth. You either look to America's actions in Korea as wrong or right. But what a lot of these fucking liberals do is refuse to look to America's actions in Korea at all. She's not propagandized, though. Yeah, people get publicly executed in North Korea for listening to music from another country. If you genuinely believe that North Korea kills anyone who listens to music, you're really, really bad at avoiding propaganda. I mean, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, this is what I mean. This is the point. The point is, like, you can say anything and everything you want. You can say anything and everything you want about North Korea, and people will believe it. Bro, up until, like, literally 2 years ago, you could say anything and everything you want about China and people would believe it, despite the fact that Chinese people freely travel to this fucking country. What are we talking about? And they have internet. There are still plenty of people in America that think like, oh, they're eating rat shit in China too. What's really fucking annoying about all this, what's really annoying about this is the anti-intellectual thought demonstrated by liberals who also ironically see themselves as totally above the barbaric nature of conservatives. But when it comes to American chauvinism, when it comes to Western chauvinism, when it comes to American empire, they basically engage in the same exact thought terminating cycles, these thought terminating cliches. It's so frustrating. They'll go, oh, dude, you said that? You're a fucking tanky. You must love DPRK. You're saying DPRK is awesome. It's the best place on the planet. That's what you're saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but if you have, due to prior social conditioning, some existing resistance to learning about history, right? That's one thing. But if your immediate reaction is to go on the defense, misunderstand my point, and then claim that I am like across the board saying that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is like this moral beacon and a socialist utopia, you are no different than an anti-vaxxer conservative. It's very annoying. I have a relatively nuanced perspective on this matter that pisses off a lot of Marxist-Leninists, as a matter of fact. They'll say, no, you're wrong. They are eating burger every meal. Fuck you. It makes me so mad. Like, the entire counter argument to anything I have to say about the evolution of Hamas and militant resistance against the increasing violent control that Israel has had over and the subjugation that Israel has had over Palestinian populations, everyone immediately goes, oh, you love terrorism. You love terrorism. The reason why I have to always say, like, analysis does not mean justification or analysis does not mean defense is for this reason. Like, I will explain to you historically relevant points, and some people will literally go, nah, that means you are a champion. You want to do October 7th every day. Like, it's fucking so stupid. It's so incredibly anti-intellectual thought. No intellectual curiosity whatsoever. Very frustrating. Go live there. I don't even understand what point you're trying to make. North Korea isn't a hellhole with many human rights violations and extreme poverty. No, the point I'm making is, again, very clear. On that acknowledgement alone, the acknowledgement that Korea as a nation is a direct victim of first Japanese colonialism and then American empire, American imperialism, is not a controversial take. It's not. It's just a direct explanation of things that happened. You might look at that and say, I disagree because I think it was for the greater good. I don't think that. You might. But to deny that there was no American imperialism is to deny reality. It's so crazy. How is this any different than a high school teacher explaining like the basics of slavery and how the founding fathers had slaves, and then a parent hearing about that and getting fucking mad and being like, how dare you bring that up? How dare you bring up that our founding fathers had slaves? There was great debate on the subject matter. They're infallible beacons of good and morality. It's like, it's no different than people doing the anti-CRT shit at parent-teachers conferences. You should know better and what hills are worth dying on and not. You should know that normal people will never be broken through to this thinking. Even if it's true, it's not worth it, in my opinion. Man, I don't give a fuck. Okay. Let's say anti-vaxxer sentiment reaches the same level of fucking mania, which can very likely happen in this country, especially with RFK Jr. now at the head of HHS. Do you think I should just drop the ball on that entirely because Americans are too fucking stupid to recognize that vaccines are good? Or do you think I should still say the truth regardless? Everything that I've done in my political commentary career is that. You're saying sometimes it's okay to just not talk about the truth because people are too conditioned to refuse to understand what you're saying. That is crazy. Considering my worldview and stances, especially living in the United States of America as someone who is firmly committed to anti-imperialist thought, virtually every single thing that I have espoused, every single thing that I've advocated for the past fucking decade, things that you now understand have become a part of popular sentiment. Israel-Palestine comes to mind. Greatest example that I could use here. If I had stopped somewhere along the way, and if others had stopped somewhere along the way and refused to say the truth, you would not have the sea change that you're experiencing currently on this matter. Why would I just give up? Plenty of Americans refuse to reckon with the damaging nature of white supremacy and how important of a principle that is played in the development, how important a principle that has played in the development
any headway
of the United States of America. Should I stop talking about that? Do you know the average person's perspective is incredibly transphobic? Should I stop talking about trans people? Should I stop trying to defend trans people and trans existence and try to actively educate people on and move them away from transphobic perspectives that they've maintained their whole lives? You can say this exact same thing, not just on North Korea, but on virtually everything I talk about. This is very important. I stand by my principles and I will continue to do so. This stubbornness is, I think, what makes me as successful as I have been so far. How can you claim to be anti-imperialist while supporting Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas? Are you just anti-Western imperialism? Brother, please understand the basic definition of imperialism. If you think that the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas are doing imperialism, W-bait chat. Okay, oh my God. Good job, dude. They're not. They are a militant resistance group against settler colonialism, in this circumstance, Israel, and American imperialism. Okay? It's not a good bait. Hermit Hwarang says, I think it's insane for a country that killed 3 to 5 million Korean people to constantly use North Korea as a reference for a nightmare dystopia to describe their own society, which in actuality has been a real nightmare dystopian authoritarian mass slaughter paragon all along. U.S. soldiers literally put fire hoses inside of Korean women and turned on the water until their bodies exploded. I don't know about that part. Army doctors practice excessive amputations on thousands of Korean and Chinese POWs out of pure sadism. The baseline U.S. mentality towards Koreans is basically KKK shit. That last part I do agree with. They do. They did. The entire, like, it actually kind of gets lost in the sauce. And this is not like rad lib shit. Like, the American military's attitude towards historically towards what they've done in the Pacific campaigns have been insane. Like, actually, is so fucking racist. They use the same slur across the board, all the way from the Philippines, all the way to the Korean War and then Vietnam. Like, it's across the board. They even use the same slur, the G word. Yeah, this is actually a new. South Korea Commission probes civilian massacres by U.S. in Korean War. This is from 2008, but this is still an ongoing issue. I remember reading something about this recently, a couple months ago, about, I think it was Jeju. Jeju Island. There's still so much. There's still so much that the South Korean government hides about its own history and about how with American backing, they put down uprisings, like populist uprisings that were taking place in South Korea, in the Republic of Korea, and how much people had, like, what kind of sentiment, what kind of popular sentiment was being expressed by South Koreans at the time that had to be violently squashed with insane extrajudicial murder. Gwangju uprising and Jeju uprising, yeah.
And often,
a fascist, Syngman Rhee, his government carried out brutal campaigns against suspected communist sympathizers, leaving at least 100,000 people dead. In Daejeon, about 7,000 South Koreans are believed to have been shot by their own military and police and then dumped in the mass graves. This is some of the stuff that I talked about here. I talked about when covering the long history of Koreans rising up. If you recall, when the Korean population stormed the streets and stopped, like literally overthrew a attempt at a coup and an implementation of martial law by just straight up protesting. At the time, I explained to you that, like, South Koreans have had a long history of doing this. All this happened less than a century ago. For far too many people in the government, the military, and all the apparatuses of the state, it is their literal grandparents who ordered, executed, and then covered up these crimes. There's a direct line from the Korean War to the attacks on civil liberties under Trump. Executive authority expanded enormously during the Korean War. The first overseas U.S. police action, which justified later permanent wars waged by POTUS without congressional approval. Korean War censorship of the U.S. press was extensive. This is also a huge issue, yeah. After 1951, there was basically no independent U.S. journalism permitted. McCarthyism in the early 50s was fueled by the bloodlust of the war and the political fallout of the Chinese Revolution in Washington. It's true today with Palestine. It was true back then. Fascism festers in the colonies and then returns to the imperial core. The chauvinism and racism of liberals is just fodder for that fascism to thrive. Eric, friend of the show, Eric Hovagim says, I wonder if the side who used Unit 731 lead scientists to drop the bubonic plague on civilians and led the biological warfare efforts in the Korean War was actually the good guys. Still trying to figure this out. There's a lot of crazy stuff that happened in the Korean War, and I highly recommend Blowback Season 3 for this reason. They go into great detail about some of the atrocities, some of the defenses, Chinese involvement, of course. But ultimately, if you were to say, oh, was there any sort of imperialist interest by the United States of America in the aftermath of World War II to dominate Korean politics and to make sure that there was a bulwark against the growth of Soviet-style socialism in the region, and therefore they had to do whatever they had to do, which was to basically adopt the previous colonial framework that the Japanese had left behind and use that with the creation of a puppet state that was incredibly violent to those who actually wanted to have a united singular Korea that was socialist, by the way, because the uprisings that I'm talking about are all against the Republic of Korea, against the initial puppet state that was presented, the puppet state that was created. And they fucking brutally murdered all of those people. And the American government stood idly by and in many instances offered logistical support. And this is before the fucking Korean War. Offered targets, logistical support. It was ridiculous. Yeah. And once again, as is the case in Indonesia, everywhere that American empire touches, all of the fascist puppets that we place into positions of power, they don't just kill the socialists. They don't just kill the card-carrying socialists, as a matter of fact. It always extends far beyond that. Just like Donald Trump's actions are not going to stop with anti-Israel sentiment. And you are a fucking moron if you think that that is where it's going to end. If you think that you should be comfortable in this very moment, because Trump is simply going after the anti-Israel people and nothing else. And I don't really care about Israel like that. You are dumb. You are oblivious. You are naive. They killed anyone and everyone that exhibited dissent, all the way down to liberals.
Everybody wants to negotiate.
Anyway, and here we are. Look at this belligerent empire.
He's a very good man who loved the world, and he especially loved people that were having a hard time, and that's good with me.
So he preached tolerance for migrants. He preached tolerance for
Yes, he
migrants.
did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, I do. I really do. I mean, I hear they're doing that whole thing again. Here we go again. Just a waste of time. He is doing a great job.
Why do you still have confidence?
Because he's doing a great job. Thanks, Ask the Houthis how he's doing.
There's a hearing today on the Alien Enemies Act in the DC District Court. Your thoughts on that, Mr. President?
Well,
he's like, ask the Houthis how he's doing. No, literally, because he texted them. He's like, ask the Houthis. They know. He's been texting them every day. I keep telling him, Pete, don't do it. Don't text the Houthis. What are you going to do? He loves to set up signal chats and text everybody. That's my Pete.
We were elected to clean up the mess of this country. And we had millions and millions of people come in who are criminals, who are murderers, who are everything you can imagine, drug lords, drug dealers. They came in from prisons and from mental institutions. And I was elected to move them out, among many other things. And that's what we're doing.
Mr. President,
Ask the Houthis how much there's function there. There's none. Pete's doing a great job. Everybody's happy with him. We have the highest recruitment numbers I think they've had in 28 years. No, he's doing a great job. It's just fake news. They just bring up stories. I guess it sounds like disgruntled employees. You know, he was put there to get rid of a lot of bad people, and that's what he's doing. So you don't always have friends when you do that.
should he stop using the app?
I'm going to be there. I hope to be.
The McLeod course, you're going to open that?
We're opening a fantastic project there, yeah. And I hope I'm going to get to see it.
We look forward to seeing it.
It's going to be great. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, will you comply with Supreme Court?
Mr. President, immigrants, you've ordered a lot of them to leave the country, but travel to Haiti is almost nearly impossible because flights have been suspended. What do you make of that?
Well, I make of the fact that we have to have a safe country. If people are in our country illegally, and if they have records that are very bad in particular, we have to get them out. I was, as you know, elected on the basis that we would have very little crime in our country. They don't want illegal immigrants. We've closed up the border. The border is now the strongest border we've ever had.
These are Haitians who came legally through that Biden-era program, who their communities, even in Texas, conservative voters saying these people should not be forced to leave.
Well, if they came legally, then they're going to be in good shape.
So you're not going to deport them? There's a Thursday deadline, Mr. Trump.
I look forward to working with you one day, sir. I really do. Both my parents, they work for law enforcement. My mother works for ICE in the Newark office. My father works for the circuit. Thank you. Can you please sign the
What did he do? What did he do that he just like fucking walked? What was that? He just walked away? Oh my God.
My mother works for ICE in the Newark office. My father works for the circuit. Thank you. Can you please sign the
Yo, what the fuck? She asked about flights being halted, then asked about legal Haitians in Trump. If they're illegal, it's okay. Yeah, he's wrong. He's wrong. He does not care. He doesn't consider them to be legal. They've made it very clear. The designation is up to the state. Whether you are legal or illegal is entirely up to the state. And that if you are a legal Haitian migrant in the country with temporary protected status, they will revoke your temporary protected status. And then they will say falsely that you are an illegal alien.
Hi there. Thank you.
Richard. I like this guy.
sir. No, you know,
Good to see you, sir. How are you? This is my beautiful fiance.
How are you? They're getting married in 2 weeks. Any advice for the new?
Yeah, make sure you like each other.
Anyway, once again, market is in free fall. U.S. stocks tumble as Trump again rips Federal Reserve Chair. Let's take a look.
Breaking news on Wall Street with stocks tumbling right now. All three indices showing sharp declines today. Let's go live to CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich. Vanessa, walk us through what's behind this decline.
Well, markets opened rattled this morning because Beijing was essentially putting pressure on their trading partners not to work with the U.S. On essentially not trading with China any longer. And then after that, there was a Truth Social post by President Trump that came out, which sort of rattled markets again. And that's why you're seeing that steep decline. The Dow down 1,100 points now. But you can see the post right there. Where
wow. Oh God, she's wait.
Dow down 1,100 points.
Is that good? Hey, when the business like financial analyst correspondent says wow while reading the latest data in real time, is that a sign of good things to come? Is that a sign of the best is yet to come? You're gonna keep winning. You're going to keep winning. You're going to win so much. You're going to say, please, Mr. President, we've won too much. And I'm going to say, no, you're going to win more. Please, Mr. President, we are tired of winning. I'm going to say, no. You're gonna win more.
Now, but you can see the post right there where he's essentially calling on the Federal Reserve to cut rates. This is something that the president really has no power doing. And when he talks about Mr. Too Late, he's talking about the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell. Over the last week or so, he's really ratcheted up his pressure on the Fed chair, essentially calling for his termination, saying if I could terminate him at some point, I will. The president appointed Jerome Powell in his first term. President Biden re-upped him for his second term. And ultimately, President Trump there, though, saying that he has the power to remove the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. But that is not necessarily the case here. And there's some legal precedent for that says that the president does not have the authority to remove the chair of the Federal Reserve unless there are three sort of different qualifications: inefficiency, neglect of duty, malfeasance of office. So that is why there's so much question about whether or not the president has the power to make this move. But this is why you see markets rattled right now, because the Federal Reserve is an independent body from the government, and it acts sort of as a safety net for the U.S. economy. And when you have the president threatening to remove the Federal Reserve chair or trying to direct the Federal Reserve to make any sort of monetary policy, that rattles investors and traders who see this Federal Reserve Bank as sort of an independent catch-all for potential issues with the economy. And one of those issues, Boris, as you know, that is playing out right now is this global trade war. Many economists believe that this trade war, as it escalates, will increase prices for everyday consumers. And the Federal Reserve really is the sort of counteractive in that, the body that can help try to bring down prices if that were to happen. So traders, investors nervous about this language that they're seeing from the president right now. The next time the Fed will meet is in May, and that is when they will make that policy decision about interest rates. But it is up to the Federal Reserve. It is not up to the President of the United States to make those directives.
We're joined now by Joe Weisenthal. He's the co-host of Bloomberg's Odd Lots podcast. Joe, thanks for being with us. Let's start on how
motherfuckers going on every broadcast except for mine, you know?
Markets have responded to this spat with
He looks like he
Powell.
got older.
You actually posed the question
in the past week. Am I crazy? I feel like we watched him last week. He looked. He's getting hit with the Obama ray
of what Trump would get from firing him. Isn't the answer that simply he would get a Fed chair who would do what he says, a more subservient Fed chair?
He might. And that's probably what he has in mind if you were to go through with firing him. But the point that I want to make, and the point that I think maybe markets are reflecting, is, okay, you could imagine Powell being replaced by someone who is quicker to lower rates at signs of volatility or quicker to lower rates at signs of economic slowdown. But the investors and markets, their fear about inflation, their fear about the short-term inflation due to tariffs, they're concerned about, sort of long-term rise in inflation expectations. And there's the risk, and there's the very real possibility that even if you got a Fed chair who was willing to push through, and bear in mind, there's 12 members of the FOMC, so you can't unilaterally push through lower rates. Even if you got a Fed chair who was able to immediately push through lower rates, that might be seen as more inflationary. And then the market might think, okay, well, now we have to raise rates further and harder into the future. And that's how you get the rates at the long end. And those rates at the long end, say a 10-year yield, that's what your mortgage is priced off of, something like that. So even getting in like a true lackey wouldn't necessarily stimulate the economy in perhaps the way that Trump is imagining. What it would do, though, is weaken the expectation that the U.S. has an independent central bank, which is sort of like one of the foundational elements of global macroeconomic policy.
Yeah, I do want to get your thoughts on where we are in the U.S. trade war with China. It seems the Trump administration is still waiting for a call from President Xi that they suggested he should make like a month ago.
I mean, even setting aside China, so obviously about a week after Liberation Day, actually, I think it was exactly a week, they sort of dialed back the tariffs on the non-China world. And they're like, all right, these are going to be down to 10% for 90 days. We're not even getting those deals.
Please call me. Xi, you used to call me on my cell phone. You up? Xi, look at this photo of us together. We used to be together. Xi, remember when I showed you a video of my granddaughter speaking in fluent Mandarin and you said her eyesight is on the future? At that moment, I realized maybe you were talking about a century of Chinese prosperity. I did not understand it. Xi, please call me. Remember the good times we had together. Top Xi. We will be the ones to call you first, but that call won't be between the U.S. and China. It will be a call between China and the world. Our message is that we are the adults in the room. We represent stability. Trump will celebrate it as a victory and that China capitulated, but the world will know the truth. Sorry to the average American, but our call will only happen once the pain really sets in. Listen, motherfucker, if you're going to come in here and talk like this, don't literally plagiarize my takes verbatim, okay? I like when you come up with cool new ways of saying I'm actually a secret Turk who wants to be Chinese but will never be Chinese, all that stuff. This is bar for bar what I said, okay? That's crazy.
Trade deal with Japan, which is a longtime trading partner, an ally, like that should be a gimme, right? Like it shouldn't be particularly hard. You could imagine, say, something where like Japan agrees to buy, more soybeans or liquid natural gas or something like that. We're not even getting that right now. And the messages that I've seen in various reporting says that's going to be
There are some reports here that the U.S. trying to force their shit food standards on the EU and the negotiations are just dead because it's not going to happen. Dude, I said that. I said that in order to make up for the trade deficit, what are the things that we have at our disposal that we could actually sell to Europe? Meat and poultry. And in order for us to be able to sell meat and poultry into the European markets, they have to lower their food regulation standards, their safety standards. So this is a way to try and force other countries and their own sovereignty, their own internal regulatory agencies. It's not enough that we are fucking up our own federal regulatory agencies. We must ruin other countries' regulatory agencies as well. It is crazy. It is crazy. It is no different functionally than demanding that Barcelona get turned into a fucking parking lot, okay? Demanding that every European city has to make way for large American vehicles, that we will not actually change our safety inspection standards or the engine size of American cars that we produce for the European markets. We will not do that. You will open up your streets. It's fucking insane. It's an insane thing to do. It's an insane thing to demand. It is so ridiculous. Yeah. I wonder why the FDA I wonder why the deal's not going through. Breaking. FDA is planning to end most of its routine food safety inspections, and they're going to localize them. Yeah, they're going to outsource this oversight to state and local authorities.
Slug. So then think that's Japan. And then you have to think, okay, then there's the EU and Korea and everyone else. And all this is before you even get to China. So I think people are looking at the fact that, you know, there is this clock that's ticking, and we're not even getting what should be the easy.
China warns countries not to strike trade deals with the U.S. at its expense. China Ministry of Commerce says appeasing the Trump administration cannot bring peace. China has warned countries seeking exemptions from the United States President Donald Trump tariffs not to strike deals at its expense. Beijing's warnings come as dozens of U.S. trade partners are scrambling to negotiate relief from Trump trade salvos, including steep reciprocal tariffs that have been paused until July. Appeasement cannot bring peace, and compromise will not earn respect, a spokesperson for China Ministry of Commerce said on Monday. Sacrificing others' interests to obtain so-called exemptions for temporary selfish gains is akin to negotiating with a tiger. It ultimately, dude, what is up with the Chinese, man? Everything sounds like a fucking Sun Tzu. Every time I hear from a Chinese netizen, it sounds poetic. Every time I hear from the Chinese foreign ministry, it sounds bar for bar like Sun Tzu. Is this normal? Is this how... I don't get it. Is this just how the language works? What is this? It's all idioms across the board. Sacrificing others' interests to obtain so-called exemptions for temporary selfish gains is akin to negotiating with a tiger. It ultimately leads to failure for both parties and harms everyone involved. While China respects countries' efforts to resolve their trade disputes with the U.S., they should also stand on the side of fairness and justice and on the correct side of history. It is particularly important to emphasize that China firmly opposes any party achieving deals at the expense of Chinese interests. Should such a situation arise, China will not accept it and will resolutely take reciprocal countermeasures. This is one of the first instances where I've seen the Chinese government actually take a threatening stance when it comes to trade negotiations or anything, really. This is a more threatening stance than anything else that I've heard from the Chinese side thus far. Like saying that if you were to cut deals with the Trump administration and ruin your trade relationship with China in the process, because some of those demands are going to be to not work with China, because America's goal here is to literally decouple all global trade from China as a manufacturing hub, or maybe even potentially the secondary markets that China uses, or secondary manufacturing hubs that China uses. And if that's the case, then they will also retaliate. Now, America retaliating against the world in a belligerent manner is one thing. The ministry issued the statement after Bloomberg News last week reported that the Trump administration intends to push countries seeking relief from its tariffs to reduce their trade with China. U.S. officials are discussing plans to pressure trade partners to stop importing excess goods from China and impose duties on imports from from specific countries with those close ties to the Asian giant. Yeah, this is America utilizing what remains, or what it thinks it has of its what it thinks it has of its global prominence and influence, which I think to a certain degree it America has eroded a lot of that goodwill and a lot of that domination, especially in the last couple of decades. It thinks it can basically fucking bully everybody to also adding tariffs to China. Like, no more Chinese goods entering your markets. Also, you must deregulate your markets. You must deregulate your own. You must no longer have any sovereignty whatsoever, and you must engage in deregulation across the board so that you can allow American goods to flow into your country.
Trade deals are the natural.
By the way, this is something important to understand here is the difference between China and America in this process. China looked to the interest around the globe. They recognized that technology was moving in the direction of batteries and that there was going to be great need for renewable energy in the future, partially because if China were to become anything beyond just the industrial engine, but like a consumer economy or an economy that, or a country that consumes as much as America does, it would collapse climate. It would destroy everything. The world would no longer exist. And therefore, they focused on beefing up their renewable energy sector. In the process, they started making electric vehicles, seeing that there was great appetite for electric vehicles in all of the global markets. But they didn't make electric vehicles on what they think, what the domestic Chinese market's demands were, and with no consideration to what the international markets were looking for. They made electric vehicles, or rather, their regulatory, their own safety measures and their own cars that they were selling domestically were also. They also abide by standards and needs that the international markets had, as opposed to in the United States of America, where our top-selling car is an F-150, and that it is not something you can sell to the European markets. You just can't do it. That is the big difference here. China makes products that people want to purchase. America wants to use its domineering influence around the globe to forcibly sell our products to you. That's it. Make better products and people will purchase it. And if you want those products to be affordable, okay, if you want the cost of said products to be competitive with the other country's domestic manufacturing, then subsidize the fuck out of it, which we already do. But don't let those subsidies go back to the pockets of CEOs. But instead, make sure that those subsidies go to your workers. This F-150 Canard again, we make small cars too. I know. Okay, I know we make other types of cars as well. I know. I mean, you have the Ford Fiesta, for example. Counterpoint China bad. Respond to my critique. Potato Enjoyer 420. You are correct. My mistake. I fucked up.
Natural trade deals that you would want to imagine if we were going to sort of build this, global trading bloc excluding China. And so, every day that this goes on, there is damage theoretically, or people perceive there to be damage to the economy that's not easily reversed. It also shows that, the longer it goes on without some sort of reversal, that the market is not, that the White House is not particularly sensitive to market declines for the pace of policy.
Joe Weisenthal, very much appreciate the perspective. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, every 20-year-old had a Ford Fiesta from 1999 to 2013 in Spain. Ford Fiesta discontinued in 2018. And yeah, America's best-selling small cars aren't even small by European standards. That's the other thing.
Thanks for having me.
Well, they clearly...
At this stage, we do not make... at this stage, American manufacturers do not make any fucking smaller mid-sized cars at this point. It's all just ginormous tanks.
Don't like the uncertainty that all of this is causing, right? And we're seeing this play out with foreign investors pulling out and more investment in foreign stocks and that kind of thing. So we're going to keep tracking this for sure. Vanessa Yurkevich, thank you so much. And joining us now is Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez. Congressman, I want to get your take on what's happening with the markets. Should President Trump stop his attacks on the Fed Chair, Jerome Powell?
I'm not going to tell the president what to do.
The EV thing is especially true. They're adapting, but not super quickly. Most of the best EVs are still aimed at Chinese middle-class buyers that have chauffeurs, which most European customers don't need. They try to push different battery swap technology that didn't take on as quickly because they massively underestimated the cost. Another funny thing about it is that China also buys a lot of cars. China also will still continue to import a lot of cars, right? And ironically enough, European car manufacturers, as a matter of fact, manufacture different kinds of cars for the Chinese market because foreign cars in China are obviously more expensive than domestically produced cars. And therefore, most of the people that buy those foreign cars are purchasing more expensive versions of said cars. So they actually have longer versions of the same fucking vehicles that they sell everywhere else. So even Europeans and even Americans, as a matter of fact, when they manufacture for the Chinese market, will manufacture to Chinese needs. They don't want to do that everywhere else for some weird fucking reason. By the middle class and upper middle class statement that the chatter made is correct. A lot of upper middle class Chinese people will purchase longer versions of those cars so that there's more leg room in the back because they're oftentimes being chauffeured. Like they get those kinds of sedans, like 4-door sedans, for to be driven around in.
Look, I've been on your show before, and I said that this is the result of resetting commerce with the United States of America, and so we've been used to commerce being one way, where people put tariffs on us, but not so much us putting tariffs on them. The president's just trying to reestablish a new reality, a new norm, and when that happens, you're going to have waves, and you're going to have the market go up and down until this all settles out. And so I still have confidence in what the president is doing.
GM had an EU-only brand, I believe, called Opel. You mean Opel? Opel.
He is trying to make commerce and trade fair for America, which has been historically unfair to America. And again, it's going to cause ripples. And so again, I think we just need to write it out.
So there's the issue of the tariff policies, but then there's the separate issue of President
Opel Corsa, Toyota Corona.
Trump bashing the Fed chairman repeatedly. Clearly, he wants him to lower interest rates. That's something that he is not indicated.
I wanted to see if there's any Turks in the chat, but I guess no. Opel fena değil aslında ya. Okay, see, there's some Turks in here. Yes, I grew up in Turkey where we have Opel, we have Renault, Peugeot, and cars like that. Skoda. Opel is not Turkish law. I know, dude. Opel Corsa, Toyota Corona. Ben çok yaşlandım ondan. 33 yaşında adamım abi. Bizim böyle şakalarımız vardı. Böyle şeyler söylerdik. Ben büyürken. Bu da eski shitpost. İngiliz köpeği, İngiliz uşağı.
He's going to do right now, and the Fed chair has obviously been, speaking out about the trade policy and the impact it can have on the economy. Do you think that the president can fire the Fed chair?
I don't know, and so I guess if he does, I guess we'll figure it out. I mean, there's uncertainty even with your reporter. There is doubt whether he can or he can't. So I really don't know if he can or he can't. If he can, then the Fed has never really been independent, because I'm sure the chairman knows whether the president can fire him or not. And so we'll find that out if it happens. I hope it doesn't get to that, and I hope that they can resolve their differences.
Right, because the law in the book says that the Fed chair can be fired for cause, right? And that's really the big point. And the reason that there's independence, as she laid out, is for investors to know that something's not going to happen just because of a presidential policy.
Also, this President Trump is warning countries against cheating to get around his tariffs. But China may be taking steps to interfere with trade talks between the...
Bro, what do you mean? Like, America is telling other countries not to work with China, and then China is saying, hey, don't do that. Oh my God, you guys, my 2-year-old is going to be so jealous. Oh my God. Miss Rachel followed? That's crazy. That's crazy. This is the greatest follow of all time, dude. What's the expectation from China to just like quietly sit by and get fucking and allow America to destroy global trade? How dare they? How fucking dare they, dude? How dare they? That is not allowed, you see? I can't believe you would want to not allow America to nuke global trade in its entirety for no real reason.
The U.S. and other nations. What is going on? Grady Trimble of Fox Business live at the White House. Hey, Grady.
Hey, good morning, Dana. China says that if the U.S. makes any deals at the expense of China, then it's going to, quote, take countermeasures in a reciprocal manner. And some experts are warning that Beijing could try to strike deals with European countries, for example, that are too good for those countries to refuse at the expense of the United States. But President Trump doesn't seem deterred from his plan, posting on Truth Social about the countries trying to reach agreements with his administration, saying, "It's good to see that the world knows we are serious, because we are. They must right the wrongs of decades of abuse, but it won't be easy for them. But for those who want the easiest path, come to America and build in America."
I got a readout from Jameson Greer yesterday, and it looks like we're north of 15 now of legitimate, serious offers on the table. The thing I could say you could look for is that when we think a deal's really, really close, then my expectation is the president's going to want to meet with that world leader here in the White House in order to close the deal.
So we will be paying very close attention to which world leaders are coming to the White House in the not too distant future. And here's what the Trump administration is trying to address, or at least cut into: a $300 billion trade deficit with China. Administration officials say despite that number, the U.S. actually has the upper hand.
China imports 11.5 million barrels of oil a day.
I hate to see my goat, Doug Burgum, in this shitty position, having to defend the Trump administration's incompetence, you know? This man sold software to Microsoft and became a billionaire. And look at him now. This beautiful man with his beautiful eyebrows. He has to fucking sit around and defend the dumbest, most incompetent baboon in America.
They import about 25% of the calories they consume every.
Burgomaniacs rise up. Doug Burzum.
Every day. And so when we think about the U.S. and us as being a superpower, we're an energy superpower, we're a food superpower, and China is highly dependent.
And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who has been one of the leads in negotiating these new trade deals, he's meeting with his South Korean counterpart this week, I believe, here at the White House. So the wheeling and dealing continues despite these new warnings from China. Dana?
Grady, thank you so much.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe.
冲击不会太大，因为我们的市场，海湾市场没有那么单一。
今天有接到俄罗斯这边的话11万，欧盟的话有5万，中东那边的话有10万。
那我们就开始呢，有一些订单呢不划算的，我们就暂停，就不接了，就开始转向自己的国内市场了。
除了像传统的美国和欧洲市场之外，我们跟50多个国家地区都有业务上的来往。 我们还有自己的设计和研发团队，我们手上有21项的专利。那如果客人想找到像我们这样实力强劲的替代者，那这个是他们需要去解决的问题。所以这个问题不是我们，而在于客人。
目前来说，就是可能关税升级以后，可能会有点影响，但是我们其实也提早做了准备了，因为我们其实现在平台比较多，对吧？然后比方说像国内的话有18个天猫店，外贸的话像关联的国际站，相当于有30多个平台，其实订单相对来说还是比较趋于稳定。
我们一定要走出来，把这个服装面料演变成服装。跟我们的中国的这一些大型服装厂也好，或者线上的这一些我们叫网红也好，跟他们做一些配套，只能往上升级去做自己的产业链的配套。
当前，国际社
China warns against provocations over Taiwan. Those who play with fire will get burned.
会面临
The international community.
保护主义。
Wait, hold on. The international community is currently facing the impacts of unilateralism, protectionism, and bullying, and hegemonism. Countries in this region are eager to strengthen solidarity and cooperation, jointly safeguard regional stability, and work together to tackle challenges. Against this broad backdrop, the Philippines, in collusion with extraterritorial, is engaging in large-scale military exercises and introducing and deploying strategic and tactical weapons. Such actions undermine regional strategic stability and the prospects for economic growth in the region. They openly stand in opposition to the countries of this region and have already triggered strong resentment and opposition from regional nations. The Taiwan question is purely China's internal affair and lies at the very core of China's core interests. China firmly opposes any country using the Taiwan question as a pretext to strengthen regional military deployments, provoke tension and confrontation, and undermine regional peace and stability. We urge the relevant parties not to provoke on the Taiwan question. Those who play with fire will eventually get burned. And those who play with boats will eventually get splashed with the Chinese Coast Guard. Hasan, please go to China before the war. That's ridiculous. All right. Funny how America created the capital system and spread it around the world, and then as soon as a big enough competitor themselves comes along, they whinge and moan about it and lash out. Yes, I know Mandarin, chat. That's right. Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy, is what they said. One of your latest China reacts is doing great on Bilibili. Out you, what is this? Oh my God. Wait, I mean, this is just 100,000 views, right? It's not that good. Why won't it translate? What are people saying? He's much smarter than when he watched The Rabbit and The Chosen Reservoir. The filming of Changchin Lake is indeed not good enough. It's the best to watch the movies of August 1st Film Studio. Wait, they know? They know me on Bilibili so much that they fucking... They know when I watched the Chinese movie about the Korean War. The whole article is well written, especially the one about Europe. More and more people will notice that Europe's leadership does not reflect the values of the people. Oh, it's the rabbit. Oh. The rabbit ones that we watched. That was dope. Dude, W China is happening. Oh my God, this is 62,530 views.
To the haters, China is
holy moly. Don't make this guy depressed. He's trying to express that he understands China better than the up in the video. The blogger shouldn't have thought, I am fair and just. You can say that you are good, but it exceeds my understanding. It is false propaganda. You cannot say that I am bad because the bad part has its reasons. Bro only cares about Chinese netizens' glaze and not our nasty Western glaze? Yes. Hasan Lemon Brother. Trump's rednecks envy the iron fist of the University of Tokyo, but they do not know what is behind it. Hasanabi once again expressed this desire.
Found out. March pulled this up.
Are they overemphasizing speed in themselves? The authorities actually didn't do anything. It's just a visa. The government does not need to intervene, but it needs to make a statement. Only after the statement is made, local cultural tourism and enterprises will dare to cooperate. Lemon Brother. Okay. Anyway, how can I not be a Lemon Brother when this is my administration, dog? That's right. We're talking about Pete Hegseth. A second Signalgate controversy has hit the Pentagon. Ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs, I talked about this yesterday extensively, but it bears repeating. We are back. We are back. We're so back. Why are you Lemon Brother? I'm sour because I'm envious. Like a lemon.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth responding. The embattled Defense Secretary.
Fellas, can a drunk rapist not also be a wife guy? Is the question I want you all to take home with you today. Okay? I didn't realize that being a wife guy was illegal. Okay? Who cares? Who cares if you, as the Secretary of Defense, are sending attack plans to your fucking wife with no security clearance whatsoever? Who cares?
Just spoke, seeming to attack some of his closest former advisors and the media after we learned overnight that he shared detailed military plans in a second Signal chat. This one included his wife and his brother. Let's get right to CNN's Natasha Bertrand in Washington for the latest on all these very new, very significant developments.
Good morning, John. Yes, we confirmed last night that Secretary Hegseth did have a second Signal chat that included his brother, his wife, and his lawyer, in which he disclosed sensitive details about U.S. military operations against the Houthis in Yemen. This was around the same time as that first Signal chat that was disclosed last month when the editor of The Atlantic was accidentally included in a Signal chat that Hegseth had with other cabinet officials. This, of course, is different. It was on his personal phone, and we are told that this was a group chat that was set up as part of his confirmation process so he could kind of strategize with his closest allies.
Dude, strategizing with your wife about which targets that comprise of civilians, of course, to hit with your fleet is fucking crazy. Now, I know that there are eager chatters in here that want to say, well, his wife is a Fox News producer. Well, I'll have you know who else is a Fox News producer? Pete Hegseth. That's right. Before he was the Secretary of Defense, he was also a Fox News producer. So maybe his wife can also get the same level of qualification. So remember that.
But he continued using that chat, we are told, after he was confirmed as Secretary of Defense. And ultimately, he did end up sharing information about military plans with the people on that chat, many of whom, including his wife, did not have an obvious need to know about these military operations. Now, Hegseth did issue his first public comments about this just a few minutes ago from the White House at the Easter egg roll.
This is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter.
So two things, John. First,
yeah, this is something that people noticed here. I will have you take a look really quickly. Where is this sideburn? That's right. It's under the earlobe. Now let's take a look at when he looks in the opposite direction real quick. To be fair, I think it's just white hair. Like, I don't think he shaved it up to this point. I think at first I thought that was the case as well, but I'm realizing that I think it's just because he has white hair on his beard, so you can't really see it. Yeah, you see, you can kind of tell from this angle that it's just gray hairs, so it looks like there's no hair there.
So two things, John. First, neither Parnell, his spokesperson, Sean Parnell, his spokesperson, nor Hegseth there are actually denying the substance of the story, that he did have this Signal group chat that included his wife, his brother, and his lawyer. They are instead blaming it on disgruntled former employees, which is the second point here. Dan Caldwell and Darren Selnick, two of the officials that Hegseth fired last week, they actually were some of Hegseth's closest advisors over a decade. And one of the officials that left the Pentagon last week, John Olliott, who was until last month Hegseth's top spokesperson, he is saying publicly in a new op-ed that he wrote in Politico last night that it's been a month of total chaos at the Pentagon. And he said it's hard to see Defense Secretary.
I don't know if they are actually interested in dumping Pete Hegseth, by the way. Like, I know that there is reporting from NPR and whatnot, but it kind of feels like there is an internal battle that's taking place right now within the Trump administration between different groups that have different interests in the region, specifically in the Middle East, where I think, especially as it pertains to Iran, I feel like there is a little bit of a conflict there. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like there is the kooks and the crazies who are ironically taking a more restrained approach to Iran. Not to say Hegseth is one of them, because Hegseth is just a fucking idiot, but there are more hawkish voices within the admin that say, oh no, just strike Iran and nothing bad will come of it. And then some voices who are cranks that go, perhaps we should not do that. Perhaps we shouldn't strike Iran. Ironically enough, the cranks or the new right coalition is on the right side here. Drop site is also reported on Hegseth being dumped potentially. That happened last term too, the infighting between different levels of crazy. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Mike Waltz is on the other side of this. You can see some conservative commentators coming after him. Yeah. They commissioned Brace for this tweet. Jesus Christ, dude. I saw this. Pete's PO. This is actually a banger. This is actually low-key a fucking banger. I will admit that. Like, I can't believe the Democrats got a W finally. Holy shit. Pete Hegseth, your agenda is illegals, trans, DEI, all of which are no longer allowed at DOD. Pete's POV. God damn, that is fucking so good. That is, oof. Oof. They put alt text for accessibility. A screenshot of a blurry iPhone home screen. Dark woke. This is dark woke. This is dark woke, dude. Fact post. Trump's White House has reportedly started looking to replace Pete Hegseth with a second signal after a second signal group surfaced. Start the clock. I mean, this one is funny, but this is brutal. Like that one is like, haha, funny, whatever. This is fucking awesome. This is the type of joke. This is the type of joke that you know, if I was funnier, I would make. I don't get it. Sorry, I'm a bit autistic. They're saying he's drunk. They're making fun of Pete Hegseth's alcoholism by saying, this is when you look at your fucking phone, this is what you see, blurry. Imagine Pete seeing that tweet, so it's extra blurry. Yeah. It's even blurrier. That's why he didn't respond to this tweet. Okay, so I said this yesterday. Number one, I am an unconditional supporter of leaks. I love leaks. The leakier, the better. Leaky faucet. Okay, that's what I want from the federal government. Number one. Number two, out of all of the federal, out of all of the organizations, out of all of the departments within the control of the federal government, I think the Defense Department is the best one to be run by an incompetent dipshit. I'm sorry. It's so much better to have an incompetent asshole in charge of defense than it is to have a anti-medicine guy run the HHS. Okay? It's not to say that it's good, but if everyone is going to be an incompetent rapist monster, I would rather have the incompetent rapist monster be running the Defense Department as opposed to any of the other departments that actually require someone to be competent, because these are things that are going to stop plagiarizing, Sam. Come on, dog. Do we really need to roll the tape on the 700 times I've said this so far since the Pete Hegseth nom? Why is it effing for some? It's not effing for me. Did it actually F? Big F no? What the fuck? I don't understand when sometimes like a fucking sequence of F's roll in the chat, and I'm like looking at my bit rate, looking at my upload speeds, looking at the bit rate on the Twitch side, and everything looks good, and it's just always shocking. Twitch took a shit, not you. Oh, got it. Okay. But yes, as I was saying, I'd rather have an incompetent monster run the Department of Defense than an incompetent monster run the EPA or the HHS or the SEC or the FTC or any number of different regulatory agencies, as a matter of fact. And unfortunately, there are incompetent monsters everywhere.
Secretary Hegseth remaining in his role for much longer. John?
Yeah, that statement from the secretary right there, in the immortal words of Ben Bradley and all the president's men, a classic non-denial denial right there at the White House. Natasha Bertrand, thank you very much. Kate?
And just looking down, as he said, returning the Pentagon to warfighters, John Ulliott actually said in the past month, what they have been going through is not returning the Pentagon to warfighting, but just it says the Pentagon focus is no longer on warfighting, but on endless drama. That from his former spokesperson. Let's joining us right now to talk more about this is Jane Harman, the former ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee. Thank you so much for being here. I mean, I recall you saying after the first signal scandal broke that it should remind everyone that complacency invites catastrophe, and now news of a new signal group chat and new controversy. What's your reaction to this?
Well, this would be a good news day to accept Hegseth's resignation. I mean, all the news is about this extraordinary pope that we just lost, and so it might be buried. I can't imagine how he survives this. His key staff, as you just reported, has been fired by him. Some of them were on the second call. There are rumors that there may have been as many as 20 calls on unsecured platforms. I mean, that is, I don't know what you call it, tradecraft 00.1. You don't do this. And I can't imagine that Congress will defend him at this point. I wonder if the president will defend him. He's embarrassing the president. So I think there are two questions. One is when he resigns, but the second one is who will accept the job, who is really competent, given this history and given the chaos at the Pentagon. Let's just look at what Marco Rubio said. He just said that this draft executive order taking away half his department, this draft executive order was in the news the last 2 days, is fake news. So what this looks like is cabinet secretaries don't make decisions. They are made somewhere else, Project 2025 or who knows. And I can't imagine that.
Pete, JD Vance killed the Pope to cover up Hegseth's bullshit. Yeah. That's blue and on. You just spoke that into existence.
Capable people out there who are Republicans who could run the Pentagon would want the job.
One thing we know, the latest this morning is coming from the White House press secretary saying that the president still has full faith in Pete Hegseth. We know with the president that can change quickly, but that is the first response from them on this latest Signal chat. On top of this, you have a top advisor until basically days ago of Pete Hegseth, a former Pentagon press secretary for Hegseth, calling this whole thing a month of chaos. This is this op-ed that Natasha Bertrand was just referencing, and two parts I want to pull out. Number one, saying it's hard to see Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth remaining in his role much longer, to the point that you were making. And also this, even strong backers of the secretary like me, this is from John Uliad, me must admit the last month has been a full-blown meltdown at the Pentagon and is becoming a real problem for the administration. And just from your perspective, what does it do when a secretary's longtime advisor, his deputy chief of staff, the chief of staff to the deputy secretary of defense, they all get pushed out of the Pentagon in the midst of all of this?
Well, I recently chaired the Commission on National Defense Strategy. We said unanimously, 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, that this is the most dangerous time in terms of national security since 1945. If I were any one of America's enemies looking at our country, I would think, this is my opportunity to do any number of things. Think massive cyber attack in the U.S. I worry a lot that we could have a cyber 9/11 any day.
U.S. Department of Education to begin federal student loan collections, other action to help borrowers get back into repayment. I hate that I was right about this, where I said that they would only abolish the Department of Education and turn it into a collections agency. The only part of the Department of Education that they would never actually touch is the collection side. The U.S. Department of Education today announces Office of Federal Student Aid will resume collections of its defaulted federal student loan portfolio on Monday, May 5th. The department has not collected on defaulted loans since March 2020. Resuming collections protects taxpayers from shouldering the cost of federal student loans that borrowers willingly undertook to finance their post-secondary education. This initiative will be paired with a comprehensive communications and outreach campaign to ensure borrowers understand how to return to repayment or get out of default. Dude, you know what'll actually help the cost of living crisis? Extra debt that the poorest Americans have to pay. This is certainly going to fix the situation. It's going to make it so much better. Yeah, now that you also have an additional $500 to $1,000 that you have to pay monthly, let's say $300 to be nice. $300 to $1,000 that you have to pay monthly, like this will certainly help pay your rent. Very cool stuff. What is this? I will lead the breach. I will lay down cover fire. I will take the high ground. I'll expose myself to enemy fire to communicate. We must bring back integrity, focus, and put the warfighter first inside DOD. I stand with SecDef. Pete Hegseth. Yeah, that's what he was doing right there. He was leading the breach and laying the cover fire. You simply don't understand. He was ready to take it to his most loyal supporters who were breaching the halls of Congress.
We've already, in the Pentagon, fired a well-qualified 34-year in the military, 4-star head of the National Security Agency, who also headed U.S. Cyber Command. Just pick that one thing. And most of the qualified women at the top, too, who are doing excellent jobs, including being 4-star members of the military as well. Got to put that in. And so if I'm China, Russia, anywhere, I think I've got open season on the U.S. And look at what Russia's doing in Ukraine. Russia is toying with the United States and obviously toying with Ukraine. And it is an absolute tragedy to see a place where which was invaded in violation of international law after Russia promised repeatedly to respect its sovereignty, suffering this way. Ukraine is still fighting back. Europe is going to step up and fight for Ukraine. But now that we have a casual comment from, I think it's our vice president, that we may not continue to pay attention to Ukraine, I think that's hugely damaging and really threatens U.S. national security in another way.
Yeah, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying on Friday, if the Supreme
they have to talk about our foreign adversaries. There's no other speed for the American. To talk about American incompetence on American terms alone is impossible. It's also ironically why so many people will constantly say, "Oh, Hasan, why do you always resort back to America bad? You have one speed, America bad." It's like, well, I'm an American. Yeah, of course. I'm an American, and I want to say America good. One day, I dream that I will say America good. But as it stands, America currently bad.
The Supreme Court has ruled against the Trump administration once again on the issue of deportations. Now, this case centered on a group of Venezuelan men being held in Texas. The White House wants to deport them without due process, but the court temporarily blocked that in an apparent 7-2 decision. Scott McFarland is outside the Supreme Court with the latest. Scott, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Gail, for now, the High Court has halted more of these Alien Enemies Act deportations, but it's unclear how long that halt's going to last. But it is clear the Trump administration is welcoming this fight. The Trump administration is asking the Supreme Court to roll back its decision temporarily blocking the deportation of Venezuelan migrants being held in Texas. The High Court's order came in the early hours Saturday after the ACLU said the migrants got this paper saying you've been determined to be an alien enemy subject to apprehension, restraint, and removal from the United States. But Justices Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito dissented from the majority. Alito writing, "The court issued unprecedented and legally questionable relief." Among those deported last month using the Alien Enemies Act was Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was mistakenly put on the flight despite having protected status. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen met with him last week.
I was there to make sure that he was still alive and check on his health.
Sunday, Van Hollen dominated the airwaves, blasting the Trump administration for defying a Supreme Court order to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return.
My focus is not on one man, it's on making sure one man's rights are secured so that we can uphold the rule of law.
The administration continues to argue Abrego Garcia is in Salvadoran custody and denies it's defying the court.
I stand by the fact I think we did the right thing here. We removed a public safety threat, a national security threat.
While some Republican lawmakers acknowledge the mistake.
The administration won't admit it, but this was a screw-up. Mr. Garcia was not supposed to be sent.
We watched all of these Sunday interviews yesterday. Fantastic
to El
stuff.
Salvador.
A surprise over the weekend, Senator Van Hollen revealed before the Trump administration did, Abrego Garcia has been transferred from that terror prison to a nearby detention facility in El Salvador. But Tony, the administration says even if released back into U.S. custody, Abrego Garcia is not coming back to the U.S.
All right, Scott, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We're here because we believe that the rule of law should
Maxwell Frost travels to El Salvador to demand the return of wrongfully deported man Abrego Garcia.
be followed by everyone, including the President of the United States. And we're in a situation where the administration has sent someone here to El Salvador by mistake, admitted to it. A Supreme Court decision has come down to say you need to facilitate the return of this man back to the United States so he can go through due process. And the administration is saying no. We're not going to do it. In fact, we just had a meeting earlier today with the embassy, and we left that meeting with absolutely zero indication that this administration has that this administration is going to facilitate or wants to facilitate the return of Brego Garcia back to the United States so he can go through due process. The Constitution applies to all people in our country. Due process applies to all people in our country. It's one of the things that sets our country apart from other places across the entire world. And so we're worried, of course, we demand the release of Brego Garcia, but we're also worried about our own constituents. We represent people across the entire nation. I'm from Orlando, Florida. A community filled with immigrants, a diverse community, and we're getting hundreds and hundreds.
This is good stuff. I'm glad they're doing it. They need to do more of it. They need to start doing this for Mahmoud Khalil, Rumeysa Öztürk. They need to start doing this for Mozen. They need to start amping up the pressure in the exact same way, put their fucking bodies on the line in the exact same way. It's easier to do in the United States of America against this administration. It's literally easier to do. You don't even have to travel to El Salvador, but it's good that they are. It's good that they are. Make no mistake. But they have to do this exact same thing now for all the students, which, for the record, 1,500 students, 1,500 U.S. students right now, like students on student visas right now, have falsely had their student visas revoked by the Department of Homeland Security. And according to Aaron Reichland, who I seemingly bring up quite a bit nowadays, Aaron Reichland Melnick, these arbitrary revocation of student visas was so stupid and so arbitrary that at the first sight of pushback, they actually reversed those decisions. Here it is. Again, something that is not getting a lot of coverage, unfortunately. This is something that I talk about quite a bit, but I don't really see this anywhere else. I don't see this in mainstream media. I don't see the mainstream media talking about the student visa revocations as much. I mean, there was this example as well. Yeah, so if you're a computer vision PhD and you get a speeding ticket, you can get deported. This was from April 15th. Yeah. Father of 5 kids and 1 year to go before he finishes his PhD. And now Suguru Onda has had his student visa revoked without notice. He's being told to go back to Japan within 15 days because of his alleged criminal history. But he only has 2 speeding tickets and a fishing citation from 2019 that was dismissed. And it's fucking insane. We are cooking our future. This is what made America great, okay? This is quite literally... This is what we mean when we talk about, like, oh, brain drain or immigrants make America great. These are the people that we're talking about. All the way from those who work in the agricultural sector down to these guys. And we're hitting every fucking avenue right now. Cutting off your nose to spite your face. That is what white nativist anti-immigration looks like. Senator Pete Welch says, I just met with Mozen Madawi where he's being held in Vermont. He was detained when he showed up for a citizenship interview. He should be released so he can become a citizen. I think that they need to do this, but they need to do this in front of cameras. Like it should be him and Bernard too. You know what I mean? Like Bernie should be going there. Like the very fact that the Mozen situation is so insane that like the federal immigration authorities unironically honeypotted this person by saying, oh yeah, just come into our offices and you'll become a citizen today, only to trap him and detain him. So psychotic. But anyway, the Japanese guy got his visa reinstated, and a lot of these guys are actually getting their visas reinstated. Here it is. This hasn't got enough attention, says Aaron Reichland Melnick. Over 1,500 students have had their visas revoked on mostly nonsense reasons, with ICE often telling them to leave immediately or be arrested. But then, when sued, ICE suddenly started saying they don't have to leave, actually. It's fucking insane. Did you see this story? My mom sent this to me. Unprompted, apparently. This is what radicalized her. I was a British tourist trying to leave the U.S. Then I was detained, shackled, and sent to an immigration detention center. Wait, what the fuck? Graphic artist Rebecca Berg was on the trip of a lifetime, but as she tried to leave the U.S., she was stopped, interrogated, and branded an illegal alien by ICE. Now back home, she tells others thinking of going to Trump's America, don't do it. What the hell is going on, man? Yo, you can't go after white women with turf bangs. That's it. That is the most. There's only one group left after white women with turf bangs. White guys. This is like the last group of people that under a white supremacist construct, you're not supposed to be attacking. They're even doing that to white guys. What the fuck? Do we think that, like, America does not have a robust tourism sector? What is happening? I just don't understand it. Like, what? We are quite literally just ruining this country's economy sector by sector. It almost feels as though we are deliberately trying to make sure every fucking sector is busted. No more tourism. And I mean this sincerely, by the way. If you're a foreigner that is seeking to come to the United States of America, don't do it. Don't fucking do it. Don't come here. It is dangerous. It is unironically dangerous. If you are an American, legal permanent resident, and you want to leave the United States, don't do it. If you have a visa and you are legally here, but you are not a natural born or naturalized citizen, do not leave the American state. Don't leave, because there have been stories of the Department of Homeland Security just erroneously deciding, fuck you, you're not coming back into the country, and revoking the visas of people who are legal permanent residents here. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this already, but yeah, the U.S. faces $90 billion tourism hit as Trump's tariffs, deportation push drives away visitors. But it's not tariffs necessarily, maybe for like Canada, but it actually is the deportation stuff. The more people hear stories about like the more people hear horror stories about visiting America and how big of a mistake that is, because the dumbest high school graduate you've ever seen with a fucking inferiority complex gets to detain you falsely for no reason, the less people are interested in coming here. Good. Nothing more annoying than going to a beautiful national park with a family trying to enjoy nature and being mobbed by 10,000 Chinese, Indian, and Russian tourists. Oh. I hate. God. People are fucking animals, dude.
Donde hemos perdido los derechos es aquí en nuestro país.
Salvadorans react to Abrego Garcia's deportation.
Donde hemos perdido
where we've lost
los derechos
our rights
es aquí en nuestro
is
país.
Here in our country. This gentleman has not committed any crime. He has not lost his rights because he was deported from the United States unjustifiably. If the country where he did the crime requires it, then that's how it should be. He should return. That's what I agree with. If there is already a foreign court from where he was supposed to be legally that issued an opinion stating that he must be returned to this country, I imagine that the relevant investigations will lead to the conclusion of whether or not it's necessary for him to be returned to his country, well, to the United States. I'm confused. Also, Charlie Kirk went on the Bill Maher show and apparently clashed with Bill Maher over the Abrego Garcia deportation.
Does come to light that there really is no evidence that this guy was a gang member, that he got swept up, which is very understandable, that when you do a sweep, when you're doing big things, yes, nothing is going to go perfect. But if it does come to light, I would hope that some Republicans have the spine to say, yeah, that's not right.
Don't wag your tail at me.
You are allowed to.
Don't wag your tail at me like that. Place.
Deport under the Alien Enemies Act.
Correct.
Someone who is part of a recognized terrorist organization, which MS-13 is pretty close to a terrorist organization.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you're bending all these words.
And he's not an American citizen. We got to acknowledge that.
No, absolutely not.
So that's important.
But he wasn't here illegally either.
No, he was.
One thing, Judge.
Wow, what a great back and forth that was. My mom told me about a time where we went to Niagara Falls when I was little. Apparently, a group of Chinese students really wanted to take a pig with me and asked my mom. So now there's just some picture of this group of Chinese schoolboys holding a random American baby out there. If there was no tourism, my mother nor those boys would ever have that memory. Okay, that's the wackest reason for there to be tourism in the country. No disrespect, Yoski Broski. Not the shit on your formative memory. I'm kidding. You're such a hater today. I'm in a mood. I'm sorry. Is Bill Maher fully right-wing now? Yes. I wanted to cover this as well. Apparently, friend of the show, Andrew Schultz, went on trigonometry, which they're so lame. And this is what he said, apparently.
The sides switched so much. You know, when I was younger, like, Democrats were cool. They were getting their dick sucked in the office. They were like, right? They were like supportive of like hip hop music. They said, do whatever you want. Like, we don't want to be in your bedroom. They were cool with gay people. Like, it was cool to be a Democrat. Now, conservatives got 3 baby mamas. The president got 3 baby mamas. He's getting pussy left and right. Right? He's cool. He's the one saying, say whatever the fuck you want. So now conservatives have become Democrats. So I don't think I've changed. I just like the dudes that get pussy and say whatever they want.
Yeah, I think this is post hoc rationalization for Andrew Schultz decisions. That's all this is. Retract that friend of the show part. I mean, come on. I will not retract it.
So it's you want me to be a Democrat again? Get some pussy. Tell me.
Yeah, say what you want. Felix responded, "Hey, yo, blood, Trump letting us say what we want. Long as we not talking sweet on the only democracy in the Middle East." Oh, no. Hey. Yeah, saying that the Republicans let you say whatever you want is so funny, because go make any joke about a prominent Republican and you will have people fucking crying for days in your mentions about how mean you are, how mean-spirited you are. He's like, this is why I left the left. Oh, also, Fox News was talking about our boys.
Look, if Green Day, if Kneecap, which is a band I've never even heard of, if they want to be for the Palestinian people, then they should.
Why is America's worst swimmer, America's most 5th place swimmer, talking about this? Like, why is she? That's Riley Gaines, right?
Anti-Israel message of hate displayed on a massive screen at the Coachella Music Festival to a round of cheers. Stay with us. Hate took center stage.
Man, I wish I would get some of the smoke too, man. I'm kind of jealous right now.
At the Coachella Music Festival. It happened during a set from the Irish band Kneecap on Friday night, second to last night of Passover. First, the band projected this message for all to see. Israel is committing genocide, they wrote, against the Palestinian people. And they then changed the backdrop to one attacking the U.S. And lastly, they projected this.
I like that they show this stuff. This is like when, this is similar to when Fox News was writing. Fox News was writing articles about how I said like Hamas is a far less evil force than Israel is. Like when they put that on there, I'm like, yeah, I stand by that. You know what I mean? Like, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for posterizing correct takes. You unironically end up platforming correct takes. And the expectation there is simply for the audience to react in the way that you assume they will react. But all you're doing is broadcasting the truth. Yeah, when you post this and you go, oh, they're saying like they wrote fuck Israel and free Palestine on there. Like, that's not going to cause people to go, oh my God, how dare they say that? I mean, the people that are going to say that are already of that mindset.
F Israel, free Palestine. Meanwhile, Israel reminded the world of the hostages who were not home to celebrate Passover. Many were taken from a music festival, just like
By the way, this is precisely what I was talking about how conservatives behave, how the free speech guys behave whenever you say something that they disagree with.
Coachella.
18 months ago, our holiday was joyful. Today, the families of 59 hostages will sit at their table without their loved ones, who are still being held captive by Hamas in Gaza.
Dude, it's always fucking emotional blackmail, dude. Oh my God, you said fuck Israel and free Palestine? Here is unlimited emotional blackmail. Remember when October 7 happened? But this time it was at Nova Festival. Remember Nova Festival? Remember October 7? Please do not look at anything we've done since then. Please do not look at anything we've done before October 7 that might have led to October 7 happening. Do not look at any of that. Just only October 7. And don't even look at October 7 that much, because you might realize that our forces also killed a bunch of the Israeli citizens in the process. So don't look too closely to October 7 either. Just only look at October 7, but within the confines that we have designed for you to look at and consume October 7. That's literally, this is the only thing that you can say. Okay? If you resist against Israeli occupation militarily, you are anti-Semitic, you are a terrorist. If you say anything about Israeli occupation that we don't appreciate, you are anti-Semitic, you are a terrorist. God forbid you have a bad thought. If you even fucking look in the direction of Israel's actions in a way that we consider to be less than desirable, you are anti-Semitic, you are a terrorist. The words you use, if you say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, we have decided you are a terrorist. You are anti-Semitic. And what the fuck? What is the point here? What are we supposed to do? It's so fucking crazy. It's so ridiculous. I don't know if you talked about this framing before, but I had a realization. The expectation that music festivals must be apolitical in perpetuity because of 10/7 is absurd, because 1, implies music festivals haven't always been political, Hendrix at Woodstock, and 2, would be like telling country musicians they can't talk about guns in their songs after the 2017 Vegas festival shooting. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Yeah. It's like Nova Festival Nova Festival was hit on October 7th, and there were gruesome images from Nova Festival for sure. It reminded me of festivals in America, as a matter of fact, ironically enough. You know, like the one in Vegas. It was horrifying. The difference, of course, is that doesn't mean that, like, no one can say Israel is doing a genocide in any setting, let alone a festival. You know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous.
Over a year and a half in captivity, guarded by armed terrorists, hidden in underground tunnels.
Yeah, under horrific conditions, you know, evading our bombs. Might as well say your bombs, because we're paying for it, too.
Under horrific conditions, let our people go.
Let our people go, except not like that. Except, according to Haaretz reporting, recent Haaretz reporting, Hamas, once again, as they have at this point, made clear 10,000 fucking times that they are willing to release all the hostages. Israel has said no again. Israelis know that Israel is the only entity ruining the negotiations process at this point. They're protesting against the Netanyahu government, and these are not guys that are like, "Oh, I love Palestine. I love Palestinians. I want to hug and kiss them." They're literally like, "No, just let the hostages go, and then you can continue the genocide." Yeah. Live updates. Netanyahu's spokesperson says hostages cannot be brought back in single phase because Hamas is demanding end to war. Wow. So it had never had anything to do with the hostages. It always was a talking point for Israel. I am shocked. If only someone, anyone out there had been repeating that in perpetuity since October 8th. Sorry, can't bring the hostages back because they want us to stop murdering children, and we can't do that. Can't do that. Sorry, not gonna happen. Not gonna fucking happen. What the fuck? Hold on. Anyway, let's continue.
Carly, frankly, a horrific scene and sight. The parallels of the music festival are, the word you used earlier, staggering. But for something that is lauded as the celebratory and must-attend event for young Americans, to see this and to have cheers happen after doesn't sit right.
Yeah, and it's interesting that this was an Irish band because tensions between Ireland and Israel are at an all-time high. Israel even closed its embassy in Ireland in December, and they cited extreme anti-Israel policy from the Irish government. I believe this band is Northern Ireland, but still, you still have this display. And a day after this kneecap performance, Green Day changed the lyrics to one of their songs to honor the Palestinian people as well. The thing that I'm most reminded of in this moment, though, is the footage in Harris. I know that you saw it, too, that the Israeli government made available to some members of the media of October 7th. And you do see in that footage people hiding at the Nova Music Festival in porta-johns. They were hiding in the bottoms of dirty bathroom stalls. And then the next thing you see is a spray of gunfire going through those very porta-johns. So those are the images that should be remembered and reflected on, as opposed to what this band decided to do at Coachella.
Just horrific. Just horrific.
You know, I'm really without too many words on this because it needs so much action. Yeah. And when I see the time wasted while Biden was in office, while I see how much effort was not given to looking at the side of let's go get the hostages early on. But it's so much has passed, so much time has passed now that I'm baffled by even President Trump's words. They released a lot of those hostages before he was even president. They were listening to President Trump. The problem is Hamas isn't going to listen to him because that's 1,000 years of entrenchment. That's all they know how to do. The world is seeing somebody evil enough to just want to fight. They didn't want to win for their own people. They don't plan on feeding the Palestinian citizens.
How do you know that? I'm so disappointed and baffled to see someone talking about something other than October 7, and also talking about October 7 within the confines of what we consider to be acceptable. Okay? No, I'm yelling at my dad because they've ordered more delivery and I can't deal with it. There is a constant flow of product being delivered to this house when my dad and mom get a hold of my debit card. An endless flow. Every 5 years, conservatives get upset at Green Day for changing lyrics because they're being political. They just don't realize that like 70% of their most popular music is critical of Bush, the war on terror, Vietnam, the regular American living. Absolute fucking goobers over here that have been whining since 1997. Yeah, Rage Against the Machine, more like Rage for the Machine. That's how it is, always.
Of course they don't. If they did, they would have taken all that money after all of the previous conflicts where they were given money to rebuild and all. And they would have put in electrical grids. People ran out of water within 7 days.
What are you fucking saying? What is this completely fantastical, nonsensical, ahistorical attitude here? It's just always just completely made up nonsense. Oh, the Palestinians don't want to take care of their own. Palestinians don't want to take care of their own people. It's just like, that's why Israel has to keep bombing them. Israel has to keep doing genocide. Israel has to limit the flow of goods into the Gaza Strip. Hamas is 1,000 years old, according to this fucking idiot. She said they were entrenched in not helping Palestine. Yeah. Yeah, from the Ottoman Empire all the way down to British Mandate Palestine to Israeli occupation.
Days who lived in Gaza. How do you have an entire...
Look, the thing is, they're desperate, as I've said already, and in their desperation, they're holding on to dumber and dumber nonsense, and this is all they got. I told you so. Hamas is offering to return all hostages, step down from ruling Gaza, halt production of rockets and digging tunnels, store all their weapons in locked and guarded warehouses, all in return for ending the genocide and IDF leaving Gaza. This is a non-starter for Netanyahu. A non-starter. From Rashidun to Ottomans. Kime ne bu? Annem ne almış ki? Peki. Açmayacak ki telefonu ararsam.
Area run out of water in 7 days because you didn't have enough to begin with. I mean, Hamas, they are scourge. They are the worst. They are savages. They're not going to listen to anybody.
Savages.
Netanyahu knows. I don't know if the world has the stomach for it, but you got to take them out.
How did we get to this point, Paul? How did we get to this point in this country where that...
Great question. It's because Israel has been live streaming. Israel is engaged in a live stream genocide. Israel is doing a live stream Holocaust. And of course, people that have...
is allowed to foment and fester and have tears at Coachella.
It's amazing. And that's what they're
of
willing
all
to...
places, a music festival. Can you believe it? A musical group is engaging in the act of politics at a music festival of all places. Why won't they simply say how sad they are that Israel is forced to do a genocide? It's so fucked up. How dare they? Because that's the reality. When they say, why are you being political? Music is not supposed to be political. One, of course, music is always fucking political. That's ridiculous. And two, they simply mean, why won't you say nice things about Israel? And instead, why are you saying mean things about Israel? That's it. That's it. That's all this is. That's all this is about. Yeah. As I said here, art is not supposed to be political. Why can't they either shut the fuck up about genocide or only talk about how good Israel is? I can't believe musicians would take an anti-war and anti-genocide stance. Oh my God. Especially a music festival attended by young people who overwhelmingly are on the fuck Israel tip. Maybe you saw already, but Ben Gvir landed in Miami earlier today in his first trip to the U.S. and is joining the government. No, I'll do. Okay.
To say publicly. Can you imagine the backstage conversations at these things? If you brought out the head of Hamas on that stage, they were a standing ovation. That's how far things plummeted. I mean, it's just the truth. Look,
I mean, yeah, that should cause you to reconsider your stances maybe a little bit. Okay? I'm just saying. Wow, these people really, these kids, they love Hamas. They can't get enough of Hamas. What is going on? What will they get? They did bring the head of Hamas. That's true. They did. They brought the head of Hamas to the festival stage. Me, Hasan Hasanabi Piker.
it is that simplistic view of the world of oppressed versus oppressor. The bottom line is Israel looks too much like America. It's no accident that they were hitting both America and Israel, this Irish band.
Yeah, what do you mean? It's because what they're saying is true. America is funding and facilitating Israel's genocide in Gaza. That's the reason why they said those things. They said those things because they're true statements that they uttered. Notice how you haven't mentioned any of the statements or tried to even tackle the veracity of the statements. You haven't offered any counter messages, and you're simply complaining that everybody loves Hamas and everybody fucking hates Israel. One must ask the question why it got to this point. Why do you think they aren't running with anti-Semitism? Everyone is saying anti-Israel and pro-Palestinian, which is the correct interpretation. I don't know. Yeah, to paraphrase Will Menaker, it isn't enough that they get to do a genocide. Everyone else has to be happy about it. Yeah.
And because that's the equivalency, right?
We're one, especially with Trump in office.
They look too much like us physically, but also in terms of success.
I guess because it's Fox News, when you say anti-Israel, they're already conditioned to believe you mean like anti-Jew.
They're the only successful regime over there, and so of course they have to be the oppressors. And the other false equivalency here is that somehow or other October.
No, they are the oppressors because they're doing a genocide, not because like everyone is jealous of how successful they are. These guys love chirping about fucking the welfare state, and then you got the biggest welfare queens out there, Israel, and they're like, look at how glorious and successful they've been. Everyone is jealous of them.
Seven is about a conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians. No, it was between Israel and Hamas, and they never put Hamas.
Yeah. No, it's between Israel and Hamas. Remember early on in October of 2023, I told you that if they constantly present this dynamic as Israel versus Hamas, and in the focus group testing that they engage in, where the only selectable outcome is Israel versus Palestinian people or Israel versus Hamas, if you're only putting on the polls Hamas versus Israel, people are going to inevitably go, okay, yeah, I like Hamas. That's what they're going to say. That's where we're at for some people. And these guys are like, how could this have happened? It's like, I don't know, maybe because everyone, even the dumbest person, sees live streamed Holocaust and goes, that's really fucked up. You know?
Into the equation. That's what's missing. And anybody who gets their politics from a 3-minute song deserves what they get.
Yeah, and it's also a rich irony.
What deserves what they get? As in what? Like, we're going to deport them. We'll kill you. Yeah. I'm advocating to jail you.
I mean, from if they are Northern Irish, then that's the British. I mean, get out of here with that. And
oh. I love, of course, the pro-Israel stooge would also be pro-British Empire too. It's like, I'm on the wrong side of every issue. I'm going to always take the side of the oppressive colonists. That's how it works.
And you ask, Emily, like, how was this able to happen at Coachella? Well, of course, Coachella is for younger people, and what has been proven throughout.
This is, again, look. What do you mean? So that the Nova folk, okay, this person is not. Never mind. I thought this person was trying to say that to me. I didn't realize you were saying that to the fucking Fox News panel.
Throughout the past few years, is that the younger generation is definitely leaning towards anti-Semitism. I think anti-Semitism is...
Oh, there it is. Finally, someone had to bring up the real elephant in the room. Someone had to bring up the real elephant in the room, which is, of course, anti-Semitism.
Is really a symptom, or I guess a disease.
What's up with these fucking conservatives that have like tiny ass faces on ginormous heads? What's going on? This is the Charlie Kirk phenomena. Conservatism does something to your cranium. Why is she on this panel? Because conservatives fucking love losers, dude. That's what it is. You want to know why? You want to know why she's on this panel? Because conservatives love fucking losers who chirp. Okay? She is a straightforward loser. She's a whole ass loser. Okay? That's it. And because she couldn't take an L graciously, she has become a conservative. Democrats love losers too. They just love gracious losers, you know? Losers who lose but are still maintaining some kind of moral superiority in the process. Conservatives love whiny fucking losers.
That disease is DEI, and we see that infiltrate on college campuses all across the nation.
You can't do this. What the argument that like you're somehow fighting against woke and DEI, but also God forbid you hurt the feelings of a fucking foreign nation that's currently doing a genocide, the live stream Holocaust. Like, what do you mean? Take a fucking stance. You can't, on the one hand, constantly fucking whine about shit that's not anti-Semitic and claim it's anti-Semitic. And we all know what that claim comes with, okay? Because that claim is not just saying something is anti-Semitic. You're demanding some kind of regulation. You're demanding some kind of managerial person to come in and say, yeah, these guys are going to get punished. That's why you're saying that this is anti-Semitic. But you can't do that and then also simultaneously be like, we need to cancel culture. We need to stop all this woke nonsense. The fuck?
Even still, I've been to about 80 or so different college campuses to really mobilize and engage the youth. And I have people, pro-Palestinian activists who show up to protest me. They don't know what they're protesting, but it shows you how...
I don't think you know what you're fucking protesting.
The progressivism, the activism has infiltrated into college campuses, especially. So I guess, my thing is, look, if Green Day, if Kneecap, which is a band I've never even heard of, if they want to be for the Palestinian people, then they shouldn't be anti-Israel. They should be anti-Hamas. And to see on stage a large billboard that says F Israel.
Unreal.
It's unreal. No, this didn't happen in Nazi Germany in the 1930s. This was in 2025 in America. Beyond staggering.
Well, and that's what I wanted to ask you was, how do we combat this with young people? I feel like we can see how it got here, which is the absolute, but how do we combat it now? How do we turn these young people around?
Well, I think we have to remove these
I got an idea. End the occupation, dismantle the Zionist project, create an independent Truth and Reconciliation Committee, punish all of the war criminals, and allow for a singular, secular, solitary state to exist in the area with a right to return for all Palestinians that have been forcibly removed from their ancestral lands, and also reparations paid to the Palestinians that have been pushed away from their lands. That's how you can start the process of people thinking that Israel is fine. Because the amount of war crimes, the amount of blood, death, murder that Israel has committed, the amount of unjustifiable actions that Israel has committed is not going to go away anytime soon. And it's certainly not going to go away when you're consistently defending it and refusing to stop.
Activists from these authority positions. I think that's the best word for it. We've seen these rogue activist judges. Of course, that's been—
I do love that they keep showing this, though. I do. I love that they keep showing the fucking message uninterrupted.
pretty heavily reported on. People are beginning to open their eyes, but these activists have infiltrated into academia, these large, prestigious, at one point maybe considered prestigious academic institutions. We have to remove them and, of course, reinstill the values of education. I mean, it's really as simple as that.
May I take a quick stab at that question?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you let President Trump do what he's doing. Like, he's got a broader view than just going after some of those voices on campuses and just pulling $1 billion here, $1 billion there from Harvard. What he's trying to do is set the track straight that I can see, in my opinion. He's trying to say, look, this is not right. The Jewish hate is not right. And there, by the grace of God, go we, when you're hating and wanting harm to come to some people on campus. It could be anybody you don't like. So I do see him trying to do a reset at that very ground level of young people. And I say, let him cook.
You know who has to pick that gauntlet up is the Democratic Party, because this is coming from their far left.
Will they?
Have the courage to step up and identify it, it's going to continue.
Yeah. Well, up next, a new poll on Democratic leaders hits a new historic low. And now the Dems are turning on each other.
The aisle has hit an all-time low, while the party looks poised to, well, go after itself. A recent Gallup poll reveals a record low 25% of Democrats.
Nice. Do they have gains on because they think she is an inroads to college students? Maybe. How is this the most popular news network? It's because they don't stick to that stuff that much. If that's all they did, then people wouldn't watch it as much, to be honest. Anyway, let's move on from this. Let's get to Israel. There was one update on the story of Israel. As you know, the most moral nation on the planet, the best democracy on the planet, Israel. Okay. And if you don't say that, you are anti-Semitic and a terrorist, and you should be deplatformed and possibly blackbagged in the middle of the street and sent off to a concentration camp in El Salvador, where you will slave away for the rest of your life for the crime of not saying this fundamental truth. Okay. Let me get that out of the way. Israel did a boo-boo, an accident. They killed a bunch of first responders. Directly shot them, killed them. And then they dug holes, a mass grave, an unmarked mass grave, and dumped the bodies of the healthcare workers into that mass grave alongside the ambulance. And at first, when people were like, what the fuck? You executed a bunch of healthcare workers. What are you doing? They said, oh, they were Hamas. Then they were like, no, they weren't. They were healthcare workers. They said, oh, well, their lights were off, so we accidentally thought that they were Hamas. And then footage came out that showed that that wasn't the case, and that the initial suspicion that Israel just executed these people was correct. They turned around and said, oopsie, I guess we fucked up. And it became an issue of accountability for Israel, even though they should have no respect at this point, because they've never said the truth. This is not the first convoy of ambulances that Israel has fired upon and executed. And it most likely won't be the last if we don't put an end to Israel's violence. But now, accountability has finally come to Israel, it seems. Let's take a look at what they did.
Professional failure, a series of operational mistakes. These are the findings of the Israeli military's investigation into its attack on a medical convoy in Gaza that killed 15 Palestinian aid workers. Israeli troops buried their bodies and the crushed vehicles in the sand. The military, under pressure to explain its actions, has released a statement. It says, the deputy commander failed to identify the fire truck and ambulances, blaming it on poor night visibility.
So how did the shitty collab with Ian pan out for you, buddy? It's so satisfying seeing you fall off. What? You talking about iDubbbz? Fall off? Are you okay? Is this person seeing something that I'm not seeing? What kind of fucking alternative reality do you exist in? Have you fallen off to 35,000 live concurrent viewers? Like, what do you mean? Having said that, it's also, 6 hours in. So, so buddy, how was being hot and rich working out? So nice to see you fall off. I got shit in my ass from wiping poorly. You had 35K last week too? I did. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't really know what this chatter is talking about. It's weird. But okay. One day it'll happen. Burgles, thank you for the 50 gifted subs, contributing to the Fallout Fund. Thank you. Thank you for your support in this trying time, as I have consistently fallen off over and over again. You know, hate it. Shadow only saw your views on election night and thinks you average 300K. Yeah. If I averaged 300,000 views every single day, America would be closely resembling Chinese manufacturing at this point, I think. Adrian is online. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Caked Up Bot. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Love seeing you fall, and then you're screaming the 35K people being invited on stage for Coachella, going on podcasts, being interviewed, being booked and busy. I mean, yeah, he's just manifesting the fall off, and it'll happen eventually. What day this week was it again? You'll appear on the Daily Show? No, not this week. It's going to be next month. But I don't know. This guy has been coming in since 2022. And maybe at a certain point might have been a fan. And somewhere along the line, I mean, he was like rating ad break debates. And then somewhere along the line, his attitude changed. Scum of the earth, lol, copium, dog. So how did the shitty collab with Ian pan out for you, buddy? Starfire57, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And Hidden Kitchen, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Adrian is online. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. I want us on the Notice Me someday. I notice you, sweet baby Ray. Let's continue.
He opened fire. The rest of the battalion followed. He has now been dismissed.
They fucking dismissed him. He did an internationally recognized heavily publicized war crime, an act of terror that is completely and utterly unjustifiable, and yet somehow normal process within the Israeli occupying forces killing fields in Gaza. And they only just went, oh, all right, well, I guess we'll move you over to fucking desk duty.
Statement also said removing the bodies was reasonable under the circumstances, but the decision to crush the vehicles was wrong. And there was no attempt to conceal the event.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, totally. That wasn't to conceal the event at all. We were super proud of it.
At the heart of the matter is the identities of those killed.
Jumpsuit Dumpling,
Israel
thank you for the 5
again
gifted.
claimed that 6 were members of Hamas, but it has provided no evidence of this.
First of all, as the IDF said, and we've been gathering the evidence around this from the very beginning and taking our time to do so, is that 5 or possibly 6 members of the people that were in that ambulance have links to Hamas.
Sky News' own investigation didn't find any proof the medics were associated with Hamas. It was the video found on the phone of one of the medics killed that provided the first real evidence of what happened. It proved the convoy did have its lights on, and medics...
I'm definitely wrong, but this is probably Israel's Abu Ghraib moment. It exposed them so blatantly. Every MSM outlet is against them on this openly, and even New York Times was the one who reported on it. Like Abu Ghraib, very few GIs got a slap on the wrist. Here, one guy got dismissed. It will be another thing on the scale against Israel's public image. Yeah, but I think it doesn't fucking matter ultimately. Because as long as America looks at this depravity and says, no, keep doing it, keep pushing, it will continue. America not only defends Israel with propaganda whenever they engage in acts like this, they refuse to acknowledge these horrifying atrocities. Some in the media barely offer it coverage. But ultimately, as long as there is no real pressure from other countries because they are all captive to American interests, servile to American interests entirely, all the regional actors, with some notable exceptions, which we have all the smoke for, like the Houthis, for example. Houthis are the arch nemesis of America. They're the worst country on the planet. They're the worst. They're so bad.
Were wearing high-vis vests, contradicting an earlier statement by the military. Israel's story has changed since the bodies were recovered and calls for an independent...
Yeah, it's broad daylight. They fucking do this every time. And the only reason why they even do this is because it is an act of violence so shocking and so naked, so nakedly inhumane that it causes a stir-up in the Western world, within Western media, and only then do they at least lie about what took place, and then slowly but surely the truth comes out, and then they go, oopsie, and there's nothing that takes place. This is the Israeli method in perpetuity. This has never changed. There's like that famous newspaper article from multiple decades ago at this point where it's like, what is it? The narcissist's poem or whatever, but talking about Israel. Oh, nothing happened. And if it did, it was Hamas. And if it did, it was their fault. If it comes out that it was our fault, it's like, oops, we made a mistake. With no repercussions whatsoever, no real accountability whatsoever. It's not new. This happened with Shireen Abu Akleh as well. And it happens thousands of times more than that. It's just these are the ones that actually make its way to the Western world. These are the stories that make its way to the Western world. And Israel lies about it. And they don't even suffer any repercussions in the eyes of the media. The media will tomorrow turn around and take an Israeli official seriously as though they are not straightforwardly fucking lying to them. They'll go, oh, what happened? Yeah, that didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. Westerners that are paying close attention to this stuff are basically seeing 1%, the tip of the fucking iceberg, not even the tip of the iceberg, just 1% of the atrocity. And even then, Israel is so obviously fucking lying all the goddamn time about every single minute detail. They're not even doing a good job with their lies. They just like know that there's no accountability, so they don't even see the need to. And then everyone is shocked why everybody says fuck Israel. I wonder how this happened. Why would anybody say fuck Israel? Fuck this country that's doing shit like this. Yeah, CNN International. Israeli probe into the killing of the 15 Gaza emergency workers finds professional failures in the unit. A commander is being fired over the incident. That is not accountability. Criminals cannot investigate themselves. But more importantly, the only reason Israel even announced the sham investigation is because of the footage that exposed their lies and attempted cover-up. Just imagine what else they're hiding. We don't even have to imagine it. We cover it on a daily fucking basis. We cover it on a daily basis. It's just mainstream media doesn't choose to cover those stories at all. Because if they did, the percentage of people that have an unfavorable opinion of Israel would go from 53% to 99%. Because it is a Nazi country doing a live-streamed version of the Holocaust. It's that simple. No matter how much you think, oh, well, I've been taught that this is a good country, there's only so much child murder that you can experience, that you can watch happen in broad daylight and still continue your support. You have to have a lifetime of direct social conditioning associated with a real fear, not a valid one, but one that you perceive as valid, that if this country wasn't being violent like this, then you would all die. And even then, considering that there are plenty of Zionists, Jews, that become anti-Zionists in the process of recognizing these atrocities, seemingly, even with a lifetime of social conditioning, you can still recognize the truth. There's also the other side of this where obviously, yeah, Israel is also facing internal crisis. The Israeli army is facing its biggest refusal crisis in decades. Over 100,000 Israelis have reportedly stopped showing up for reserve duty. While the reasons differ, the scale demonstrates the war's waning legitimacy. There's only so much death and destruction that the rabid, bloodthirsty assholes will engage with as well. Eventually, they want to go back to wearing capri pants and listening to psytrance music and eating shitty hummus, okay? The benefits of being a part of the Imperial Corps is to do those sorts of things. You're not built for war. You're going to want to dance again, you know? That's what happens. The only thing natives have to do is wait it out. With Israel, it's a little bit different because it's a settler colonial entity that is established over the course of 76 years. But there's only so much militancy that they will withstand. There's only so much violence they can put out there before they go, oh, well, what's all of this for? Like, I want to get my shitty marketing job and go back to eating the worst fucking hummus of all time. Listening to the worst psytrance music that you have ever heard. I want to be able to continue to torture myself with this kind of shit. Doubling down on the hummus? Yeah, yeah, I am the number one anti-Semite. They're calling me a fucking Nazi over there, brother, because of the bleach sword. What is this? They want to...
Behind this, of course we recognize the Jewish people's right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. We're Zionists. Of course we support the IDF's mission to dismantle Hamas and release the
Hamas!
We're Zionists. We know Hatikva like the back of our hand.
We're Zionists.
We Israelify our wardrobe when Israel is attacked to show our support and pride.
We're Zionists. Of course we proudly stand by our brothers and sisters in the Holy Land. We're Zionists. Of course we won't stop talking about our last trip to Israel. We're Zionists. Our favorite colors are blue and white.
We're Zionists.
This was so funny. Is this ironic? No, dude. This is literally how bad the propaganda is. So fucking libbed up.
We value life and mourn every innocent death.
We're Zionists. We won't stop advocating for the world's only Jewish state. We're Zionists. One of our favorite sayings is 3 words. Am Yisrael Chai. We're Zionists.
Careful now, saying their hummus is ass is anti-Semitism and denying the Holocaust, so you deny the Holocaust. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I love Israeli hummus. It's the best. It's the only real hummus. It's my favorite part of Israeli cuisine. I'm so sorry. Please don't fucking kidnap me and put me in a facility and torture me, please. Oh my God. I'm going to keep eating the hummus, I promise. I know you're kidding and referring to Ethan. I'm just riffing with you, chatter. Eat the fucking shitty hummus and say you like it. Anyway, here's some good news. Senator Pete Welch met with Mosen Madawi, and this is the conversation that they had.
I'm here with our friend from the Upper Valley, Mosen. We've been having a nice talk, but I want you to have a chance to explain to people how you're doing and what you hope to accomplish, and how is it you're staying so positive despite your circumstances.
Thank you for the visit. It really means a lot, and it reassures me of the support that I have.
Oh my God, I forgot that lady. That was
from you and from the Vermonters as well, my people, the people of Vermont. I'm staying positive by reassuring myself in the inevitability of justice and in the deep belief of democracy. This is the reason I wanted to become a citizen of this country, because I believe in the principles of this country.
And you told me you were preparing for your citizenship exam that you thought you were going to take when you were detained. One of the questions you were going to answer, just explain that about rights.
One of the most important questions, the most important rights is the Bill of Rights, which includes free speech on the top of these rights, freedom of assembly, freedom of press, freedom of having religion or not having religion at all. And I learned also in this basically test that I had to study for, that the freedom of speech and religion and assembly is guaranteed to everyone in the United States, which is part of the foundation of this country.
Well, I want you to also, Secretary Rubio said you're a threat to foreign policy. Can you just tell us what you were hoping for and how you've worked with some of your Jewish brothers and sisters as well as Muslim brothers and sisters?
My activism, so they are, basically he is describing being anti-war as anti-Semitic. How could that be possible when my partners, most of my partners at Columbia's campus and beyond, are Jews and Israelis? My work has been centered on peacemaking. And all what I am doing, I am being a human. My empathy, as I mentioned before, extends beyond the Palestinian people. And my empathy extends to the Jews and to the Israelis. And my hope and my dream is to see this conflict, if one might say, to see an end to the war, an end to the killing, to see a peaceful resolution between Palestinians and Israelis. How could this be a threat to anybody, except the war machine that is feeding this?
It would be good for everybody, for us to have peace.
I want to tell everyone that I feel so loved and so supported. And I am here in good hands. I am centered, I am clear, I am grounded, and I don't want you to worry about me. I want you to continue working for the democracy of this country and for humanity. The war must stop.
Thank you so much.
I'm very grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's kind of wild that they're criminalizing some of the nicest guys in this movement. Like I don't know, I don't know what the purpose is the purpose to put a message out there that, like, no matter how kind you are about, we still think that you're, we still think that you shouldn't be in America. Is that what it is? I don't get it, because, like, there's definitely a lot of motherfuckers out there that have said, myself included, like, I have said way more aggressive shit than Mosin. Okay? Way more aggressive shit than Mosin. Like, and I think it's perfectly warranted to say way more aggressive shit than Mosin in this regard. So the fact, I mean, obviously I'm an American citizen, so it's different, but like the fact that, like, they couldn't find someone who was even, like, a little bit more radical. You're a citizen. They're still working out how to get you, brother. I know, but the kindness makes them seem like soft targets, easier to get. What is this? Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Like, if you wanted to present the administration as insane monsters, if you wanted to present the administration as, like, unreasonable and insane monsters, these are, yeah, this is the fucking tweet. Fuck, marry, kill. I know, I saw. These are the types of people, these are the sympathetic figures that you would go after. Like, it almost feels like by choice they have made themselves look horrible. I don't know. I don't get it. I truly don't get it. I sent this to my hypersonist mom, and she called me and says she supports Mosin while still supporting Israel. Trump is literally losing Israel supporters over this stuff. I think so. It dissuades dissent and shows that even if you aren't a violent psycho about it, they will still remove you from your daily life and family. I know, but you're losing support from the constituents that would be in the middle here, which is so weird because, like, I'm thinking if I want, here, I put my evil fascism hat on, right? If I want to kickstart the process of mass deportations and to create a chilling effect on speech, specifically as it pertains to speech on Israel that I consider to be inappropriate, wrong, right? I'm going to go after someone that is, like, maybe painted a red triangle, or someone that has said, like, glory to the martyrs, like, I love Hamas, something like that. Because I'm sure there's, like, a student out there that has done that, you know what I mean? Or someone who directly played a role in the encampments. Like, I think that that's still indefensible, by the way, to deport those people. But, like, that's who I would, if I was a more competent fascist in charge, that's who I would go after to revoke the citizenship of, because you want to have a strong case. You want to have the strongest case possible as you're trying to open the door to more and more evil shit. Like the very fact that they couldn't find like a single student visa having, not green card, a student visa haver who like put the barricades up or whatever, and also was saying Hamas is the best. I think Hamas should do whatever it wants to every Zionist or something along those lines, like, which again should still be protected under the First Amendment, but at least you could present a much better argument. You could present a much better argument to the broader American consciousness than like the nicest fucking dude of all time. Stop giving them tips. I'm just saying, it makes no fucking sense. A competent fascist is an oxymoron? No, like, yes, fascists are stupid, but there is a level of stupidity that shocks me as well here, okay? Like, you can still be at least, I mean, they would normally be like at least some level of competent to push for their agenda. He's literally a radical pacifist. Like, he does not believe in the use of violence under any circumstances. Yeah. When you rabid, you think anything you get, you can't help yourself. Yeah. They want the most impactful organizers. They don't care what Americans think. They care about violence, only ending the progress of the movement. I don't know. They're literally grabbing people that are the easiest to hurt. No, they're grabbing people that they're playing fascism on hard mode. Like, the only harder mode of playing fascism would be grabbing someone like myself who is an American citizen. You know what I mean? Like, that would be the hardest difficulty. And instead of going for like new game +7 difficulty, they went for new game +4 difficulty. You're going after Columbia students with green cards who are like over the top, far, far more hyper pacifist than I ever could be given those circumstances. It truly doesn't make sense. And it's also the easiest fucking counter from the Democrats. Please move on this. I will offer maximum support to any Democrat that makes a big fuss about this shit. This is so fucking annoying. Thank you, Senator. We need more. Immediate release. This is a severe First Amendment. I'm starting to get the vibe. You want to be grabbed just for agitator points? No, I don't. And the reason why I don't is because then I can't do what I do best. I think they're trying to push people further to the right. The mass acceptance from moderate constituents is a sacrifice seen as worthwhile to ratchet the right further from the right. As we see now, the culture will normalize around that with like no human being is illegal, which is now seen as radical when it was once more mainstream. I don't think so. I think it's like it takes a long ass fucking time to get there. What is this?
Israel have the right to defend itself?
No. If you're an occupier.
What the fuck? Oh, Muhammad al-Kurd, my goat.
Defend itself? No. If you're an occupier, you cannot defend yourself against the people that you are occupying. I'm sorry, that's a hard to swallow pill.
That is a very hard to swallow.
Yeah, and we don't hear this narrative about any other country, by the way. No other country has the right to defend itself, the right to exist. It's almost like Israel is a person.
You don't like her?
I don't like her.
Her.
Her.
You said Israel's a person.
I was being sarcastic.
Huh.
Yeah, you think Israel is a person?
It feels, when you're being mean about Israel, and I think you are being mean.
Because she's a damsel in distress.
It feels like you're being mean to a person.
To a woman.
To a woman.
Because Arabs...
I didn't say that.
You implied it with your blue eyes.
Oh shit, that was loud. Fuck. Anyway, we're eating his ass. I mean, it's a satire show, chat. This is kind of wild. Doesn't North Korea depict dear leaders as feminine and as a woman sometimes? I don't know about that. I think they just got a list of names from Beitar and started choosing whatever sounded the most Arab. I don't think they're thinking through it deeper. They're just doing racist rubber stamping of Beitar deport list. It's called messaging discipline, to be honest, what you're talking about. You can make yourself look in the best light possible, also emphasizing the main political message. It's just, it truly is shocking to think that the American government is this incompetent sometimes. Like, I know how fucking depraved they are. I know how monstrous they are. And I know how overall incompetent they are. But it still surprises me sometimes to see like just how fucking stupid they are. There's also another funny thing that I've been seeing on my timeline quite a bit. I'm going to wait. What is this? Breaking: China successfully tests non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. The 2-kilogram bomb generated a fireball over 1,000 degrees centigrade, lasting 15 times longer than a TNT blast. The CPC is becoming more meritocratic somehow. Fascinating statistics of the CCP's young cadres. Out of 60 bureau level ones for whom there's data, at least 29 hold STEM degrees, 47% are PhDs. Tsinghua increasingly dominates, 23% bureau level, 52%. CCP is becoming more meritocratic. This actually matters a lot. The US equivalent would be if half the senior government officials were MIT or Stanford PhD level engineers as opposed to predominantly lawyers or increasingly talk show hosts. I bet you'd have a vastly different United States with vastly different priorities. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it's good that there are people who work like regular ass fucking jobs prior to this that work in the public sector. It's not necessarily bad that there are PhDs. Bryce said there is no Marjorie Taylor Greene in China. Yeah, because he doesn't know my character, my favorite, my new character, Hank Peking. Or not Hank, Hao Peking. Okay? That's why. The MAGA Trump supporting hog Chinese guy, Hao Peking. That's why he doesn't know. There is a real, I've already invented the Han Chinese for China guy, okay? He doesn't know. He doesn't know. How true Han Peking. Yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Time to end this goddamn affirmative action. Is this the premiere of a new Hasan persona? No, I've done this already. I've already done this. I've done this. I've already workshopped this bit. Hao Peking. I'm sick and tired of Xi Jinping caring too much about doing even development all the way over there in Xinjiang. Yeah. The Manchu have gone too far. Why are there so many goddamn Tibetans in positions of office? We must make China number one. And that means China is for the Han Chinese. More development in Beijing. Less development. Why are you building a dam on the Himalayas? We need more dams right here. Really solid decision to circumnavigate the Nick Mullen method of imitating an Asian accent. I'm glad you learned from his mistakes. No, because I can't do it. If I could do a convincing, like, Mandarin speaker English accent, I would do it. It's just that I can't do it. I can't do it well. KTLA post about kneecap on their IG. Nice. Ni hao. Ni howdy. So you've tried and determined you couldn't? No, I just know my limitations. I don't have to try it to know I can't do it. Yeah, here's the clip. Love Chairman Mao. Peace be upon his name. Lord rest his soul. Okay? That's our founding father right there. As every red-blooded Han Chinese man. Having said that, however, these woke policies, wokeism, what those American dogs call the mind virus, has clearly taken over Xi Jinping. Wokeism is making China less Han. How did this clip do on Bilibili? I don't want, this is too advanced level. I feel like if this hit Bilibili, they wouldn't understand it and they would think I'm like racist or something. They would think I'm being xenophobic. And I'm afraid. Being a streamer is pretty hard after all. What is this? Fuck my life. I'm profusely sorry to everybody on my live stream was ranting about kneecap and mocking their picture with Mia Khalifa because she infamously had a phalange anti-Palestinian tattoo. I tried to Google the tattoo and porno came up. I ended stream immediately. Complete disaster. I am sorry. Fucking hell. I fucking hate this freak so much. He's so ugly and gross, dude. It's just like... I can't even enjoy his demise. Like, I just don't even want to think about him. It's just... Anytime his mere presence occupies my thoughts, I am crippled by disgust. Real visceral reaction I have. Yeah, this is the same Drew Pavlov, that fucking ogre whose dad was yelling at him to get a job. Fucking move out. Get a fucking job. You're a fucking loser, Drew. Yeah, me and his dad shared that same level of disgust. He did a video calling What? Trump a Maoist? Pavlov, Iglesias, or Mar, who's worse? Ugh. A real who's who of fucking losers. What's next? You're going to add no opinion into that too? Breaking news. It seems E will talk/debate with Uncle Sam Cedar. Great. Amazing. Wait, what? Debate? They will most likely agree with one another. He is a committed anti-Zionist. Ethan, I mean. I'm joking, but that is probably what he'll do. He'll greatly present himself as being a victim of vicious smears from a lot of people who don't think he's sufficiently pro-Palestinian due to their incredible anti-Semitic opinions, and that he is simply misunderstood, and that he agrees with everything that Sam Cedar says wholeheartedly. And Sam, being the kind and gentle being that he is, will not push super hard to really figure out what Ethan's worldview looks like. Yeah, he'll Tim Pool Sam Cedar. If you guys think that it's going to be like a... Did you see Reddit staff called out as hypocrisy?
Oh, they will never. They will never. You know how
Ethan admitting he spoke to a representative at Reddit who told him his community was also harassing people and that they didn't care. The crew was silent and it was deafening. Insane to admit. No self-reflection. Incredible.
compromised Reddit is? I haven't said this before. It's so infuriating. We got a hold of someone at Reddit a few weeks ago after everything was like peak, like max crazy. And we told them about all the snark stuff. It was a comms person, and they got back to us and they said, well, you guys are harassing people also. You're harassing.
It's true. I mean, it is literally true. The only difference between Ethan and I in that regard is that, one, I never fucking attacked him mercilessly with vicious smears for a fucking year and demanded his deplatforming, and I still am not demanding his deplatforming, as opposed to what he has done. And also, on top of that, the only time I ever respond is often, with the exception of this very specific moment here, because there's a larger point that I'm drawing on. The only time I ever respond is when he's just making up erroneous fucking claims, or when he's speaking out of his ass about Israel. Meanwhile, he operates a fucking snark subreddit. This is a snark podcast. That's all this is. How is he not understanding that he's not the good guy in this story? It's easy. Narcissism. He's talking about the snark Reddit on him, not about you. No, I know. He went to I understand. He went to Reddit and was like, can you take down these snark Reddits about me, please? And then Reddit was like, dude, what are you talking about? Your fucking subreddit is a snark Reddit. Am I wrong? Did I misunderstand that? Isn't that what Reddit basically told him?
People, and they're harassing people. And they said, well, you guys are harassing people also. You're harassing people and they're harassing people, so I don't see the difference between your community and their community.
Yeah. And it's ironic because the snark community that he's referencing is his community. It's just fans that he has banned from ever criticizing him. So they just like organically moved somewhere else to, ironically enough, keep watching his streams, but just with a negative lens now. It's so funny that he thinks like, I mean, he also literally said he was going to chain himself to Reddit headquarters, no?
So, I mean, mind-blowing shit, dude.
I mean, it's not mind-blowing. It's only mind-blowing to you because you have portrayed yourself as a victim in all this, in this entire situation. And it's crazy because like everyone will constantly bring up shit that's happening to him that are really fucked up that I do not even remotely entertain and would subsequently immediately punish if I found out that anyone in my community ever fucking did some shit like that. I would, of course, ban them. Okay? There's never been a moment where I've been like, oh yeah, calling CPS is appropriate or anything like that. Or any number of different things that has happened to him. Why would I fucking do that? I have been the recipient of a million things that have happened to Ethan since the beginning of my fucking political career. I know better than anybody else on this planet what Ethan is going through, ironically enough, which is precisely the reason why I would never entertain any of the things that are happening to him. I would never fucking advocate for the things that are happening to him to happen to him. I think it's unconscionable and fucked up. The difference between him and I is that I don't, one, egg it on, two, talk about it publicly, so people just make up their own minds on whether or not it has any impact in my life or not. I've chosen a very different method than Ethan. He said again, Bad Empanada is your attack dog? No, I don't agree with half the shit that Bad Empanada does. Bad Empanada attacks me too. The stuff that I agree with and have defended in terms of Bad Empanada's commentary is pretty clear. He has great research. When it comes down to combating Hasbara, and ahistorical talking points coming from Ethan, he's great. He's fantastic. I'm just a Palestinian fan who like both of you. That's why I consistently comment on it and post. It's very personal. Same reason Idaho's made the video. He feels camaraderie and thought it would matter to Ethan. Yeah, no, I don't think he's going to do that. Have you considered just watching his video just so he can let this shit go? You think I'm going to watch an hour-long compilation of out-of-context clips that I've addressed a million times over and then address it in real time again? Which would probably be really beneficial for me. Let's be real. If I announced that I'm finally going to fucking watch the context nuke, sorry, that would garner a lot of attention. All the clippers would be coming from all around the world. It would be a fucking 2-hour, it would be a 2-hour response, if not a 3-hour response, going through all of the clips that are out of context, showing the full context, explaining why he is being disingenuous, talk about the ahistorical propaganda points that Ethan puts forward. Bad Empanada already did that in the Content Czar Bomba. I've thought about it, yeah. Maybe do that thing where you invite historians and stuff. I remember you mentioning that. Yeah, I was thinking about like using it as a... I was thinking about using this as a teachable moment to have like some call-ins from Avi Shlaim, specifically on the what is it? Fuck. The Aliyah versus the Nakba. Like the 1 million Jews were displaced, ethnically cleansed from their Arab homelands in the process of the Nakba. It's a far greater crime. Are you already the only ones who wants you to watch so we can copy strike you? No, I don't think he would do that. I think that would, I mean, maybe, but because he's so oblivious to how his behavior looks to most people. Because if he did something along those lines, like, I think that would become a impossible to ignore position. But the point is that clearly, considering that every single point that he's brought forward, I have addressed a million times over, and including some of the points that he made in the context nuke that I directly addressed, that he clipped my response to out of context, it doesn't seem like he's a good faith actor in this. You've addressed everything. Someone with a lot of time could clip your response to every segment at this point. The excuse, watch it so you know what we will talk about, doesn't fly anymore. I know. Yeah. Ironically enough, I've also mentioned, also a million times over, that I would watch the context nuke side by side with him. I will watch it with him if he wants to. He was watching your stream earlier with the Pope talking about Gaza. He muted immediately when he realized what the Pope was talking about. Wait, really? Why the fuck was he watching my stream?
What a disgusting group of people that work there. Oh my God.
Why are they? No, they're basically saying you are, if we were to enforce this like no snark rule, your subreddit would go down first. It's much larger, has much more motion, and therefore much more damaging the public discourse in general. I think that's what Reddit was basically telling him. By the way, he's not talking to Sam out of good faith. He said he's going to show, look how I can do what Hasan won't, rent fucking free. Wait, what? I can talk to Sam Cedar. I can talk to Ethan as well. Don't know why he thinks that I'm afraid of him. Is this the new meta that Ethan just like makes up shit and now he's moved on from cowardly claiming like, oh, I won't talk to him. Ethan asked again if Hasan is watching his response video and the whole crew is legitimately annoyed. Why are you so obsessed with what these streamers think of you? Wait, what? Dog, what do you... This is not being obsessed with what a streamer thinks of me. I don't give a fuck what Ethan thinks of me. Are you silly? He has become a propagandist for the state of Israel. If tomorrow he just didn't say anything about all of the deplatforming efforts, but changed his output from, instead of attacking people who speak out against Israel, to speaking out against Israel, I would never fucking discuss it. I would never discuss it ever again. I would never discuss Ethan Klein ever again. He could even stick to weird fucking lies that he keeps making up about me and calling me anti-Semitic or whatever the fuck. What is this?
DSA Atlanta. I know Matt has kept up with some of the Ethan Klein H3 drama, but man, has he lost it completely. Called Sam a racist and just lying about so many leftists. His former wife, IOF soldier, has broke his brain into nothing but Hasbro and Zionist talking points. I saw some clip before I went on vacation of that when the person
Yeah. That chatter doesn't realize you ignore many streamers that try to cause drama with you because they aren't Israeli mouthpieces. Exactly. Like, do you know how many fucking content creators are constantly talking shit? I don't give a fuck. What I give a fuck is when a content creator who is prominent, who has a relatively sizable audience, that is deluding them, that is lying to them about the history of Israel, that is basically doing a form of Hasbara, Yeah, if I talked exclusively about content creators that talk shit about me, I'd be only talking about Asmongold, probably.
And saying that I was pronouncing something wrong or something.
Oh, yes.
And apparently,
yes,
I was trying to mock their handle on IM, referred to it as a moniker,
Right.
and then tried to pronounce it in different ways.
Rough
And
word to do that on.
I saw the clip, and it does look bad, but it also is, I think, a rather uncharitable thing. But they seem to be upset at me for something. So
yeah, because you don't think Hasan is a racist, I think is the problem. If there's anyone who takes a pro-Palestine side that he doesn't think is a racist, it'd be interesting to know about. But yeah, that's embarrassing stuff over there.
it is a little bit embarrassing, but maybe that works.
I hope
over there. There's a lot of stuff that comes out of that. Like I see it, like I get tagged occasionally, not that often. And to be honest, I'm not on Twitter and certainly not over vacation or Blue Sky as much as I used to be. That I cannot follow for the life of me. There's just another universe of names and characters that I just honestly I cannot follow what is going on.
I know. Yeah. The only reason I know about this is because of Hasan. But I hope he's just Ethan just takes a step back. I don't really know him that well, but I mean, it seems like he's not doing that great and maybe needs a intervention, not saying it in that
That's
way.
what the IDubbbz video was.
From a friend.
People have been trying to intervene with him
After
as a friend.
What video is?
There's a new IDubbbz video. A guy he did it's called Content Cop HV. But the truth is,
I saw that. I don't know what does any of those things mean.
I don't know. I've never heard of the Content Cop series, but apparently it's pretty big. But I'll just say people have done that for Ethan multiple times as friends, including Hasan.
Content Cop was not an intervention. It absolutely was. It was far nicer than what Ethan deserves at this point. What are you talking about? And it also hyper-focused on the personal aspect of Ethan's behavior rather than making larger political points about the ahistorical nature of his commentary, how much he fucking lies, or how he spends most of his time, the finite amount of time he has to speak on an issue as a content creator, most of that goes to shitting on people who are speaking out against Israel rather than speaking out against Israel personally. That's, if Ethan truly was pro-Palestinian as he claims he is, then he would spend virtually no time talking about Frogan or Denims or whatever the fuck, or maybe spend some time talking about them if you have disagreements. That's fine. Right? But the overwhelming majority of Ethan's time would be spent talking about Israel's atrocities. Only when he's talking about that issue, by the way. I'm not saying he should not do his goofs and gaffes and exclusively turn. Ne? Baba lütfen gider misin? İnanamıyorum yani. Hayır ya, git lütfen.
On stream, you watched it. Everyone has been overwhelmingly charitable for them, and he has continued to double down in heinous ways, smearing people, being overtly racist against people because they're hijabis. That whole crew and all the people that online, whenever I post,
the Content Cop ended with people he severely harassed saying something nice about him and was far more charitable than he deserves. Yeah, but it didn't even work to actually, penetrate his narcissistic barrier. But what I was trying to say, what I was trying to say is this, okay? What I was trying to say is that do the goofs and gaffes, do whatever you want to do, live your life. I want Ethan to be a happy person, okay? I want Ethan to be a healthy person. I want him to be a happy person. I wish him well. This is my consistent position. It has not changed. Regardless of what he's done to me, others, I want everyone to live a good life, live a healthy life. Because I think if people were healthier, they would most likely not do the stuff that he's doing. Having said that, if you claim that you're pro-Palestine, then show it, then act like it. He just uses being pro-Palestine as a way to try to dance on this fucking tightrope where he gets to say whatever the fuck he wants about pro-Palestinian voices. He gets to say insane shit about Israel that are straightforwardly ultra-Zionist, ranging to liberal Zionist, and then still have people like him and agree with him. Like he wants to have his cake and eat it too in this regard. At that point, his claim that he is pro-Palestinian becomes a shield for his propaganda for Israel. That's what I'm frustrated by. There are plenty of people who are pro-Israel. If I were to spend every waking moment addressing pro-Israeli speakers, I wouldn't do anything but address people who are speaking on behalf of the apartheid state. The reason why I speak on Ethan is because he claims to be pro-Palestinian and deludes his audience into thinking that he is pro-Palestinian, and that is the only appropriate pro-Palestinian way of covering these issues. The only way to criticize Israel's actions is by constantly fucking shitting on people who are criticizing Israel's actions. Like, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's unacceptable.
Those videos, they'll get into my replies defending Ethan. They're all sick. They're all really sick, and I love telling them so.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to how J.K. Rowling claims to be a feminist, but uses feminism to attack women. Yeah, J.K. Rowling is not a feminist at all. She's only using the moniker of being a feminist as a protective barrier to a select hand-selected few group of people that are still TERFs that actually abide by the feminism, but the narrowly defined feminism of being a TERF, a trans-exclusionary radical feminist. That's what Ethan is doing as well. It's just marketing at this point. To just say that that you're pro-Palestinian, but all the time that you spend talking about Israel is dedicated to shitting on people who talk about Israel's atrocities. That's it.
I just have noticed, and you know, I can't speak to what Ethan Klein is up to. I have not paid attention, but I can tell you within the context of like my family members who, you know, a year ago, or even, you know, my family members who, you know, stopped following us on Instagram or whatever it was.
Right.
Or, you know, friends of my father's who are contacting my dad and saying, is Sam anti-Semitic? They have all basically had to shut down.
Oh,
and, and have walked away from the entire.
Yeah, except Ethan hasn't. That's the point.
Whatever's going on.
They just stopped talking
in
about
Gaza.
it.
They've stopped talking about it. And I would imagine if they were forced to have to talk about it.
Aren't you falling for his bait by talking about him instead of the actual issues? No, not necessarily, because every time I talk about this, I'm also showcasing Israeli propaganda, pro-Israeli propaganda, and how it works. It's important because while there aren't that many people out there who try to abide by Ethan's position on this, where he will claim to be pro-Palestinian, but then almost always attack, like this weird, cynical, supposedly quote unquote liberal Zionist framework. Most of the liberal Zionists have already moved on from talking about Gaza, where they just like are very quiet about the shame that they feel because they can't openly defend it. Ethan, on the other hand, is still on a righteous warpath that he considers to be righteous. while also consistently self-victimizing, he just continues to lash out at those who do choose to talk about Israel. Because remember, it's not just about like how I'm unfairly attacking him or anything like that. He also will spend every waking moment criticizing other takes that I have as well, usually from behind a Instagram story that is very difficult to respond to. Ethan claims to be pro-Palestinian, genuinely had no idea. Yeah, he did. He did. All up and down his context nuke, he claimed to be pro-Palestinian. His new narrative is he was just minding his own business and everything started when Denims and Hassan's community called CPS on him. Yeah, that's also fucking gross. I did not do that, and my community did not do that either. Hasan doesn't need to reply. Ethan made a tragic mistake using the Gaza issue to attack Hasan, which grabbed many people's attention and made videos to correct Ethan. And since Hasan is the center of the issue of it, he gets vindicated as well. The more Ethan keeps going, the worse we'll get for him. I mean, did you see the skull thing from him? Genuinely insane? No. Why are people purity testing the political level of your stream when they don't do that to Sam or other political media folk? You're not allowed to talk about your haters for some reason? Yeah.
Because you have a show that follows the news, and I don't know how much, H3 follows the news on a regular basis. But if you had to talk about...
Yeah, he literally tried to deplatform me for months before the CPS call. And there was no point where I ever said anything about him or his children or ever would have entertained something so fucking ridiculous. So it's odd. This really sums up the whole thing. Yeah, 6 million views in 5 days, by the way. What a fucking flop this was, huh? God damn. It's already doubled the view count of the context nuke in 5 days. The like-dislike ratio ain't good. Yeah, the dislike ratio counter is not correct. It can only make a assumption on what it is. The extension is not accurate. But I mean, I think a lot of people just want to feel like it's valid to convince themselves that this is like a dud or something, and that there isn't a lot of people that are not on Ethan's side on this. IDubs confirmed the like-dislike ratio is fake. Y'all are about... What do you mean? Likes versus dislikes since published, 85.7%. Y'all are wild about the like versus dislike ratio. Those numbers you get from extensions are not always accurate. Also, it doesn't fucking matter. Enjoy the video. Well... Australia is turning into America.
This Australian election is...
Oh no, I know. Every country inevitably. What is this? Timestamp 348?
does feel like the election Australia loses its independence to the USA. And that's after a bunch of elections the US directly interfered with. But at least we had our aesthetic independence. Our niche, telling it like it is crowd, used to have their own Australian identity. Clive Palmer used to post about Tim Tams. Now all he posts is pictures of him next to Tucker Carlson, possibly photoshopped in. Like, is that a normal human fist? It looks like a Super Smash Bros. Fist. George Christensen used to do the most Aussie thing ever and fuck off to the Philippines instead of working. Now he's just retweeting Psycho X accounts named shit like Trad West. But the worst offender is Dutton, who honestly lacks the creativity and charisma to
Where is it? Why did you send me this link? Can someone send him the link of E talking about everything happened because of Frogan complaining E unfollowed her? That's such an insane way to recognize your own fault in this.
really properly single.
Where's the point that you wanted me to watch?
White female Trump. So instead, just opting to co-opt the most boring, I guess, worst things about Trump. Mostly the fact that he's perhaps the most nakedly transactional president in US history. If Dutton's Trump and Sam Frick is Joe Rogan, then I guess that makes me Ethan Klein. That's right, Hasan. I'm not streaming it because I'm too distressed to turn on the camera, but every day I'm secretly having a borderline crash out over the use of the word Zionist. Israel bombing Gaza is about me. I'm the biggest victim. Wait. Second biggest. After Ethan, of course. Sorry, back on track.
Oh, damn. That's a blistering attack. Jesus Christ. What's up, big dog? What are you doing? All right. What is this? His lovers outnumber them. You are insanely calm for having so many dedicated haters. Not sure how you deal with it. More power to you. His lovers outnumber them. He's very successful and wealthy from it. He's sexy as fuck and proud of his body. Most of all, he gets to do what he loves for a living. Yeah, I mean, I have my moral convictions. I know I'm right. I've been fortunate enough to build a ginormous community of like-minded individuals who go out and fucking take it to the streets, go out and do fundraising initiatives, and try to make change that we want to see in the world. Of course I'm going to be fucking calm and collected throughout this entire process, regardless of the endless amount of fucking haters that I cultivate along the way. Most of the time, also, it's pretty easy because my haters end up revealing their indecent nature fairly quickly in the process. So it doesn't continue to be an extended issue. Yeah, he says, yep. Also, on top of that, I have a wonderful family with the exception of one guy. I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm surrounded by loved ones as well that keep me grounded. I talk to normies all the fucking time. That also keeps me grounded. These are all the reasons as to why I don't constantly lose my fucking mind. You know? That's it. Those are the reasons. But most importantly, I think, it is because I know my cause is just, and I know my advocacy is good, and I know that it matters, and I know that it actually has the capacity to make change slowly but surely, marginally, okay? Sometimes it feels like it's impossible. Sometimes it feels like change is impossible, and yet I keep pushing, and so do you, and we do slowly but surely see results. That's it. Dude, you're shaking the whole desk. Mm-hmm.
About it. I don't know how you could reconcile the beliefs you had, in October of 23 with what you've been able to see quite clearly. I mean, really.
No.
In the year and a half.
No.
I think this guy's Jewish too. Listen, even if you're like an anti-Zionist as it comes, sitting across from this guy as a Jewish person is the most despicable fucking backwards shit you can ever do. This guy is not anti-Zionist. He is anti-Semitic. He hates Jewish people. It's not even debatable. Like you ask Hasan that a year ago, he'd been like, yeah, no, he's just anti-Semitic. I mean, it's known, okay? I'm gonna get more into showing you guys more about this, but like, this is why I.
What, Bad Empanada? Is he saying Bad Empanada is anti-Semitic? He hates Jewish people? Who's he fucking talking about? He said he thinks Daniel Monte is Jewish. That's really funny. Poor Daniel. He's not getting the recognition.
I have nothing but disdain for these guys. First of all, this guy Matt Lieb had Frogan on after my feud with her, and again, once again, characterizing me as a harasser. I have never started shit with any of these people.
Oh yeah, they just magically were like, oh, Ethan is Jewish and we hate him, but also Matt Lieb is Jewish, but we love him. How does that work? I don't understand.
I've only ever responded to them. And Matt Lieb, he has Frogan on, and he describes me as a Jewish supremacist, and then he has Bad Empanada on. So yeah, fuck Matt Lieb. And I still think he should get fired. And I think that every day that Rhett and Link keep this guy on the payroll is a disgrace to them.
Yeah, Rhett and Link should go out and fire their Jewish producer for being a vocal critic of Israel. That certainly will look good for them. Yeah. Ren and Link should fire their Jewish producer, Matt Lieb, who has a child now as well. Okay? That seems like the appropriate thing to do. This is what I mean. This is literally like this right here is infinitely worse harassment than and more consequential harassment than fucking Frogan being like, oh man, this guy never shuts the fuck up. Oh my God, on Twitter, okay, when referring to Ethan Klein. Like, one is back and forth chirping, the other is making a direct demand as a massive content creator with a shit ton of influence, demanding other massive content creators fire one of their employees because of who they've had as a guest. Like, and if they were to go and have fucking Nick Fuentes as a guest, then yeah, sure, there's like validity to that statement. But you're talking about a fucking another content creator, Bad Empanada, that you're claiming is a vicious anti-Semite. No, Bad Empanada goes way too far in terms of how he approaches issues. He certainly goes way too far, but ultimately that's not, you can't just fucking be like, that's anti-Semitism. No, he's going aggressively against you because you keep fucking saying pro-Israel shit over and over again. That's it. He goes against me too. I'm not sufficiently pro-Israel for him either. It's fine. When he makes videos about me, what do? What do I say? I say, I'm pro-Palestinian. I'm pro-Palestinian emancipation. So is Bad Empanada. We have different tactics. We have different methods. It's okay at the end of the day. Ironically enough, I would go so far as to say Bad Empanada basically Bad Empanada basically hits back as hard as Ethan does. That's why he can't handle it. Like, that's why he's mad. Like, Bad Empanada behaves in an insane way, just like Ethan behaves in an insane way. That's it. That's it. And you can't deal with someone giving back the same level of smoke to you. Like, he'll be like, Bad Empanada played that, the Al Aqsa game or whatever, the role reversal Palestinian game. Every game, every video game where Muslims are in the crosshairs is propaganda in the other direction. We just see it as normal, so we don't even think about it, and that's fine, right? But God forbid someone plays the opposite game for once, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. Okay, if you consider that to be anti-Semitic and racist, playing Call of Duty is Islamophobic. That would be a ridiculous woke position to take. That's number one. Number two, Ethan literally played terrorist or Twitch streamer, comparing me to Osama bin Laden to his fucking audience. How is that not insanely Islamophobic? It's ridiculous. There are content creators who I like or have liked in the past and have been somewhat skeptical about, in terms of sometimes feeling like they might even broach into territory that could be considered anti-Semitic. Bad Empanada is not one of those guys. He actually is also, ironically enough, skeptical of those same content creators as well. The crew defending Frogan? No, really? Ethan's not gonna like that. Hasan's insane reactions in general, content cop debrief. My insane reactions. Bad Empanada being platformed by everyone. Wait, what the fuck is this? Did I just see a photo of myself? Wait, what? What the fuck is this? Dude, this is... Wait, this is photoshopped. Is he...
Inequity, oppression, intolerance, injustice. These are all of my favorite things. Bum, bum, bum, bum.
I always knew Hannah Montana was a little...
Are you against it? Are you for it, man? Why would you just list all that?
Holy fuck, my mind just unlocked.
What is stupid shirt, man?
Oh my god. What the fuck? What happened? What happened to the video? Wait. What just happened?
Yeah. I was saying is that he was part of a fraternity where he just talked about how he used to fuck mad bitches. He used to take them home and raw dog them or something, he said, to paraphrase.
What is happening here? Oh, he hit the button because someone told him it was photoshopped? What? Is this like... Is this the... Oh, gross, dude. Gross. Dude, can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine if I were to talk like this about him every day? How many fucking YouTube videos he would make about how I have done unlimited harassment that is the most anti-Semitic type of harassment that's ever existed? I don't even talk about his fucking Boston Marathon bombing survivor video. You know what I mean? Like that's what he was doing when he's fantasizing about what I was saying and doing when I was in like in my early 20s. Okay. He was a whole ass 30-year-old man doing unhinged ass bullshit with a complete N-word compilation to boot. I can't believe this guy says that I'm obsessed with him when, like, I just randomly clicked on a part of his broadcast that isn't even supposed to be about me, even though this part of the broadcast is apparently about me. And he's literally, he's looking at a Photoshop photo, cracking jokes, and then like fantasizing about who I fucked. Very, very cringe. What the fuck? And they're spamming a soundboard of me and shit. It's getting so funny again. It wasn't for a while, but it's looping back around to being hilarious. Yeah, it's fucking psychotic, dude. Calm down, brother. God damn. Okay, where were we? What were we looking at? What did I originally click on? They think that the frat bro angle is a way to get you because that's also what D people think. They think that's your weak spot with progressives for some reason. Yes, dude. I am a very broy. I am very, very broy. I'm a broy guy. I know. That's why there was like, you know, all those fucking, is this on the Joe Rogan to the left ass fucking, you know, think pieces written in this, in that,
Like,
in this
you know, I
time
was
frame.
thinking something. This kind of might be true. Tell me what you think. This whole arc, the falling out with Hasan, the breakup of leftovers, the content cop, my response, Bad Empanada sent, I don't know if it's Bad Empanada, someone sending us skulls in the mail. I think if it wasn't for Frogan complaining about me unfollowing her, none of this might have ever happened.
What the fuck? Don't you realize that makes you look bad? How does he not realize that this does not make him look good at all? This makes him look really bad. That like all of this was over petty fucking grievances.
It might be a completely total timeline.
Fucking Dearborn,
she
dude.
might
I'll do
be
you
the
one better. This is
she might be the catalyst for everything.
We have to go back. There's
have to go back.
There's one too many people I hear from Dearborn, and everything went to shit.
That's it. You can only have what?
Yeah, I
only
mean,
two.
yeah, and I it's crazy because this all sort of happened like right after she moved out here, and that's another reason I feel bad too, is because this is a girl who moved away from her family. Regardless of her putting herself in the middle of it, she's out here, she's, you know, without family, by herself, and nonstop on the internet. It's just like, kill yourself, all this horrible shit.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah. As a hijabi Muslim woman who fucking moved as a small content creator to Los Angeles, California, her life literally got thrown into the shitter because she dared to say, hey, I'm a fucking massive fan of you, Ethan. Something I communicated to Ethan Klein as well, by the way, at the time, that like Frogan is a fucking diehard foot soldier back then. And hearing you say certain things about Israel is really hurting my fucking feelings. And for that, she received an endless torrent of Islamophobic nonsense. All the while, she didn't say it to him. She said it in a Discord to her friends. Yeah. And then, you know, and she still receives it. At the time, I literally said, I don't think these are Ethan Klein fans. Because back then I was like, no, they're progressive. They're progressive. I didn't realize how much fucking unrestricted Islamophobia existed in the H3H3 podcast community. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, it was in Discord. How did Ethan get fed Discord message, I wonder? Who are the ones stalking her and you at every waking moment? I know. I tried to communicate that to him as well.
So yeah, there's a way to disagree and not be fucking vicious.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm totally like, she's far from like she's very obnoxious and she says a lot of dumb things, but I think she's mostly just dumb. Like, and I know that sounds insulting, but I'm kind of trying to like give her a pass a little bit. Like,
oh, so gracious, dude. Oh, so gracious of Ethan to give her a pass by saying she's not an evil terrorist like the way I suggested she has been this entire time. She's actually just a stupid person who's coming across like an evil terrorist. That's cool. That's so nice. He's like, I'm not Islamophobic. I'm just misogynistic and kind of Islamophobic at the same fucking time. God, he is. Right after AB was saying she's faced harassment, he's like, no, I know. She's just dumb. Yeah. Person with a master's who is infinitely more knowledgeable over the history of Lebanon and Israel than Ethan is, for the record. Yeah. Thank you for your charitability, Ethan Klein, noted scholar of Lebanese history.
Like, she's mostly just dumb. I don't think she even knows necessarily, like, sometimes what she's saying and doing. I know that sounds insulting, but trust me, the alternative is way worse.
She's Dearborn, baby. I'm Dearborn as fuck.
Dearborn born.
Yeah.
She's just trying to pay rent, Ethan. Come on.
That's fair. You know, before she moved out here, I remember us talking, and she was nervous about it. And I said, at the end of the day, you'll have me and Lena, like worst comes to worst. And then shit just hit the fucking fan.
Yeah, it sucks.
And, you know,
all sucks.
Yeah, shit hit the fan. Ethan hit the fan. He is the shit that's hitting the fan in this process. Like, if he recognized that this was the inflection point, then yeah, the way to manage this as the much larger content creator with a fucking massive fan base of diehards that will go after anyone and everyone viciously in the process of making yourself look like an Islamophobic piece of shit to the remaining fucking fans that you have that do care about those sorts of things, that will inevitably leave your community, which will only spiral you completely out of fucking control. You could have just said, I'm going to take a step back here. I'm going to take a breather, and I'm going to be the bigger guy in my own mind and say, you know what? I shouldn't have fucking started unleashing on this person, and noticed that I have a lot of people that are coming across angry with the way that I'm talking about Israel. I'm going to really reconsider my stance on Israel. Instead of being like, I'm the most knowledgeable person on Israel. You guys are so stupid. It's a fucking multifaceted, multicultural, perfectly civilized, incredible society. Israel proper, of course. Don't look over there. Don't look at the fucking screams that you can hear from Sderot. Don't look at the fucking cloud of smoke or the smell of ash in the air, okay? Don't worry about those things. Israel is multicultural. Oh, are fucking Palestinian citizens of Israel getting black bag because of their social media posts by the Israeli occupying force or the internal police force? Well, that's also... that's just a healthy byproduct of being a multicultural, multifaceted society.
Ethan. It's a real sick fuck.
Wake up, Ethan.
Oh, this was rich, man. Again, with the cowardice.
Action
like
to Frogan.
Like, who are you? Okay, let me play it first.
By everyone, including XQC, is so fucking gross, dude. Straight up. You're fucking gross. That's all it is. Everybody acts like Frogan is the fucking Antichrist, okay? And it's so transparent what these fucking losers are doing. Like, you can have disagreements with Frogan if you want, but god damn, everyone is immediately, like, their reaction is so visceral. It's so goddamn visceral. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. This shit is so fucking normalized.
What is? Go on.
Like, Asmongold, XQC. I saw some of them go fucking viral too. It's like, yeah, bro, she's hijabi. I know. And don't even fucking for a moment act like that does. Oh, here we go again. Talking about Islamophobia. Yeah. So fucking normalized, dude. Islamophobia is the most normalized form of racism in the United States of America. This isn't to say that white supremacy, anti-black racism specifically, is not baked into every one of our fucking institutions. It certainly is. But Islamophobia is new in comparison to anti-black racism. So anti-black racism has evolved to become more invisible, whereas Islamophobia is prominent and very visible and still normalized in that same vein. I hate it. I hate that you can't even talk about it without people going, oh, here we go again. Islamophobia, sure. We just hate Islam. We just hate the religion. I'm an atheist. Yeah. Anti-black racism is incredibly fucking subtle in many ways. Like the permissible anti-black racism is incredibly subtle because it has evolved throughout time, because it's at the very heart of American existence, right? You have to dog whistle. It's something that I talk about all the time, right? There's a level of anti-black racism that is permissible. There's a level of misogyny that is permissible. But once you go above that level of permissibility, and that boundary changes throughout time with societal attitudes shifting and becoming more reactionary. But when you reach that boundary of, like, you know, being a Klans member, for example, in terms of anti-black racism, most people turn around and go, ew, that's gross. I don't like that. If you stick to just saying, like, well, I don't know, their culture is kind of violent, that's why we got to police them all the fucking time. Most people, that's still anti-black racism, mind you, but most people will agree with that statement. It's a much easier way to get away with this kind of anti-black sentiment. With Islamophobia, you can literally say, oh, this hijabi Muslim is Jabba the Hutt and is a fucking monstrous terrorist piece of shit. That's it. Why is she a monstrous terrorist piece of shit? Because she thinks that people, understandably, are going to resist being murdered with the bombs that we pay for with our tax dollars. That is enough for people to go, oh, dude, you look like Jabba the Hutt and you're a fucking, you're Osama bin Laden in female form. That's fucking insane. That right there is the equivalent of, you know, doing monkey noise when you see a black person in terms of open and overt racism, open and overt bigoted statements that you can so easily just throw out there. That's it. This is what I mean. Islam isn't a race, it's a religion. Islamophobia isn't new. There are some schools of thought that suggest that one reason why Islamophobia is so pronounced is in part because enslaved Muslims were organizers for abolition. I don't know about that school of thought, but Islamophobia and the way that it works in American consciousness is relatively new. It initially popped off. It started popping off a little bit, I would say, in the Iran hostage crisis. And then post 9/11, it just unfolded in this like major way. It's a post 9/11 phenomena where there needed to be a steady diet of anti-Muslim sentiment that was recycled through every orifice of culture and society so that people didn't feel horrible about constantly pummeling this region into the goddamn ground. That's what this is. And in the aftermath of all of that, in order to justify a surveillance state that could just like black bag random people living on fucking U.S. soil and constantly surveil them, constantly harass them, and even throw them in fucking Guantanamo Bay, you had to justify all of that by dehumanizing and depersonalizing Muslims in general and claiming that they were all barbaric terrorist monsters. What the fuck is wrong? What is wrong about Islamophobia? Aren't you allowed to dislike religion? This is precisely what I mean. It's like saying, what's wrong about anti-Semitism? Aren't you allowed to dislike religion? Islamophobia is racialized, okay? It's not just simply saying I'm critical of the religion. I don't get it. Dude, I don't get it. I'm just criticizing the religion. Why are you calling me anti-Semitic? I'm just criticizing Judaism, dude. Wow, we are the victims always. Wow, fuck Frogan. What the Sigma? Okay, dude. Does not contribute to this. They will say, oh, it's because we hate her opinions. Like, no, you reacted that way specifically for a very specific purpose, bro. I hate this. I hate this shit so much. But
he's so great. How is this helping anyone by like running defense for her simply based on identity politics? Like,
shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, Steve Crowder. Islam is a religion, but Islamophobia is often tied to ethnicity and phenotypic expression linked to being able to be culturally Muslim. This is why the first attacker after 9/11 was on a sick man. Exactly. Exactly. A ne kapıyı açtım. Açtım ama bilmiyorum. Yeah, a sick man was the first victim of an Islamophobic hate crime in the aftermath of 9/11 because they falsely assumed that this person was Muslim. Yeah.
let's be real, okay? How is she ever going to improve as a person when all of her friends are continually like, oh, they're only saying that because you're wearing a hijab? It's like, I've only...
Wait, what do you mean? Well, it's because it's true. And the reason why you're defending that is because you also feel the same way as Asmongold does. The hyper focus on Frogan and the great elevation of anything and everything that Frogan does is absolutely due to the fact that she's a woman, due to the fact that she's a visibly Muslim woman. Yes, as I mentioned in the video, she's outspoken, she's brash, she's rude, she has a penchant for drama. All of these things are true. Every fucking content creator is like that, okay? And you might even have disagreements with the things that she says. But the reason why you can't view it in a charitable lens, well, for Ethan, I think it's personal on top of the unlimited Islamophobia that he has in his heart, okay? But the reason why there is this extra hyper fucking focus on Frogan is because how dare she? How dare she be confident? How dare she be loud? How dare she be fucking rude? Doesn't she know her goddamn fucking place? That's what this is. That's what this is. You don't give a fuck. It's misogyny and it's Islamophobia that greatly elevates and makes her this visible figure of visceral disgust. I can't have this conversation with someone who refuses to even check themselves on the matter. This isn't to say that like everything that she does is 100% correct all the fucking time. This is not a defense across the board. Simply saying identity politics is ridiculous. You're hand-waving away systematic forms of discrimination. Ironic because everyone directly argues against the points that you're making and never about your Jewish background, and yet you turn around and turn everything into anti-Semitism. Every criticism against Ethan is actually happening because of anti-Semitism every single time. Things might go wrong in his life. There might be a fucking wildfire happening, and it's Hasan and his anti-Semitic opinions. That's the reason. Oh, I bet he feels great about this wildfire. You know what I mean? Anything that goes wrong in his life, it's it's anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism again. Stub my toe. It's Hasan and his anti-Semitic tendencies that caused me to fucking stub my toe. Like, how can you say this? How can you say this is just identity politics? It's ridiculous.
Ever responded to her, and his saying heinous, indefensible things every fucking week, bro. Every week. Now, could people be coming down harder on her because she's wearing a hijabi? It's possible, but we wouldn't fucking know because she's inciting it every fucking week. It's kind of hard to say.
I do want to say, unrelated to what you're saying, unrelated to what Hasan has said, I will say, though, on Twitter, and I haven't seen the XQC reaction or anything that Hasan.
You know what's crazy? It's like in the sea of all of the valid criticism of Ethan, do I believe that there are anti-Semitic criticisms of Ethan? Of course I do. Of course. Of course. Okay? Especially initially, especially before October 7, a lot of the criticism that Ethan faced revolved around his drama and the people that felt slighted or felt wrong by him and the communities of the people that he was attacking, sure. But there was also a big chunk of attacks that he was facing being visibly Jewish, like being a visible Jewish content creator, okay? Being a high-profile Jewish content creator put a shit ton of anti-Semitic crosshairs on him, okay? That's it. He should know this better than anybody else. Try to analyze the pain you're causing to other people by looking at the experiences that you have had leading up to that moment.
I was referring to, but on Twitter, the way this girl is treated is inhumane. Like it is.
Yeah.
Like
I would speak up about it too. Despite obviously she is an enemy of the show and everything, I do get uncomfortable how much I see people just making fun of her physical appearance. Not saying I saw the XQC reaction. I don't know about. I haven't seen Asmongold. I don't know what he's referring to with that. But all of like the photoshops and stuff with her, like you cannot like her, but you don't have to go there.
Yeah, I agree. That's not what Hasan said.
Yeah.
I agree, though. A lot of
that is what I said. That is precisely what I said. You listened to what I said. And now, because your producers are actually as lightly as possible taking my side and Frogan's side on this, you have to manage the situation and be like, no, Hasan meant something different. Even then, Dan had to qualify it by being like, oh, she's an enemy of the show. Which moment when Frogan publicly praised Osama bin Laden? See, this is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean, dog. This is what I mean. Frogan never publicly praised Osama bin Laden, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? How is it that your misunderstanding becomes someone else's problem? I wonder why this guy's name is Trust Fund 191. Account created 11 minutes ago. Following since 11 minutes ago. I wonder what other kind of wonderful things he's going to say now that I unbanned him in the chat. This is what I mean, though. If you have disagreements with Frogan, fine. Address those disagreements. I am not pro Bin Laden, Lamau. It's insane to take any legitimate political analysis from Ethan Klein. Yeah, this is what I mean. This is like so fucking stupid. How could someone verbally express a dislike for her saying she hopes Vets gets PTSD without being racist? Someone could dislike anyone who said that? Boo fucking who? Chatter Dad, it's kind of funny that you're saying that because what Frogan said in terms of hoping that veterans that don't feel any kind of way about their service have that experience and that pain carry on to their normal lives, okay, to their everyday lives, and then following up by saying, and I do hope that none of the veterans that actually do feel bad about their service ever feel any of that pain, is a fairly common perspective. Shocking that someone with a Lebanese background would have a perspective such as that. I know. Thanks. I was misinformed. Easy fix. That's what started it. Ethan got triggered about TikToks praising Osama bin Laden. That's what set him on this tirade against Muslims and pro-Palestinian people because some Zoomers realized they agree with some of Osama's anti-American sentiment. Frogan didn't do anything to him except get upset that he unfollowed her and complain in a private Discord about it. Yeah. Did this guy come back with a thanks for the unban? Your mods are more sensitive than you. Ha ha ha. No, brother. We know that you have a fucking sock account that you created with the express purpose. Wait. Oh no, this isn't. This is the Wawa guy. This is a different guy, not the sock account guy. This is, okay, prove it. She only talked positively about bin Laden. My bad. She legitimately is evil. Why does she talk about how misinformed people are about bin Laden then? Wait, what are you talking about? Do you unironically think Frogan is pro bin Laden? Is that what you're saying? Like that's your actual assessment. Do you think I'm pro bin Laden? I assume you think I'm pro bin Laden as well then. Ethan said the same shit about veterans.
I'm like so. But I'm like so.
Why is this?
First of all, I'm not like a military simp. I don't get the whole thank you for your service thing. This isn't like World War II. You weren't drafted. You signed up to do a fucking job. You're being paid. You're there.
And the job,
you know what it was. I mean, nobody thanked me and my ass.
Lamont, oh, you missed that, huh? No, she just defends him and calls people who dislike him bin Laden misled. Okay, I'm gonna be as gentle as I possibly can be to you right now. Okay, your own misunderstanding of what someone else's commentary cannot be everyone else's problem. At a certain point, you have to recognize perhaps that you were misguided. Perhaps you saw a clip that was out of context. Okay? We can't entertain your hallucinations here. Rogan is not pro bin Laden. Okay? What the fuck are you saying? What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? You literally made fun of the pro bin Laden TikTok people. It's a video on your channel. Nobody here is pro bin Laden. What the fuck? That's a ridiculous position to hold. It's just a big misunderstanding, huh? Yes. And I'm willing to bet that part of the reason why you think she's pro bin Laden is because not only did you see a clip, maybe you saw a clip, or you heard someone claim that Morgan is pro bin Laden. And there was, I guess, maybe enough aesthetic markers there for you to go, oh, of course she's pro bin Laden. Now, it's good and healthy to try to identify what caused you to be duped this way. What could it be? How convenient. Do you extend the same charity to Ethan? Morgan, a real Muslim name, by the way? Wait, what? No. Answer the question. You don't even have to say it out loud. Maybe you can search within yourself for this answer. Okay? And yes, of course I extend this charity to Ethan. Why wouldn't I extend this charity to Ethan? I've extended significantly more charity to Ethan than this. Also, a real Muslim name. Chatter, I think we're beginning to figure out what your actual gripe might be now that we're walking down the different steps if someone's name is Morgan, then that's not, they're not a real Muslim. Is that what your claim is? Like, why isn't her name Fatma? Is that your argument? Why doesn't she have a real Muslim name? What do you think is a real Muslim name? It almost feels like you're revealing more about yourself that is helping all of us understand how you could have been misguided into thinking that Morgan was pro bin Laden. Do Americans even know why they dislike bin Laden? Do you think that's a defense of bin Laden? That's what caused you? I wasn't joking. This is the tweet. Do Americans actually know why bin Laden did all that, or do they all believe he hated that they can vote or something? He did quite literally hate Americans because they could vote and had freedoms. He specifically states in his writings or readings homosexuality, lack of Sharia law, drug use, lending of money, and letting Jews run the country. Please read his writings before regurgitating tanky talking points, and running defense for a mass murdering, homophobic, anti-Semitic piece of shit. Fuck bin Laden and anyone trying to rewrite history. Yes, Lamau, pretending it isn't is fake as fuck. Okay, chatter, let me ask you something. Do you know the concept of blowback? Are you familiar? Because at the heart of this conversation lies a truth about the point that Mao Wow is making. Not even Frogan. Fuck bin Laden. Yes, I don't. Yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't think bin Laden is a good figure. Fuck bin Laden is correct. Wow Mao is not pro bin Laden, and neither is Frogan. They would say the exact same thing. I know you guys hate people who hate bin Laden here. No, we don't. We do hate stupid people, though, who think this is a defense of bin Laden. This is not a defense of bin Laden. This has to be a troll at this point. I mean, I think it started off as a troll, but this person also thinks that they're fighting a righteous cause. So maybe don't rewrite history calling bin Laden a freedom fighter. I will give you $10,000 if you can find any moment where I or Frogan or maybe Mao Wow has, as he fucking memes a lot, but I will give you 10,000 USD if you can find a moment where Morgan, in defense of bin Laden, calls him a freedom fighter. Not like sarcastic, offhanded remark about the famous article that I always talk about when I'm covering the background of bin Laden, as he was considered a freedom fighter, boldly paving a pathway for peace. That was written in a, no, you just insinuates it. No, I don't. You don't even know how to fucking spell insinuate. No, I do not insinuate that. There has never been a moment where I've defended bin Laden. Even America Deserved 9/11, my very famous moment of controversy, is not actually defending bin Laden's actions. It's more so criticizing America for allowing 9/11 to happen, the concept of blowback. Maybe one day you will understand that. Yeah. Here. Anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace. This is from The Independent. This is a puff piece from Robert Fisk about bin Laden. I have never called bin Laden a freedom fighter or insinuated it. Bin Laden is a Saudi royal family American CIA asset. Why in the ever-loving fuck would I ever consider him to be a cause for good? You're laughing, but this is half your country. I know. No, it's just defending the terrorist attacks. No, it's not. Because you have no way of understanding anything. It is so difficult. You're being purposely obtuse, I think. Or you're just You're just as stupid as we assumed you were from the start. Bin Laden is an American asset, an industry plant, if you will. Okay? He was our guy. We propped him up. The Saudi royal family kept giving him funds. Funds to do 9/11. Explaining the historical reference points that led to 9/11 is not defending 9/11 nor defending bin Laden. What does this have to do with your friend's post positive shit about how bin Laden was so wrongly hated? By the way, what's your excuse for calling Muda a fake Muslim? I like that you very quickly realize that you're, even with your dense skull, you understand. First of all, I didn't say Muda is a fake Muslim. Once again, you made that up. And I never even insinuated that. I said that the very same racist forces that hate Muda for being visibly brown, being Indian, and being Muslim are never going to appreciate his commentary, no matter how hard he tries to fence it on genocide. I was saying Muda is a more real-ass Muslim than me, considering he did the pilgrimage he went to Mecca. He went on Hajj. Nope, you're still pro bin Laden. You just hide it better than the fat girl. Muda literally called you a Muslim cosplayer, Lamau. That's so funny. So wait, this guy is mad at me for something Muda said about me? What the fuck? And he's claiming I said the thing to Muda that Muda actually said to me? He never fanced that. He's more of a Muslim. I know that. I recognize that. He is. One must ask why WowMao, the fucking guy who tweeted the fucking tweeting question, is not receiving 1/10 of the vitriol directed at Frogan. Perhaps it's because he is an anonymous meme account online and not a visible hijabi Muslim woman. Maybe that's the reason. Anyway, but going back to the point here, I love that I described to you the process in which no one here that you have so far smeared as being pro bin Laden is actually pro bin Laden. And yet, after this back and forth, this conversation that took place for the past 15 minutes, you still went back to, nope, you're still pro bin Laden. You just hide it better than the fat girl. Why? Why would I feel the need to hide it if that was the case? There's a million different insane perspectives that people just fucking throw out there on a daily basis. Why do we have to relearn why we hate bin Laden? You're not relearning why you hate bin Laden. You have not even understood why you hate bin Laden. If you think it's because 9/11 happened because they hate our freedoms, you haven't learned anything. Ironically enough, in my commentary about how TikTokers that are pro bin Laden in that YouTube video that I did that you can go and watch, I mentioned this. This is a common issue where propaganda falls apart. That's why Lamau, that's your boy WowMao defended. WowMao is not defending bin Laden either. The idea that 9/11 happened because they hate our freedoms is fucking bullshit. That's not why it happened. And if you constantly create the notion that all of these guys are just simply barbaric and bloodthirsty, even if their actions are vicious, barbaric, and bloodthirsty, as 9/11 certainly was, you will never be able to identify how acts of terror happen. You will never be able to analyze why violence occurs. Okay? And therefore, you will never be able to stop future violence from taking place. There's a parallel there for October 7 and Israeli security as well. This is the issue. And the secondary consequence of this is that when you constantly present this as a, they fucking hate us for our freedoms, they hate us because they ain't us. If you think that that is the reasoning, okay, and that's what you tell people over and over and over again, and then when they actually go and, 20 years, 25 years down the line, read his writing, they go, wait a minute, he's actually a brilliant guy, because they're fucking stupid, because they've been misguided into thinking that this is like a bot, an NPC. It is important to understand all of the context surrounding how certain violent actions come about. You're a little propagandist, and yes, he is. He barely wearing a mask. That's why it happened. They attacked African countries first. Is that because America bad too? Oh, chatter, I can't begin to explain to you like the underpinnings of Salafist terror and why it happens. It's like saying American intervention had nothing to do with ISIS forming. You know what I mean? If you think that it's like, if you think that, ISIS formed because they were just like, they were doing too much Quranic reading, you have the IQ of, you have room temperature IQ, I know you can't because you're a terrible propagandist. You're a little propagandist, and yes, he is, but I'm also a terrible propagandist. Okay, got it. This is not even propaganda. I'm just explaining to you how things take place. I'm explaining to you action and reaction. The very fact that you've been so sheltered from critical thinking leads you to believe that I'm actually doing propaganda when I explain this to you. You want to believe that everything is happening in a vacuum, or everything is happening because people read Quran. People read the Quran too much, and they got radicalized by reading the fucking Quran. Moving on to ISIS now because you failed at defending bin Laden's motives? No, I didn't. There is an identical through line there. I'm describing to you a concept of hi. Yeah, but I'm gonna end it right now. Don't worry. How are people this delusional? Yeah, you'll see. You'll see the most depraved, monstrous dumbasses. You call yourself a propagandist, but you're not. Oh my God. You don't know what propagandist means. Propaganda is simply voicing your fucking perspective. It is simply marketing. Propaganda doesn't have to be lies. That's your understanding of it. It's fine. I always say I am engaging in agitative propaganda, for example. But again, I'm going down the rabbit hole with you right now, addressing your points as you try to deflect away from the major point of contention. The same underlying material realities and the instability and volatility born out of American destabilization in the region that caused ISIS to form is the same exact reason why Osama bin Laden, which was backed by the same fucking forces, as a matter of fact, was able to make inroads in this regard and get control and garner influence and then inevitably do a horrible terror attack on 9/11 against the United States of America. Okay? Sam Harris giving people a license to do Islamophobia hasn't helped. Dude, this dude's too stupid to even fucking understand what Sam Harris is saying. This is like entry level shit. Yeah, the article is literally on screen. He's just like refusing to comprehend what he's looking at. I don't think he gets it. Is that why you praise terrorism? Because you share the sympathies of bin Laden? You sound a lot like him right now. America's just so evil it has to be attacked, right? Chatter, I do not praise the United States of America, nor do I praise the terrorist state of Israel. The United States of America is the arch terrorist on the planet. Israel is the Israel is the weapon that the United States of America wields in the region. It seems like you are the actual terrorism defender here. Anyway, I got to go because I'm having dinner with my family. But hopefully there was someone that learned something from this process. But I think in the process, we did understand that this person is Islamophobic, especially because I explained to him the fact that he was misguided, thinking that Morgan was pro Bin Laden, or thinking that I was pro Bin Laden. He even openly recognized that I was at least presenting myself as not pro Bin Laden, but I was secretly still deep down inside pro Bin Laden. Why does someone arrive at that conclusion when there are countless hours of my commentary describing why Bin Laden is a bad guy, which is hilarious to even cover? Why? Perhaps there's a different reason. Perhaps there's some underlying bias there that is the reason why he says, no matter what you say to me, I don't believe you. I still think you are pro Bin Laden. That is Islamophobia. Anyway. On that note, yeah, it's good old-fashioned racism, folks. That's what it is. But I think in the process of me having this conversation with him, there are some other people who might have checked their fucking implicit biases that they might have. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. And free Palestine. Peace.
The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.